transition to clean transportation as a means of reducing air pollution, particularly in urban areas. Transport sector, as we know, is one of the major contributors of greenhouse gas emissions, with almost a quarter of global CO2 emissions coming from this sector. These emissions are expected to rise given the projected doubling of transportation activities by 2050, with significant impact on human health and the climate. Building a sustainable mobility ecosystem, therefore, becomes an imperative to achieve the targets of emissions reductions and sustainable development goals, and to have a coordinated effort between public and private stakeholders will be very essential to push innovation and investments in developing solutions to combat air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from mobility. So let me just start the discussion rolling by starting with the Indian context. In India, about 18% of emissions come from road transport. The government of India has evolved a number of policies. We have the National Urban Transport Policy, National Electric Mobility Mission Plan, the National Mission on Transformative Mobility and Battery Storage, Long-Term National Transport Policy, and a scheme called the Faster Adoption and Manufacturing of Hybrid and Electric Vehicles in India. All these policies aim to develop a cleaner transport system and control emissions emanating from it. The government of India has also recently announced a voluntary scrapping policy for removal of old polluting on-road vehicles. But one of the biggest challenges that we see in India is that transport lies in different government ministries and departments implementing these various policies, and therefore coordination amongst these departments is a huge challenge. In addition, road transport in India comes under the concurrent list, which means that it falls under the ambit of both the central and the state governments. And the state governments themselves have also enacted a number of regulations and policies. What we from business and industry have recommended to the government is a set of measures to have an integrated approach to transport planning, especially in the urban context, as well as for urban-rural mobility. As many of you may be aware, the Paris Process on Mobility and Climate released the Global Macro Roadmap for decarbonization of the transport sector, followed by country-specific roadmaps. FICCI, my organization, led the development of the India Roadmap for Low Carbon and Sustainable Mobility for India. This was led by FICCI in partnership with WWF India, PPMC, and the Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. What we discovered as part of the India Roadmap building can be really formulated into 8 key messages, which are that there will be a need to rebuild governance structures, create a paradigm shift from building infrastructure to move vehicles to building infrastructure to move people, incentivize usage rather than ownership of vehicles, integrate multimodal modes of transport for people and goods for seamless mobility, focus on transit-oriented development and last-mile connectivity, incentivize the use of sustainable fuels and renewable-based electricity in transport, integrate climate adaptation aspects into urban and transport planning, and finally put in place economic instruments to facilitate transition to low carbon and sustainable mobility transport options. So that is the Indian context. It will be great now to hear about experiences of what some other countries in the Commonwealth are doing to integrate urban planning and transport planning to enable the transition to cleaner transportation and thereby reduce air pollution. We have a very distinguished panel of speakers to share their perspectives with us today. Let me introduce the panel. Dr. Lucy Gilliam, Aviation and Shipping Campaigner at Transport and Environment. She joined TNE in September 2017 after several years of consulting on environmental campaigns and having previously worked as a science advisor in the UK Civil Service. She holds a PhD in molecular microbiology as well as diploma in commercial coastal sailing vessels and works as aviation and shipping team at TNE at the Transport and Environment. Our next speaker is Ms. Eleanor Mohammed, President, Commonwealth Association of Planners. Eleanor is the President of Commonwealth Association of Planners and co-chair of the UN Habitat Professionals Forum. She's an executive leader with over 16 years of public, private, and not-for-profit sector experience, having worked for local and provincial governments and the consulting industry. She holds a Master of Arts with distinction in town and country planning. Our final speaker will be Bob Burgoyne, who's the program lead for the Clean Air Initiative in Bengaluru in India and head market intelligence Connected Places Catapult. He leads the market intelligence team at CPC, one of UK's innovation-focused network of Catapult organizations. He's also CPC program lead on the Innovating for Clean Air program, which is focused on supporting clean air innovation in Bengaluru through testbed and demonstrator projects and facilitating knowledge exchange partnerships between UK and Indian companies, academics, and government organizations. So now we will hear from each speaker their opening remarks and presentations before we go on to our panel discussion. Let me start with Dr. Lucy Gilliam first. Over to you, Lucy.
And thank you for having me. Rita's given my personal introduction, but I'll just start by saying a little bit about Transport and Environment and how we work. And so we're a Brussels-based federation of NGOs, and most of our work is concerning, well, we cover all transport modes, and most of our work is advocacy for European regulations to tackle air pollution and climate impacts from transport. So we represent more than 60 NGOs across Europe, and we also are acting not just at a European level, but for aviation and shipping, which are the transport modes that I work on. We're also advocating for policy at the International Maritime Organization and the International Civil Aviation Authority. So as I said, we cover all transport modes. We cover policy for cars, trucks, fuels, aviation, shipping, and we've also recently started work looking at the finance sector. And because obviously we're a year now into the COVID crisis, a number of companies have had to be bailed out, and so we now have a team that's advocating for green recovery and to make sure that we build back better after the COVID crisis. So that's a little bit of a flavour of the kind of work we do. I will give a little bit of an introduction over cars, trucks and cities policy, but this work is done by my colleagues, so I'm just going to give a little bit of overview. If people want to know more about that, then please do look at our website and contact my colleagues. I'm happy to pass on details. So in terms of like main policies that we're advocating for land transport, we're advocating for combustion engine bans, ICE bans, and policies to transition to electric vehicles. Obviously, this might be seen as quite a Europe-centric goal, but one of the what we know is that that transport overall is about a quarter of Europe's emissions, and cars, passenger vehicles, make up a substantial proportion of that. And the biggest problems come from diesel vehicles, older diesel vehicles. So we also have a campaign, a Clean Cities campaign, where we're looking to accelerate the transition to electric vehicles and to get diesel vehicles out of our city centres. Now, this means that it's not just that that you can stimulate transition to electric vehicles. You can also think about policies that change the movement of vehicles on the last mile. So, for example, trucks tend to vans and trucks tend to be older diesels. You want to keep them away from, where people are kind of living and working. So you could think about planning policy where you have distribution hubs that are around cities, and then your last mile deliveries are by electric vehicles, and they don't have to necessarily be electric vans or cars. There's a whole wealth of different electric vehicles now, electric rickshaws, electric cargo bikes, and in places, in parts of Europe now, we're seeing like big brands of deliveries like Post.nl in the Netherlands have electric cargo bikes for deliveries. So that's something to think about. It's not just you know, battery electric trucks, but you know, there's all these different kind of smaller vehicles that are a lot cheaper to operate. Other policies that you might want to think about if to restrict maybe passenger car use is to think about restrictions on parking, speed restrictions. We know that the speed that people travel determines how far they travel and the emissions overall. People on average will travel about an hour a day for their commuting. So if you're traveling faster, you'll travel, if you can go faster, you'll travel further. So speed restrictions are also important to make other modes of transport that are more climate friendly, like bicycles or walking, safer for people. So restrict speed, restrict parking, invest in public transport, invest in infrastructure for cycling and for pedestrians, you know, wide pavements and separated bike paths. All of those are absolutely key for making these other climate friendly, which will also reduce air pollution measures, more accessible for people. So those are sort of my main things around land transport. I'll say a little bit now about ships and planes, which is more my expertise. So ships in general, they operate on the very dirtiest of fuel, much more contaminated than the diesel or the petrol that we use for land vehicles. Ships use 80% of ships are using something called heavy fuel oil, which is a very viscous tar-like substance, which when burnt gives off sulfur pollution and also NOx emissions. So, you know, and often ships are actually, even though we think of them as like out of sight, out of mind and on the high seas, most shipping traffic is actually very close to shore. And if you're in a port city, then those emissions from ships are actually going to be contributing to the background levels of air pollution. So therefore, it's definitely, if you're a port and you're on the coast, you do need to think about those shipping emissions. Now, the solutions for air pollution from ships are the same as the solutions from climate problem. We need to switch to cleaner fuels. However, that might not be within your control as a city planner. So one thing is, you know, to make sure that your government officials that are attending the International Maritime Organization are advocating for strict climate policy and to transition to these new fuels. Something that might be within your control is what ships do when they're in port. So in Europe, one of the things that we're advocating for is a zero emission berth standard. That means that we're calling for any ships coming into European ports to be zero emission. And this could be either by plugging into the electrical grid so that they can switch off their engines, or switching to battery electric or alternative fuels for the time during their port stay. Now, a shipping on average will spend about 6% of its time and emissions will be from the time that it's at berth, but for cruise ships it will be a lot more. So if you are a cruise port, those cruise ships could be making a very significant contribution to background air pollution. We know that a large commercial cruise ship will be the equivalent of 1 million cars as it sits idling with all of its hotel load, with its swimming pools, restaurants, everything running while it's in port. You know, this isn't an easy topic to tackle if you're like a small developing island nation. You might want to club together with other countries in your neighborhood to be able to call for more ambitious regulations so that you don't necessarily lose out on traffic. So that's one thing I'll say about that. For commercial shipping and freight, think about how your ships connect with onwards travel. You know, where possible, make sure you've got good multimodal connectivity, for example with rail, which, you know, has the lowest has very low emissions overall, very efficient mode of transport. So good integration if you're developing your ports with rail connection. So that's what I'm going to say about ships. Finally, a little bit about planes. You know, planes are also contributing towards particulate matter pollution, and and NOx emissions, as well as obviously being a key contributor towards climate emissions, CO2. When you're thinking about airports and expansion, or where you might place new airports, try and put them as far away from city and urban areas as possible, because when a plane is taking off, that's when it's burning the most fuel to get up in the air, and there are substantial emissions from that, and you don't want to be exposing local populations to those emissions. Also noise, planes are very noisy, so and this can really impact quality of life. So think about that, make sure you've got good connections, where possible, connecting with trains or other low emission forms of transport. Finally, when it comes to emissions from aviation, what we know is that the majority of emissions are from the elite and from wealthy people and wealthy countries. There's a recent article today in The Guardian that's quantifying who takes flights and the issue of frequent flyers. So bear that in mind. Are you developing policies that enable the wealthy to travel more, or supporting your own populations and dealing with the climate problems associated with it? So perhaps one question is to think about the type of tourism that you might want. If you're a country that's very dependent on tourism, you still want to have people visiting, but you might want to restrict the amount of flights. So maybe it makes more sense to encourage tourism where people are coming from longer stays, rather than people flying in and out for very short stays, where the associated travel emissions will be high, but you might not benefit so much economically from people during their stay. So those are a few thoughts to begin with, and I'm looking forward to any questions in the debate that we might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. I think very, very interesting points that you made, and I find this parallel with other geographies very interesting. I think the key points you made is that firstly, in the context of road transport, investing in the non-motorized aspect of walking and bicycling infrastructure, that's a very interesting thing that we're also seeing in the Indian context now. Planning for having distribution hubs outside cities, I think that's again a very, very interesting point that you have alluded to. And in the context of ships, switching to cleaner fuels, I think is the key, but also to look at how one can work with neighboring nations to ensure that there are policies and regulations that do not actually, that create a balance in terms of shipping traffic, at the same time reducing emissions. So that's again interesting. The point on multimodal hubs is also very important, and encouraging longer duration tourism in the context of aviation. I think some very interesting thoughts, and particularly in the context of shipping and aviation, the points that you have raised. So thank you so much. I'm now going to switch to our next speaker, Ms. Eleanor Mohammed, who's the president of the Commonwealth Association of Planners. Over to you, Eleanor.
Thank you. Hello from Canada. It's wonderful to be here and to share this moment with you virtually. It's an honor to be a part of the second Ramphal Institute conference on combating air pollution in Commonwealth countries. As said, I'm here today with you as the president of the Commonwealth Association of Planners. The Commonwealth Association of Planners is a major global institution in planning and is playing an increasingly significant role in the worldwide promotion of planning as a fundamental part of governance for sustainable human settlement. We currently represent over 40,000 planners from 27 countries, including India, and throughout the Commonwealth. And we also have a Women in Planning Network and a Young Planners Network. And this year happens to be our 50th anniversary. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not sure if it's available here. Perfect. So if we could move to the next slide, please. The call to action on sustainable urbanization across the Commonwealth was launched on February 2nd of this year to ask for greater priority to be given within the Commonwealth on sustainable urbanization, for closer multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary collaboration by all stakeholders, and to invite those working in the field of sustainable urbanization to support the initiative in the run-up to the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, Rwanda in June of this year, and COP26 in Glasgow, which is in November. This is a partnership initiative by the Association of Commonwealth Universities, the Commonwealth Association of Architects, ourselves, the Commonwealth Association of Planners, and the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, with support from the Princess Foundation, the Rwandan Ministry of Infrastructure, and the Rwandan Ministry of Local Government. Specifically, the call for action calls for a greater focus on sustainable urbanization and Commonwealth policy making, a Commonwealth dialogue to define and implement a new way of working across our respective networks towards multi-level governance and sustainable urbanization. And also a commitment by member states to a new Commonwealth initiative of practical action to support sustainable cities and human settlements across the Commonwealth to respond to the call to action and to play their full role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, this would include air quality in all of our cities. By mobilizing our network, the Commonwealth has a unique opportunity to ensure that sustainable urbanization is at the heart of our common future and is firmly rooted in Commonwealth values as we work collectively to achieving the global goal of leaving no one and no place behind. Next slide, please. According to the World Resources Institute, private cars account for less than 1/3 of trips in cities worldwide, but are responsible for 73% of urban air pollutants. Per capita, private cars generate 3 times more greenhouse gas emissions than public transport systems like buses. Rapid global urbanization comes with the potential to accelerate current climate change trends, and transport emissions may even triple by 2050. But here's the thing, we're in the midst of a transportation revolution where autonomous vehicles will be disruptors, akin to when the first motor vehicles replaced the horse and carriage. They will most certainly impact how we travel, how services are provided, what our future cities, neighborhoods, and personal dwellings will look like, along with air quality that we breathe. They are indicators and possible generators for major social, environmental, economic, and cultural shifts, for the good or bad. But are we ready for them in the Commonwealth? The Regional Plan Association out of the United States forecasts that in 2040 and beyond, the vehicles on our road will be 100% autonomous, and that's just less than 20 years. We are already starting to see autonomous technology in new vehicles for lane control, automatic parallel parking, and cruise control. When most of us think about autonomous vehicles, we generally think about personal vehicles. But autonomous vehicles aren't just cars, they also include trucks, delivery vehicles, service vehicles, and buses. As a result of more reliable and controlled environments in cities, airport locations, and private warehousing environments, and by controlled, I mean a reliable roadway with conditions favorable to autonomous technology, location of infrastructure, and of course available of technology, it's predicted that commercial vehicles and service vehicles, potentially including public transit, will likely go completely autonomous first, ahead of personal vehicles. So these photos in this slide just provide some brief examples of the variety of service vehicles we could see in the future. Delivery trucks, mobile grocery stores, mini buses for transit, and waste removal. So really the possibilities are endless when it comes to this. Next slide, please. In order to consider the impacts of autonomous vehicles, what that they could have on the city and our associated air quality, air quality policies, it's important to examine the assumptions that are being made with their arrival. One of the major being that autonomous vehicles will either increase or decrease traffic globally. And there's really come down to it, two main camps for arguments for and against this. So in the argument that there'll be more vehicles on the road, it includes that many cultures globally celebrate single car ownership and often equate it with stature. With autonomous vehicles, those who previously could not hold a driver's license could now be driven as single passengers in personal vehicles, including children and youth aged below 16, the elderly, and those with disabilities. As long as private autonomous vehicles are affordable, personal ownership will still be popular. Commuters can also save money by no longer paying for parking because their vehicle can just return home and then come and pick them up at the end of their workday. Subscription services will reduce transportation costs for lower income households through offering alternatives to high cost full-time care and ownership. Personal vehicles carry maintenance, insurance, and fuel costs. These individuals may choose a single ridership subscription car over shared subscriptions or public transit. All of this, of course, leading to more cars on the road. And then the other argument for less vehicles on the road include that vehicles will no longer be a product to own, that they're going to become a service. And car manufacturers and the private sector will run fleets and offer sharing subscriptions. The membership rates will be less expensive than owning a personal vehicle. Some may own a car and share it when they're not using it, or lease it to a subscription company like Tesla. Families who previously had numerous vehicles to serve each adult and multiple teenagers may be able to reduce to less personal vehicles by sharing, or may completely go subscription based. And there's also a generational preference, which is currently occurring. So millennials born between 1980 and 1995 are 16% less likely to commute by car to work and 3 times more likely to use public transit. They're also 23% less inclined to own a car, and they're more likely to use shared transportation than Generation X. Most people are already trying or using car sharing and one-way like Uber, or one-way service like Car2Go, and peer-to-peer car sharing and on-demand ride sharing. There's also another number of factors that will also influence autonomous vehicle implementation and traffic on the roads as well, including just general human buy-in, private sector investments, and public sector subsidized public transit, the possibility of municipalities on local roads and provinces or national governments on highways to potentially use tolls to control congestion, with vehicle miles traveled fees, which would be calculated based on the autonomous technology. This could also be used to discourage private autonomous vehicle use by scaling the fees to the number of passengers in the vehicle, making it more expensive to travel far distances alone. And most importantly, what will impact whether there's more or less cars on the road will be the creation and implementation of national, provincial, and local government laws and regulation for autonomous vehicles and their usage. So what do you believe? Is it going to be more or less? What does it mean for air quality? The unpredictable outcomes of the autonomous revolution poses a major challenge for national and urban policymakers, but nonetheless, we all must take action as it impacts our collective future. Next slide, please. So briefly, I just want to share with you an autonomous vehicle pilot project that I was involved in Beaumont, Alberta, Canada. The key purpose of this project was to learn how autonomous vehicle operates in a variable climate. So in Canada, we have very cold winters, so they wanted to see how it worked. They wanted to test how citizens and traffic would respond to this, implications for planning of communities and transportation networks. The project was the first of its kind in Canada, and our government and industry are in the very early stages of trying to identify the the impacts, of widespread adoption of autonomous vehicles. We actually currently have no regulations governing autonomous vehicles and traffic integration within Canada. And insurance companies haven't really examined the potential risks of autonomous technology being used at the same time of cars that are non-autonomous. In many ways, as we had the pilot project, we had to make it up as we went along, and we were really lucky to convince our government and industry to work with us as partners. It was a 6-month project operating on a public road in a dedicated lane with physical lane barriers. The electric autonomous vehicle was nicknamed Ella. It's an accessible vehicle with a built-in access ramp. 12 passengers can ride on it, and it's an all-electric vehicle. It used vehicle-to-infrastructure technology, allowing for real-time communication between vehicle and traffic infrastructure. So it was communicating with the traffic lights. And in a larger deployment, this technology could be networked to communicate real-time data on road conditions and traffic volumes and risks. Next slide, please. From the city's perspective, the project was more of an economic development project versus for policy development specifically. But we did have some key learnings, which was that it was really important for public education and public engagement. We did conduct rider surveys, and the riders were really concerned about safety. 96% did feel safe while riding in the vehicle, and 69% preferred that Ella be staffed with an operator and only traveled within its dedicated lane, not to be within mixed traffic. We did have an operator on the vehicle at all times because there's lots of different buttons to push, and it was human behavior to touch things in the vehicle maybe that they shouldn't be, so it needed to be supervised. As I said earlier, the provincial government is still working with the private sector company, Pacific Western Transportation, on future policies in our province, but also within Canada. Next slide, please. So Ella ran for a total of 606 hours, carried 6,265 passengers, and traveled 2,102 kilometers. The total electricity cost for that time was 103 Canadian dollars, which is approximately half the cost of an average household electric bill in this province. Again, Ella is a zero-emission vehicle. So it was really great to be a part of this project, and I'd love to speak about it for so much time, but we have a short time here together. So next slide, please. This past year has been like no other for cities and governments from a societal, health, and environmental and economic perspective. It really has been devastating, mentally challenging, enlightening, and inspiring all at once. It has changed all of us in one way or another, but we have to see which path we're truly going to be on as we emerge out of this. So where does that leave us in terms of policy making and improving air quality? Over the course of the last year, we have witnessed some amazing events, how quickly humans can mobilize or not in a global health emergency, and how reliant that mobilization has been on societal values and ideologies versus a country's wealth. This clearly applies to how we can mobilize to take action to address air quality. It's really beyond the hard science, and it needs to come down to appealing to what drives individual choices, our needs perceived and real, in addition to deeply entrenched values. We witnessed how there was a massive shift in human behavior when the world momentarily shut down. There were pretty immediate positive environmental results from this. For example, the air quality drastically improved in Los Angeles, and the Grand Canal water in Venice cleared. It showed us that all humans can have a real impact on the environment by just changing our behavior. We also witnessed how one event can change how we view and utilize technology almost overnight by moving our lives, work, and schooling online. It instantly reduced personal travel requirements for employment, emptied central business districts, and possibly reduced energy demand requirements of workplaces across the globe. The opportunity is to now look at the influence of new technologies such as autonomous vehicles to improve air qualities for cities globally. However, while there are zero emissions in driving electric autonomous vehicles, the production of them is not emission-free. Also, depending on how the electricity is produced in a specific country, such as countries that are still using coal, the vehicle may truly not be emission-free. It's also worth noting that not all autonomous vehicles of the future may be electric or emission-free, but hopefully this is where government policy intervention could be useful. Ultimately, and moving forward, from an urban planning perspective, the best policies to improve global air quality, including reducing the number of privately owned and individually driven vehicles, in addition to enabling safe, efficient, and environmentally sustainable public transportation, would be first and foremost for transportation in global cities, for the policies to focus on connectivity, safe streets where citizens of all genders and ethnicities feel secure to walk, roll in a wheelchair, scooter, or cycle. Policies that prioritize cities for people and not individually owned vehicles, autonomous or not, will be the most effective in reducing poor air quality worldwide from a clean transportation perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleanor. Very interesting presentation and a great insight into the role of autonomous vehicles that will play a very key role in reducing emissions from transport is what you alluded to, but of course need to be backed by policies, regulations, incentives, risk assessment by insurance. And I think you also mentioned the fact that I like the point when you said that it should not be focused on owning the vehicle, but on more of using the vehicle as a service. So that's very interesting because we, from business and industry in India, we also recommended incentivizing usage rather than ownership of vehicles and discouraging as much as possible private ownership. And you were drawing the same parallel in the context of autonomous vehicles. Thank you so much for that interesting insight. Now I'll move on to our third speaker, Mr. Bob Burgoyne from Connected Places Catapult.
Thanks very much, Rita, and thanks to Lucy and Eleanor for some really interesting presentations. I'm going to talk for 10 to 15 minutes. If you could put up the slides for me now. So I'm from Connected Places Catapult in the UK. We're one of a number of Catapult organisations. It's a bit of a strange name, and so when I introduce myself and I describe my organisation, most people are confused, which is a natural reaction. What the Catapult Centres are is a network of kind of innovation-focused organisations in the UK, looking at different industries. So we have, for example, a cell and gene therapy catapult, we have advanced manufacturing, and I'm from Connected Places Catapult. And on this project, we worked with Energy Systems Catapult. So we're kind of focused, energy systems, as you might imagine, is looking at things like how to transition the grid to green sources and how to make it more efficient, and the kind of technologies and innovations that support that. Connected Places looks at transport systems, looks at cities and other places and how they connect and interrelate, and again, how we can use innovation to make those things work better for everybody. So that's what the Catapults are, and that's what we are. And I'll be talking today about a project that we carried out in Bengaluru in India, which had a number of different features, but I'll focus on, I think, the most exciting element of it and the most relevant to this conference, which is Church Street in Bengaluru, which we turned into a living lab for clean transportation over the course of about 4 months. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So Innovating for Clean Air, it's a project funded by the UK government and a number of different organisations involved. Overall, the project was looking at supporting UK and Indian companies and other actors to develop innovations to improve air quality. And we were lucky to be able to work in the wonderful city of Bengaluru for this project. Of course, the global pandemic intervened halfway through the project, so we were only able to visit a couple of times, but nonetheless, it was our privilege to form lots of powerful partnerships with other people in Bengaluru to make it a success, even while we were sat at our desks in the UK. If you could go to the next slide, please. So we worked with a range of different organisations. You can see on the left here. I think it's probably worth calling out primarily the Directorate of Urban and Land Transport in Bangalore, who were the main implementation partners for the Clean Air Streets, and also the Indian Institute of Science, who supported us on the evaluation of the initiative. So, as I said, there were two sort of broad goals to this. One was developing and demonstrating air quality interventions, and the other one was supporting the transition to electric vehicles. Of course, the two things are very much related. As we heard from some of the other speakers, if we're able to transit to electric vehicles, then that'll be essential really on our journey to net zero, as well as improving air quality. If you go to the next slide, please. So a range of different things that we did on this project, but I think the crown jewel, if you like, was an initiative called the Clean Air Street, which ran from November to, actually we extended it to the end of March. And this essentially pedestrianised a prominent street in central Bengaluru called Church Street on weekends for, I think, about 4 or 5 months. If you could go to the next slide, please. And the goal of this really was to had a number of different elements, and I guess that reflects the fact that if we're to improve air quality in our cities worldwide, there's a range of different actors who need to be involved and a range of different policy levers that need to be pulled to make it happen. So as we will be discussing in more detail later, there's a planning element to it, but there's also, you know, an interesting innovation element to it in terms of the vehicles that are used and the mobility modes and the integration of those mobility modes to get around cities. So in the context of the Clean Air Streets, we were demonstrating the possibility of pedestrianising a very important and prominent thoroughfare in a major city, and really just showing that it can work. And we were hoping at the start of the project to show the residents on the street and the businesses on the street that actually this pedestrianisation can be beneficial to them, because a lot of reactions from different stakeholders when you propose something like this is concerned that they'll lose business, is concerned that it'll be difficult to access, and all of those kinds of things. So one of the goals was to address those concerns. The other goal, though, was to use this new pedestrianised space as an opportunity for companies to demonstrate and get feedback on clean mobility technologies. So we had a lot of different partner startup organisations and SMEs who were deploying their technologies on the street, as well as some air quality sensor companies as well. If you could go to the next slide, please. So as I say, we were looking to provide a live environment for innovators to demonstrate. The demonstration piece was important, but as a lot of these companies were at a relatively early stage, it was also a helpful opportunity for them to get input from users to improve their products, and obviously, you know, to successfully drive uptake of electric vehicles, micromobility or otherwise. You know, they need to meet user needs, and the best way to understand those user needs is for people to test the products and give feedback. We partnered very closely with the Directors of Urban Land Transport to kind of help them understand how to execute what we're calling here a living lab, so a live environment to test technologies. And we were exploring the possibilities of the enabling policies, as I say, to scale out the rollout of these technologies. Next slide, please. So these are some of the partner companies who we worked with to deploy on the street. I won't talk about them all in detail, but they range from companies making electric bikes to electric scooters, electric cargo bikes. I was interested to hear earlier reference to the cargo bikes as a mode of last mile mobility for freight, which I think is a really important element. We also had some charging infrastructure providers, and then, as I say, air quality sensor companies, just to gauge the impact of the pedestrianisation. Next slide, please. The street itself had, I mean, as you can see, obviously no cars were allowed on it. The spaces were very accessible. It's a very pleasant environment, and there are a lot of activities and initiatives facilitated by DULT to attract people to the street, and performers and cultural activities as well. So that obviously helped in terms of getting people to experience and enjoy the pedestrianisation. Next slide, please. And you can see there was a huge difference in the way that people experienced the urban environment. So as anyone who's walked down a street in Indian city will know, typically it's a very crowded experience. There's vehicles that tend to travel at different speeds, undertaking, overtaking different parts of the road. And as a pedestrian, you're often, looking to dodge nimbly out of the way, and it's a quite challenging experience. Contrast that with the experience that people had after the pedestrianisation, where the elderly people were able to enjoy it safely, young children as well. Next slide, please. And it was accessible for people with mobility challenges as well. So it was, I think, a very pleasurable experience, and that was validated by some work that the Indian Institute of Science did. So we did some surveys amongst street users to understand the impact on the quality of life, and they all reported it was very beneficial. Next slide, please. So I think from a policy perspective, it was successful. We were able to demonstrate the benefits of pedestrianisation. I'll talk now just very briefly about the impact on some of the participants. Next slide, please. So as I said, this was all about getting user feedback, and this is Masti Bikes, who produce the types of bikes as you can see here. So electric bikes with a battery pack in the middle, used for personal travel as well as for cargo transportation. Next slide, please. And what we did was test the bikes on the street itself, lots of different variants, lots of different types of users, and we did interviews and collected feedback from them. Next slide, please. And as I say, this lasted about 4 months, and I'm constantly impressed when I work with partners in India at the speed in which things happen. It's a very vibrant, fast-moving country, and what would in the UK take perhaps years, in India is done in months. And this was true in this instance as well. So Masti Bikes collected the feedback from all of the users, and within the 4-month period, they redesigned and relaunched a new model of bike, which you can see on the screen here. So that was kind of one of the goals of the project, was to help private companies who are making these solutions improve their products and launch them effectively. So that worked very well. Next slide, please. I'll talk now just for the last couple of minutes about some of the policy impact and the implications, and perhaps some things that we learned through the process that might be relevant to other cities that are looking to do something like this. Eleanor mentioned making it up as she went along when she was talking about their CAV pilot. I think it was quite similar for us as well, but we learned a lot along the way. The first thing that we learned was, and this was mentioned, I think, by Rita as well at the start of the session. In India, there's a lot of institutions you need to get involved to make something like this successful. So that's the case on the national and state level, but even within the city level, you can see on the screen on the left here all the different agencies who needed to be involved to execute this, as well as the other partner organisations to make it work. So it needs a good degree of leadership, political will and buy-in, which we were lucky enough to have through DULT on this project, and commitment from all of the other partners. Next slide, please. And I think in terms of the outcomes, so as I said, the companies who were deploying on the streets, they found it very valuable to get feedback on their products. We were able to reassure the businesses who are operating in the streets that an initiative like this is actually beneficial to them in terms of the footfall and the custom that they get. We did measure the usage of the metro for kind of last mile connectivity to the streets, and obviously active mobility, so cycling and pedestrian usage of the street, both of which increased, as you would expect. And we got positive feedback from visitors and businesses in general, so it was great. And this was something that we piloted in Bengaluru, but I know that there's already interest amongst other cities in India to replicate in the future, which is great. Next slide, please. Some of the things that we learned along the way. So I mentioned the coordination, the need for buy-in from different agencies. I think having demonstrated this can work now, hopefully that will be easier to get if other cities attempt this. Very critical as well is to engage very closely with the local residents and the businesses before you do something like this. The last thing you want is for them to be in opposition. Better to have them as partners, and that's achieved through dialogue and through co-creation. I think just in terms of practical implications, as I said, initiatives like this sit within a wider framework of policy interventions and other activities that need to kind of come together to make these things work. So looking at the bus routes, how frequently are the bus routes in operation? What is the kind of connectivity to metro and other forms of transport to facilitate access to the street itself is important, because you don't want to pedestrianize the street and then have people traveling to it in private vehicles and parking up on adjacent streets. Finally, I think a phased approach to introduction is wise. So, this is not something that is best approached with a big bang. Pedestrianising a huge swathe of streets in a city centre. You need to kind of test and learn in a gradual process, get people, comfortable with it, help travellers adjust to the new environment, and kind of move slowly, but achieve that impact incrementally. And that's what they've done in Paris as well. For example, you've seen quite a lot of success with policies being introduced to, and again, this was mentioned by an earlier speaker, so reducing the number of parking spaces in downtown Paris as a precursor to then pedestrianising some of the streets. So I think that's probably my final slide. Let's check. Other than to say thank you. So next slide, please, to the various partners that we worked with on this project. You'll see on the screen there. As I say, lots of people involved, and very happy to connect people to those partners if you're interested to learn more. But yeah, I think that concludes my time. I think I've roughly kept to time, and very much looking forward to discussing these issues with the panelists in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for this very interesting live experience that you shared with us. And it's interesting to see how a city in India here, where test bedding of technology was done in a live environment with participation of government, various partners, people's participation. So that's a very interesting model. And importantly, that what you said towards the end, that changes and iterations were made very quickly, looking at the live environment. So definitely a great scope for replication there. And I think what you pointed to was that leadership and political will and commitment from partners is going to be absolutely essential to doing something like this. Of course, in a phased approach, something like pedestrianization, which in India is going to be, it is very much needed, but is going to be very tough to implement. So it's a very interesting insight. I think the panel has shared a very, very diverse and rich experience. We've heard, insights from road transportation, shipping, aviation, to autonomous vehicles, and then finally to something which is completely non-motorized and looking at pedestrianization. So such a diverse set of learning from this panel today. I'm going to just, I'm very keen to hear from the panel a few more insights, and I'm going to ask them a few questions. So, with this kind of rich experience across the Commonwealth countries that we are seeing, we heard experiences from UK, Europe, we've seen from Canada, and then right here in India. How can this cross-learning and collaborations for promoting sustainable urban mobility amongst the Commonwealth countries be encouraged and facilitated? What can be done in that regard? So that's my first question to the panel. Whoever would like to go first. Can we start with Lucy? You want to go first on this?
I can do. I mean, basically what we're talking about is holistic policy making, aren't we? And what's really, really important for that, and also for innovation, is making sure that you've really got a diverse group of stakeholders, and thinking about the different needs of different populations. I'm not so embedded in the city story. I have colleagues that are, but I know certainly from international policy making point of view, when we're trying to bring in ambitious legislation for ships in Europe, for example, it's not possible for like one area or one port, for example, to be able to go it alone. It's really, really important to be coordinating with your neighbours, with your competitors, actually. A lot of the time, quite often there are private interests at stake. So therefore, in order to progress forward, you need to be acting as a group, and but you need to also make sure that doesn't slow down the process. But I think that one of the most important things is being able to bring together the different perspectives, and to understand the different needs, and act as citywide, or as regions, for example, to be able to advance air pollution or climate measures.
See, that's interesting what you say. And if I may just ask Eleanor the same question, autonomous vehicles is something, like there's a lot of interest, but obviously a lot of apprehension. And so that's definitely an area where a lot of research, innovation, and backed by policy and regulation will have to go hand in hand. So where do you see the possibilities of the Commonwealth governments to work together, or for companies?
I thank you for that question. It's a fairly tough question, because it's the Commonwealth heads of government. We have to recognize that as governments and associations, international ones, we're not the fastest in terms of moving along, and yet we're facing changes of technology that can happen overnight. But what we have is such incredible ties and relationships between the countries, that working with the associations and connections such as this conference, right, where we can share real-time research that's happening, and pilot projects, and what policies have been successful and which ones haven't. And we may want to think about how we write policy to begin with, whether we focus more on the regulatory end or more on the enabling end, and what are going to be the impacts of that. The technology and the data challenges coming our way are really not any that we've seen before. So perhaps we need to think about maybe that the way that we used to produce policy may not be the way that we produce policy going into the future. So being open to innovation and trying new and different things.
Thanks, Eleanor. Bob, what's your response to this? How can we promote more collaboration?
Yeah, thanks, Rita. I mean, it's an interesting one, because I guess our project, in a way, is an example of that collaboration. So I'm based in the UK. We worked with partners in India to kind of share our experiences, and to try and facilitate this experiment. And I suppose one learning I would share perhaps with the audience on this is, it's very important to approach this as a kind of collaborative co-creation exercise between the two entities, the two countries, or the two organizations, or all the stakeholders that are involved. I think understanding local context is very important. So if we, in the UK, had arrived in India and tried to implement something that had worked in the UK without considering, the local factors and understanding those in detail, then clearly that wouldn't have worked. And I think another example which we worked on with the Catapult called Urban Links Africa, where we're working in Kenya, South Africa, on sort of urban challenges, is we've facilitated what we call equitable partnerships between entrepreneurs and innovators in the UK and their counterparts in those countries to kind of co-create solutions. And that approach helps address some of those issues that I just mentioned. So making sure that there's a good understanding of local context and making sure that solutions are grounded in that and draw upon the kind of expertise of both parties. I suppose the final comment I would say is, and I'm thinking about this mainly from an innovation perspective, because that's my organization's remit. But is to think about sustainability and kind of the long-term scaling up of things. It's all very well to do experiments, but you need to think about what next and what is the kind of business model to enable the kind of wider rollout of the interventions that you pilot, obviously assuming that they're successful. So yeah, that would be my initial reactions to that question.
Thank you. I think very, very interesting to hear that. And absolutely, I think, every initiative that's undertaken must be sustainable, and we should find ways to scale up and replicate those. So thank you. And let me ask another question in terms of, all of you have focused on the use of technology for clean transportation. So what is it, what kind of policies and measures you think would help in attracting investment in clean technology for clean transportation? Eleanor, would you like to answer that?
Sure, absolutely. So when I think about Beaumont and when we piloted this autonomous vehicles, there were no rules or policies in place for what we had there. So I think it also comes back to Bob's presentation as well in terms of innovation. You want to create a policy environment that allows pilot projects to go forward, but also allows for failure to be okay. So it's trying new things on, and if that doesn't work, okay, we adapt and then we try something new. And that is very different, I think, for many Commonwealth nations culturally, and the public being able to accept that government tried something and it didn't work, but that's okay. And that's the only way that we're going to enable an innovative environment that tries all these technologies. And as Bob had pointed out as well, and it was the same with the Ella project, that the Ella is a private sector vehicle. Like, it's a private sector trying to figure out how can we get this autonomous vehicle on the streets. So they needed a local government that was willing to take that chance and put it on the street and kind of experiment with it. So I think government, which is generally very risk adverse, has to be open to trying new things and taking a chance and helping the public come along with them while they're doing that.
Thank you, Eleanor. Bob, I'll go in the reverse order this time.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and no, I agree absolutely with Eleanor's comments about supporting risk and celebrating failure, but also the challenges of that in some cultures and some contexts. I suppose the other thing I would say, particularly from the perspective of attracting investment and giving confidence to the private sector is having kind of consistent policy. So one thing that we hear a lot from private companies that we work with in the UK context is frustration at a kind of regularly and rapidly shifting policy environments, right? So and a new initiative tends to be announced every 4 years with the electoral cycle, and it's difficult to kind of plan and make long-term investments and bets, because effectively are bets, in a context where you don't know if there's going to be that continuing governmental support in the longer term. So I think that's important, and I think again with regards to the confidence piece, this point around experimentation and demonstration is critical, because investors won't back things that have only been tried in a lab. They want to see it operating in a live environment. And I think both the Ella example and the example from Bengaluru is important in that regard. And it also shows that inevitably, as well as you might refine a product or approach in the lab, when it hits the road in reality, you'll always learn new things and you'll always need to make amendments and changes. And so demonstrating in a real life environment, again, is something that's important for building investor confidence.
Yeah, I think both of you make very, very interesting points. One is about, how you also allow failure to happen in order for innovation to thrive. And what you're saying is allow live environments for investors to have more confidence. Very interesting. Lucy, what's your take on this question?
Yeah, so I think that having ambitious regulations that are ratcheting up are really important. For example, the work that's been done in Europe for CO2 standards for cars, that's really driving the industry to innovate and to scale up their clean products. Similarly, for shipping as well, progressive regulations to clean up the fuels. Just a comment also on investment and innovation. Here in Europe, one of the initiatives for the hard to decarbonize sectors, of which transportation is included in that, and fuels for transportation, there's something called the Innovation Fund, which has been precisely designed to invest in scaling up technologies that kind of get you from this like proof of principle, you think an idea can work, but to get it up to scale and get it up to market, to be able to kind of de-risk that scaling phase. So I think those kind of government or kind of multinational initiatives that in order to get the funding, you have to demonstrate that you're collaborating with people in the industry and also in different countries in order to get that funding and scale a technology and make it available. So it's not just like locked up in IP in a private company, but it's available to society because it's partly de-risked by society. And I think initiatives like that are really important.
Very, very interesting points, Lucy, that you bring to this discussion is, of course, on creating an innovation fund to de-risk the upfront investment in technology, and importantly, to make these new technologies available to a wider set of countries. So I think this is getting more and more interesting, this discussion, which takes me to my next question, and very much related to the theme of this session, which is how can governments really ensure integrated urban and transport planning and policies? Because what we see is in different jurisdictions that this integration of different policies and also an integrated and coordinated approach amongst national, state, local governments or different, owners of policy making in the government is quite a big challenge. So, what is this panel's view on integration? So, can I start with you, Eleanor?
Sure. Well, I'll use home jurisdiction here, Canada, as the easiest one for me to explain. But I think, of course, federally, we have the larger grand scale policies that happen, the more ambitious open-ended goals that set us on track to meet the sustainable development goals. And we have different things that are regulated by the federal government, but a lot of it is delegated to the provinces and municipalities. So what we see in local government is a requirement to create municipal development plans or official community plans. And these plans incorporate everything from economic development to local transportation, regional transportation, along with sets of policies that have to be adhered to. So we have that for local government, and we also have a framework for regional government as well, where local government comes together, works together to come up with policies. Of course, all those policies include environmental and air quality as well. So if you were looking for examples for that type of planning, you could visit the city of Toronto or the city of Vancouver. They have lots of good examples of those kind of integrated policies. I think we've now just reached the point where we know that you can't plan in isolation, and it isn't just about land use. It's about transportation, environment, and culture, and all these different elements that need to be pulled together.
Thank you. Thanks, Eleanor. Bob?
Yeah, and yeah, I think that's exactly the right point around not planning in isolation. I think in the UK, the example closest to home for me, there's still a tendency for siloed thinking and planning across those different functional areas of local government, and sometimes you have different levels of local authority being responsible for different things, which means you've got entirely different institutions that need to kind of come together and collaborate and plan effectively. So, the very first thing is there needs to be a forum for that to happen. There needs to be a kind of method for that to happen. And I bring in sort of energy as well to this mix. And I think, as Eleanor was talking earlier about the potential disruptions that connected and autonomous vehicles will create, and the general transition hopefully to electric vehicles. What that means is that when you're thinking about land use, when you're thinking about transport systems, you need to be thinking about energy as well. So where will the vehicles charge? Will it be hubs out of town for the kind of logistics sector? If there's a final mile delivery, and in Milton Keynes, for example, they've been for quite a long time now trialing the use of autonomous robots for last mile delivery, electric robots. So, where do they charge? Where do they plug in? And how does all of that work? And what are the implications of that for the way that our road networks are designed and the way that our built environment is planned? So yeah, I think absolutely thinking about all of these things holistically is important, and it's something that being honest, in the UK is only just beginning to happen, but it needs to happen quicker.
Great, thank you. So I think this question on integration of urban and transport planning, I think, Lucy, you said that in the beginning, it's very much outside the scope in the context of shipping and aviation. It's really not in the scope of the authority, the local authority. So perhaps I'd like to ask you about, Bob just mentioned about the integration of transport and energy. Would you like to throw your light on this one?
Certainly. I mean, I think what's important, Bob talks about like integration with energy systems, and I think with it's really important to think about what are the decarbonisation strategies for different transport sectors, and to make sure that when you're doing your holistic planning, like you're thinking about actually what is the most energy efficient, clean way to decarbonize transport, whether it's cars, ships, or planes, because depending on which route you go down, there could be various externalities. So one of the things that I'm thinking about is bioenergy. So we've done a lot of work to raise awareness of why we need to go down a path of decarbonisation, getting rid of the combustion engine for cars, because actually the use of, if we were to decarbonise cars with hydrogen or with biofuels, it would actually end up having either a greater climate impact, for example, if we were to use palm oil as a biofuel for cars, or with hydrogen, it's much less efficient. So it's very important to, you know, look at like what's the end goal, and then to make sure that as city planners or a country, they're thinking about what are the infrastructure needs in order to reach that goal. For ships, for example, you're not going to be able to it's a similar issue with biofuels. We don't want to end up inadvertently driving deforestation, for example. But you know, battery electric is not going to decarbonize all of shipping. We do need alternative fuels, even if they are less efficient overall. So got to think about, you know, what is the infrastructure, and then what is the energy that's needed? So if we're going to be decarbonising with hydrogen, for example, what is the associated renewable energy that we need to also be building, you know, to provide the electricity in order to make those synthetic fuels? I'll stop there. I'll say that we've got some great reports on our website which talk about decarbonisation of various transport modes, obviously very Europe-centric, but I think they are useful to understand, you know, some of the challenges. So, you know, I would point people in that direction if they want to sort of get a bit of an overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. I think the point you make on bioenergy is very interesting, and hearing on this panel for the first time, and something that we also emphasized in the India roadmap for low carbon and sustainable mobility is that it's not just electrification, but the move to sustainable renewable fuels is going to be equally important in the energy mix for transportation going forward. And particularly not just in the urban context, but also in rural context, it's going to be very, very important. So before I move on to my final question, I just want to ask the audience if they have any questions to put. They can put it in the question and answer box on the platform, and we'll pick it up from there. So my final question to the panel is, what do you think is the single most determinant for success in your experience? What would be the most important one? Well, this panel is about promoting cleaner transportation, more specific in the urban context. And it's also about integration. But if you were to look at promoting cleaner transportation to combat the problem of air pollution, what would be the single most determinant for success? Who would like to go first?
It's a very big question, isn't it? I mean, I suppose with regards to our pilot, you know, we kind of conceived the idea of the clean air streets, you know, sitting in London, but what it needed was someone in, like, trying to be sort of generic. It needed someone in a position of influence to kind of buy into the vision and to commit and to sort of have the kind of leadership to be able to bring together the necessary participants to make it work. And I think, you know, you can have all of the best ideas in the world, and you can come up with theoretically perfect systems, but unless you have that commitment and that leadership and that buy-in from, importantly, from someone who can make things happen, then, you know, you get nowhere. So I think that's fairly simple and basic, but that would be it for me.
It's simple, but it's very critical. So absolutely a very important point.
I can go next. For me, I think one of the simplest and easiest steps is just to start really focusing our cities on people instead of cars, and individual car use, but not just people in general, and not just one segment of society, but everyone. So not just people who can afford cars. I will talk just a little briefly. We've heard a lot all over the world about a 15-minute city, of everything being within 15 minutes of you. But we've seen that in planning before. When we create a 15-minute city, the 15-minute city becomes gentrified, and only the wealthy can live in that 15 minutes. It doesn't take into account the poorer segments of society who have to travel for different reasons, for work and affordability. So I think really what we can do is, if we focus on pedestrians, all walks of life, all forms of mobility, that really does have a large impact. So change the goals of how many cars can we get on the road to how many people can we get on the road safely. Yeah.
Thank you, Eleanor. Again, a very interesting point you're making, because you know, this focus on more people than more cars is something that in the Indian roadmap context, we said that create a paradigm shift from building infrastructure to move vehicles to building infrastructure to move people. So and you're making the same point, which is very interesting. Thank you. Lucy, what would you like to say?
I mean, I agree with all of the comments that have been said so far. I think just to add, yes, that vision, that end goal is really, really important. And then to have a really clear idea of how you're going to get there, and, you know, a combination of ideas around like shifting culture and actually really being mindful of inequality, but have that alongside very clear regulations that ratchet up to get to that goal. So having that integrated plan with that vision is really important.
Thank you. Thanks. So I think we've received one question very quickly, and from the audience. How can small municipal governments overcome the challenges faced with transitioning to cleaner urban transportation, particularly the pushback from businesses, but also from the financial constraints with doing so? So anyone?
I actually don't mind answering that one. So Beaumont is a very small municipality. So 20,000 people live there. There's benefits to being a small municipality in terms of engaging with the community and getting buy-in to try on new ideas. The business community, as I said, the Ella pilot project was actually less about autonomous vehicles and more about economic development and getting buy-in from the business community with sponsorship, and then attracting new businesses to Beaumont. So it was creating a very business-friendly environment that they're now calling themselves a sandbox city. So inviting businesses to come in and try their new technologies and ideas. And of course, there's spin-offs to the rest of the community for that. More people want to live in the innovative community. Local businesses that were there, you get more tourism and people coming to Beaumont because they heard about this project. So there's just a lot more flexibility in a smaller community. You don't have a lot of bureaucracy you have to go through to get a new idea out and on the ground. So it's really a benefit for you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Eleanor. I think, you know, we're coming to an end of the session, and it's been a really very, very interesting, enriching experience to hear all the insights from our very experienced and distinguished panel of experts who work in this field. And if I dare not try and summarize, you know, completely what they've said at this point of time, but I'd really like to point to some of the key takeaways that I see. I think everyone has alluded, and as I mentioned earlier, we've heard a very rich, diverse experience on different forms of transportation, on electrification, on autonomous vehicles, on pedestrianization. And we've we've heard about the emphasis on different kinds of fuels. So what I think everyone has alluded to is that policy and regulation will play a very important role, but importantly that we need to have buy-in from the leadership and from the businesses and other stakeholders. There has to be a strong commitment to collaborate, that any investment in innovation must see scale up and sustainability. We also need engagement of different stakeholders, that participation of public, private, and people is going to be a very important factor in creating any success. And that partnerships and cross-learning will be very essential, particularly as we are discussing in the context of the Commonwealth countries. I think there's a very immense scope for collaboration amongst the Commonwealth countries in sharing the best practices, in sharing how policies are being made, what kind of innovations are happening, sharing of research and research experiences, and so much more that can be done amongst the Commonwealth countries. And that we need an innovative environment through, of course, policy enablement, that a live environment for innovation and test bedding of technologies is going to be equally important to ensure that clean technologies for clean transportation can see the light of the day. And also important that these kind of technologies are made available to most countries that need it. So that's very important. And at the end of the day, I think integration between land use, transport, urban planning, and energy planning will have to be very, very carefully driven together in a coordinated manner. So I think those are great takeaways that we have from our panel today. And definitely that we would like our audience here to share with us any insights and any learnings or any questions they may have later on. They may feel free to send it to environment@fici.com, and we'll share with our speakers, distinguished speakers here. So I'd like to thank our distinguished panel of speakers for a very enriching discussion. I learned a lot today, and I'm sure our audience across the Commonwealth countries are taking away very rich learning from this panel discussion. So thank you very much, and we come to the end of this session.
Teresa, thanks everyone.
You're on mute, David.
Thank you. So yes, thank you very much. And I just wanted to thank everyone. I hope it was interesting for all of you to be on this panel. And what I just wanted to say is that after this, you can go into the other link to view the rest of the sessions of this conference, and you can actually experience the virtual platform. The way the audience is looking at this. Yes. Thank you very much. David, you have anything to say?
No, I just wanted to add my thanks to quite a rich discussion. I learned quite a lot today, and I think definitely will be connecting back with all three of the speakers. I know I had a request from a small municipal government back in the Caribbean, really asking if it's possible to connect morning, everyone in the Commonwealth, and for those joining us for this, the seventh session of our two-day international conference on combating air pollution in the Commonwealth. Welcome and welcome to a very esteemed panel of speakers today as we discuss Commonwealth collaboration for addressing air pollution. I think it's a very healthy topic, one certainly that that all of the speakers here have experiences or will be sharing their experiences on from different perspectives. Our moderator has had some difficulties in joining us this morning, so I'll be holding over until she's able to join. And hopefully that is within the next minute or two. So I'd like to start by introducing the panel today. We have 4 speakers. Well, we have 4 presentations. One is by Lord Howell. That's a recorded presentation, actually. And that will be the first we'll go. Lord Howell is President of the Royal Commonwealth Society and 8-time Conservative member for Guildford between 1966 and 1997. And then from 2010 to 2012, he was Minister of State, Foreign and Commonwealth Office and International Energy Policy, and Secretary of State for Energy between 1979 and 1981. He was also a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and chaired that committee from 1987 to about 1997. Lord Howell is the author of the book, The Mother of All Networks, The Resurgent Role of the Commonwealth in the New World and the Commonwealth Transformed. And he's a longtime advocate for strengthening the political and economic links of the Commonwealth. Mr. Stephen Twigg, who was here with us today, was appointed the 8th Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in August 2020. Stephen is a former UK parliamentarian himself from 1997 to 1995 held office for Enfield Southgate, and from 2010 to 2019 for Liverpool West Derby. During his parliamentary career, he held several senior positions, including Chairperson of the International Development Select Committee, Minister for Schools, and a range of shadow front bench roles. Stephen became the youngest president of the National Union of Students in 1990 and 1992 when he was elected as a local councillor in the London Borough of Islington. Following the 2019 general election, Stephen was instrumental in setting up the International Parliamentary Network for Education and was actively involved in parliamentary strengthening with both Global Partners Governance and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Welcome, Stephen. Dr. Alice Kaudia, who's also with us, joining us from Kenya today, is the first Environment Secretary for the Government of Kenya, position she held since 2008 until September 2018. That's a very long time, Dr. Kaudia. Dr. Kaudia was previously Technical Advisor on Forestry Curriculum and Training Development and Community-Based Natural Resources Management for a project in Zambia, and a Regional Director of IUCN, the East Africa Regional Office. She also served as Assistant Director at the Kenya Forest Research Institute, KEFRI, as Associate Research Officer at the World Agroforestry Center, ICRAF, and as Assistant Program Officer at the African Academy of Sciences. Dr. Kaudia is currently the Coordinating Co-Chair of Africa Integrated Assessment of Air Pollution and Climate Change, a partnership project between UNEP, or the United Nations Environmental Programme, Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and Stockholm Environment Institute, and the African Union. And in 2018, she founded Eco Entrepreneurs Limited, a firm through which she promotes ecologically sustainable, nature-based enterprises by women and youth groups. Dr. Kaudia, welcome as well. And finally on our panel today is Mr. Nopenyo Dabla, a Program Officer for the Sub-Saharan Africa region of the International Renewable Energy Agency, or IRENA. Nopenyo joined IRENA in January 2016 and currently coordinates the agency's engagement in the Sub-Saharan African region. In that capacity, he works to support governments, sub-regional and continental efforts and initiatives for an increased uptake of renewables with the view of increasing socioeconomic development that outcomes with the energy transition. Prior to joining IRENA, Nopenyo has gained experience in working among others at the World Wind Energy Association, as well as national NGOs working to promote renewables in rural electrification, and rural development approaches. Mopenya, thank you very much for joining the panel today. I know Ambassador is with us now, so let me just hand over to her. High Commissioner, if you can go ahead and take the floor from here. Your microphone needs to go live, I think. Is that possible?
Yes, I've done that.
Excellent.
Okay.
There you go. So,
David, I'm so sorry about that.
that's fine. These things happen. So you have a very esteemed panel for you. And High Commissioner, if you wish, I could. You want to give the introduction? I did a very brief intro of the speakers, but if you want to give the
all right. So
the
you've done that.
and continue from there. Thank you very much.
You've introduced the speakers already.
I just introduced the speakers briefly. Yes. So.
Okay, wonderful. And apologies again. And I know we've lost some time because I was still fiddling around with this thing. So good morning, everyone. I am Winnie Kiap. I'm the High Commissioner of Papua New Guinea in London, and I thank the Ramphal Institute for giving me this honor of chairing this session on the Commonwealth networks and air pollution. And the pandemic has created opportunities for us to meet online virtually, even though I was struggling with the online hookup this morning. But at the same time, it has taken lives. And our thoughts, I would just want to say that as we begin our session today, our thoughts and prayers are collectively with grieving families all over the world who have lost loved ones to this pandemic. And David has hello? I'm still on?
Yes, I'm still on, yes.
Okay. So our topic, as David has already would have mentioned, and we all know about, is collaborative networks for redressing air pollution. Lord Howell, who is our first speaker, has consistently argued that the Commonwealth is more than an assembly of government and officials. It is a network of people. And this network is one which has both grown organically and followed political mandates. Commonwealth networks have proved time and again highly effective in addressing development challenges facing Commonwealth countries, and in particular developing Commonwealth countries, one of which I am from. In the area of air pollution, Commonwealth countries are already working together to address the matter. In Canada, for example, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition brings together governments and private sector and civil society to ratchet up efforts for reducing harmful emissions. In Eastern and Western Africa, as I'm sure we will hear about, renewable energy corridor projects rooted in the African Adaptation Initiative are being rolled out. In Asia, Commonwealth countries are collaborating on air pollution initiatives under the work being conducted by the Asian Development Bank on air quality management. And in the UK, the National Air Pollution and Control Programme sets out legally binding reduction emission commitments, and there is growing evidence of integrated decision-making on air quality management by municipal governments in England, particularly with regards to reducing road transport emissions. Some of these initiatives can arguably be linked to the Commonwealth Climate Change Declaration, where HEAD stressed a common conviction for urgent and substantial action to reduce global emissions. So with that, let me introduce, you've already been introduced. So what I'll do is I'll go straight to the speakers, to our distinguished panels. And I'll first call upon Lord Howell to make his presentation, and thereafter I shall call each one of the member of our esteemed panel in order of which they have already been introduced by David. I believe Lord Howell has already prepared a recorded statement, so if that can be uploaded, please, David.
Yes, Chair, the team is uploading that now.
To this video comment to Ramphal Institute and to your conference on building Commonwealth collaborative networks for addressing air pollution. I'm sorry I can't be with you on the day, but perhaps I can make a handful of initial points, which I hope will be of help with your deliberations. First, the Commonwealth is, I think it's worth emphasising, more than an assembly of governments and officials. It's a network of peoples, far the largest and most extensive in the planet. And like all large networks in the modern digital age, it behaves and evolves in ways which conventional thinking and conventional diplomacy, I think, find it hard to explain or keep track of. The sheer pace of this development, enormous even in the last 5 years, is difficult for many to grasp. My second point is this, or it's not directly connected with air pollution. The Commonwealth has proved itself to be a model of cooperation in pandemic defeat and recovery, as evinced in the recent Commonwealth combined statement on COVID-19, which was signed by all 54 members. And of course, India, as the world's largest producer of vaccines, stands at the centre of this pattern. My third point is that the Commonwealth is proving to be a major force in bringing home the climate threat from rising carbon emissions and the many threats to the air we breathe, which is the subject of your conference, from rising emissions, and the need for a new sense of urgency and vision in addressing these issues, which has really got to be on a Manhattan scale. I don't think any one country can do this alone. With new geoengineering and technological ambitions. It also offers an effective channel for really tailored support, not just generalizations, but tailored support on both environment and energy needs to a long list of smaller island states, notably in the Caribbean and Southeast Asia, and vulnerable communities, including exchanging knowledge on related climate, ecodiversity, low carbon energy, and general environmental measures. It can deliver, I think, in an almost personal way, in a way perhaps that the general UN undertakings can't. My fourth point is that the digital Commonwealth and the connectivity revolution have brought new invigoration to the Commonwealth network. Constant communication and instant communication are making it even more connected at every level of interest, empowering civil society as never before. A lesson that politicians have got to absorb. This digital Commonwealth is now promoting learning, teaching, sharing, connecting, counselling, campaigning, doing business in many parts of the world, frankly on an unprecedented scale. And all this makes the Commonwealth family, or the non or semi-governmental organisations within the system, large and small, and often working at very humble levels, far away from the limelight and the public gaze and the media. It makes them a crucial pillar, I would say the crucial pillar, in the Commonwealth system. Now, as a result of all that, we're beginning to see the Commonwealth being realised and being cited as the model of future international cooperation in a transformed world conditions, very different from the old-fashioned hierarchies and heavily loaded secretariats of the past. My sixth point is that the Commonwealth is emerging as very much part of a radically altered world trade pattern, containing as it does at least 10 of the fastest growing and high-tech countries and markets globally, as well as many in more difficult circumstances. But it's notable that this newly formed Asian trade work we've heard about, the so-called, rather clumsily named, Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, which Britain has now applied to join. 6 of its members, and if we join 7, more than half, will be actually Commonwealth countries. Now, the Commonwealth is also developing new forms of security and defence cooperation. It doesn't get much talked about or covered in the press, but it's quietly going on, particularly in the cyber and intelligence fields. Out of the Five Eyes countries, intelligence networks in Asia, again, 4 of them are Commonwealth, with India planning to join. So the Commonwealth presence is highly effective there. And then again, people don't really realise that the Commonwealth is now quietly effective and a growing pressure system for addressing the global priorities we're all concerned with and righting historic wrongs. For instance, pandemic dangers, gender inequality, minority discrimination, human rights abuses, disease control, blindness, HIV control, mass migration, illiteracy, lack of girls' education, general poverty issues, which are quite unacceptable, energy deficiencies, and so on. The list goes on. And they're doing this especially through key organizations, which are frankly unmatched in their scope on the world stage. I'm referring to organizations like the Commonwealth of Learning, or the Association of Commonwealth Universities, 530 of them, or I'm told it's even more than that. There's nothing like this that exists anywhere else on the planet. So finally, I can add one point rather from my own British point of view, and we're of course part of the network. We're not necessarily at the centre of any hub. We are part of a network that has emerged in the last few years. The Commonwealth is a major factor in the transmission of this country's, of my own country's soft power, or what some people call now wise power, as is being proposed as the major influential stream, as it were, or influence, major influential factor in the current UK government integrated review of foreign policy, defence and development. Again, many media commentators have missed that, talked a lot about troop numbers and defence, but actually it's soft power that is going to be the spearhead for Britain's global influence and global positioning in the world that lies ahead. So thank you for listening. That's more than enough from me. And I do congratulate the Rampal Institute very warmly again for its unending work in the great cause of Commonwealth unity based on the highest and the best human values. Thank you.
Thank you to Lord Howell for that. Lord Howell has actually written quite extensively, not only on the Commonwealth, but also on environment. I was already here in London in 2011 and 12 and 13 when we were putting together the Commonwealth Charter. And he was Minister for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs at that time. And I remember he was, during the drafting stage, he was always referring to the Charter as the Commonwealth Magna Charter. So clearly his heart is in for the Commonwealth as well. We shall proceed. And here, let me call on Secretary General Stephen Twigg. Hello, Stephen. Good to see you. May I call on you to make your presentation at this point? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, and it's a pleasure to be on a panel presided over by you and to see you again virtually. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to participants. And let me say, first of all, it's a pleasure to follow Lord Howell, a characteristically thought-provoking overview from him in that video message. And let me start as you did, Your Excellency, by reflecting a little on the last year, because of course events have been dominated by the impact of the COVID pandemic. And like you, I wanted to take the opportunity to think about and remember all of those who've lost lives, those who've lost loved ones, family members and friends, and of course the many who are living with COVID as we meet here today, but also perhaps to reflect a little more widely on the impact that the measures associated with COVID have had, the broader impact, of course, on health and on education, very importantly, and the effect on economies and the fiscal flexibility that governments and parliaments have. And the reason that I highlight that is that it provides a backdrop, I think, to some of our discussions around sustainable development and the challenges of air pollution, the environment more broadly, and the impact of climate change. There is a risk with a fiscal space that is a lot tighter as a consequence of the economic impact of the past 12 months. There is a risk that we lose the focus on some of the key elements that made up Agenda 2030, adopted now almost 6 years ago at the United Nations, better known as the Sustainable Development Goals. And I want to use this event today to make the case for why it's so important that we stay with Agenda 2030, that we reaffirm the central importance of the SDGs as we move forward and their relevance to the specific topic of this very important conference on air pollution. Sustainable Development Goal 3 will rightly now have a great deal of focus because of the events of the past year, and of course SDG 3 includes specific targets around reducing the impact on health of hazardous substances. Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is all about sustainable cities and communities, includes a specific target of the reduction of the adverse impact of cities, and of course air pollution is a very, very prime example of such an adverse impact. So it seems to me that tackling air pollution, although it's not stated explicitly in those terms within the Sustainable Development Goals, is absolutely central to those goals, and not just to number 3 and number 11. We know, and this is being addressed at this conference, that women, children, marginalized communities are often the hardest hit by the negative impact of air pollution. So it is hugely relevant to the other goals, including those on poverty and inequality, including SDG 5 on gender equality, and of course SDG 4 on education. And reflecting on my time as a former Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, issues of air pollution around schools, around the routes to school, as well as the homes that children were growing up in, were absolutely crucial issues, as I know they are in Commonwealth countries right the way across the board. But I also wanted to highlight, to show the universal relevance of this to the global goals, SDG 16 and SDG 17. Global Goal 16, which is the one that we at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association are most focused on, is about peaceful and inclusive societies, including how we have effective governance. And of course, SDG 17 is all about partnerships, how we collaborate with one another, cross-country and cross-sector, to achieve the other goals. And I think this speaks very much to what Lord Howell was saying, that the ability of the Commonwealth and the citizens of the Commonwealth to network with each other is a great feature of the Commonwealth, but I think is also a very important way in which we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Partnerships will be crucial, and I think the Commonwealth has already played an important part, as we've heard, but could play an even more proactive part in the future. And this year we have some key opportunities. Of course, in June, we have the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda, delayed from last year, the CHOGM meeting, right at the centre of the work of the Commonwealth. And then, of course, later this year in Glasgow, we have COP26. And I wanted to cite what I think is a really positive example of partnership within the Commonwealth that has relevance both to CHOGM and to COP26. And that is the call to action on sustainable urbanisation. And I pay tribute to my friends and colleagues at the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, who've brought together a range of different Commonwealth partners to address how we can make the urbanisation process one that is as sustainable as possible. So the CLGF, the Local Government Forum, their Sustainable Cities Network, but also working with the Commonwealth Association of Planners, the Commonwealth Association of Architects, and the Association of Commonwealth Universities. And the call was issued last month as part of the run-up to CHOGM. It is very much about Commonwealth organisations coming together to urge the heads of government meeting to address the importance of sustainable urbanisation. And I think central to any vision of how urbanisation can be sustainable is that it should be clean and it should be green, and clearly tackling all forms of pollution including air pollution, is critical to that. And parliamentarians, I think, have an important complementary as well as leadership role to play. And let me say a little bit about that now. So I joined the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association as its Secretary General last August. This year, we are celebrating our 110th anniversary. We bring together parliamentarians across the Commonwealth, both national and importantly, sub-national parliamentarians. So over 180 different legislatures come together. And I think it's incredibly important for us that we are supporting our parliamentarian members and parliamentary staff to work with civil society, to work with local government, to work with the private sector, trade unions, and other key players if we're going to address the challenges of climate change and environmental degradation as effectively as possible. This year is also the 40th anniversary of our small branches network, which brings together those branches of the CPA whose populations are under 500,000, many of whom are small island developing states. And I'll say something more about that in a moment. Parliamentarians, of course, have a role to play here in passing the best legislation possible to protect the environment and tackle air pollution. They have a responsibility to hold governments to account to the commitments which governments have signed up to internationally. But I also think parliamentarians have a role to play as champions of clean air, not just nationally in their jurisdictions, but in their own local constituencies, working with others to address the ways in which air pollution causes damage at a local level. And last week, our International Executive Committee met virtually, as we all do these days, and agreed our strategic plan for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for the next 5 years. And this will include 4 years, will include a renewed emphasis on the importance of partnerships, on the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular on climate change. And as I mentioned before, our small branches celebrating their 40th anniversary this year, they have played a critical role in bringing issues relating to the environment and climate change higher up the CPA's agenda. So last year, for example, they held a series of webinars working with UNESCO in this instance to focus on climate change and biodiversity. And I am very keen during the period of this next strategic plan through to the end of 2025 to work with others to address some of these important challenges, and in particular to start this year in the run-up to COP26. Now, as Lord Howe says, a strength of the Commonwealth is that it is a set of networks that can work together to foster change. Yes, it is institutions, but as Lord Howe said, it is also a network of people. And I wanted just briefly to say something in particular about young people. It is often said that 60% of the citizens of the Commonwealth are young, and young people have an incredibly important role to play as we shape the future of the world, but in particular for this conversation, the future of the Commonwealth. And we know that often children and young people put older members of society like me to shame with their passion and commitment and knowledge when it comes to issues around the environment and climate change. But we also know, specifically on the question of air pollution, that actually children are often the hardest hit in terms of their health by the impact of air pollution. So I think we have a special responsibility in the Commonwealth, and both the governments and parliaments of the Commonwealth, as well as its institutions, have that special responsibility to engage with young people and indeed with children to ensure that we address this crisis of air pollution with the seriousness that it deserves, and that we make those connections that I mentioned earlier, the connection to health, the connection to sustainable cities, the connection to education, as we do so. And I wanted to finish with that point because I hope it is one that will be reflected as we all work together beyond this important conference to take these matters to CHOGM, to COP26 and elsewhere. I wish to thank the Ramphal Institute for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from the other two speakers who I know are real experts in this specific field in a way that I am not, but I hope that some of the things that I've said can contribute to this discussion, and that the conference itself can act as a catalyst within the Commonwealth to ensure that the important specific subject of air pollution has a higher priority as part of our broader work to tackle climate change and promote sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. I think if we work backwards, putting the people as the target, as Lord Howell says, and you are repeating as well, Secretary General, if we put people first and then work backward on thinking of how to have everyone safe, all people safe, develop networks, develop partnerships, develop collaboration. And I'm thinking here in particular about parts of the world such as the one I come from, where we really depend on networks, where we really depend on partnership, and where we really depend on knowledge and experience to help us. Where we are probably safe at this moment, we know we will not be safe at the next moment or tomorrow or the day after. So if we put people first and then develop all the thinking around the people, I think Lord Howell has defined that quite well for us. So thank you, Secretary General, and may I go to our next distinguished panelist, Dr. Alice Caudier. Please, Dr. Caudier, if we can hear from you. Thank you. David, have we lost Dr. Caudier?
So she's on. She's showing. Yes, we might have lost her. So let's just go to Nopenyo.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Mr. Dabla, will you be ready to take over for the moment while we wait for Dr. Caudier?
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please take the floor.
And thank you very much, Your Excellency, and also thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this very interesting discussion, this very timely discussion as well in terms of where we're going and the effect we've been seeing recently over the past years. And here I would actually be talking more about the energy sector and the impact the energy sector will actually have on this matter, looking into air pollution, but also looking at climate change in general. And I'm Nopenyo that was introduced earlier, and I focused on Sub-Saharan Africa, and so my focus also for this intervention will also be on the continent, especially on what we're seeing in Eastern, Southern, as well as Western Africa. I would like to request, if it's possible to actually have my presentation put up.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can already go to the next slide. Thank you very much. I mean, Africa, as we know, it is one of the. It has an energy sector, so that is really lagging behind the way the continent is growing economically, and at this time we see that just the unreliable supply of electricity costs the continent about 4% or 4 points of GDP every year. But it's also a continent where we see growing economic activity and growing population, which will actually call for more energy to be deployed, more especially on the power sector. But the way the picture looks is that quite a lot of the installed power generation capacity is from fossil fuels, especially diesel or heavy oil, which pollute quite a lot. And across many of our cities, we have high level of fine particle pollution, which is exacerbated by the fact that we will need to produce more and more energy for the economic development. And when you look at West Africa, for example, from 2015, where the install of the energy demand was supposed to be at was at around 50 gigawatt hours. By 2030, that number is to quadruple, right? To a bit more than 200,000 gigawatt hours. And it's the same picture we see in Eastern and Southern Africa as well. By 2040, it's actually supposed to grow even more, for about 6 times. But when we look at the install capacity in 2019, about 70% of the install capacity came from non-renewable sources, which really puts a stress on what the efforts that we need to make are. And the overall now energy space, when you look at it globally, just going beyond the power sector, it has also not been improving as much as we would have it. Over the past 15 years, it has stagnated around 20% coming from renewables across the continent. And according to our projections at ARENA, Africa actually has the potential to actually make that level up to 50% between now and 2030. But for that to happen, we need to have the policies in place. We need to have the political will, the engagement, and also the financing that will come towards this objective. Next slide, please. And so to answer to that, ARENA has launched back in 2014 the Clean Energy Corridor Initiative, which benefits from high level of political support, starting in Eastern and Southern Africa with the Africa Clean Energy Corridor, which aims at promoting the development of effective renewable energy power options and strengthen the process for the trade of electricity. As we know, some countries will have more potential in some areas than others, and having them interconnected will actually create this economy of scale that will actually help renewables develop even further. And in 2016, the same initiative was extended to West Africa through the West Africa Clean Energy Corridor. And its implementation actually follows several pillars or several areas of work. The first one being identifying and quantifying the resource available for wind and solar, and then helping the countries in planning for the deployment of these technologies. Third pillar would be setting up the regulatory and the technology and the financing framework to actually support the implementation of the initiatives. And then you have capacity building and awareness raising and political support, which are also very important to actually take the work forward. Next slide, please. So as I explained earlier, so the political support over there is actually really high. The Africa Clean Energy Corridor was approved by the Ministers of Energy of Eastern and Southern Africa back in 2014 already. And while in West Africa, the West Africa Clean Energy Corridor has benefited even from the level of support from or endorsement by the heads of state and government in 2017. And at the Africa level, at continental level, wide, the Specialized Technical Committee of the African Union, which comprises of the ministries of energy across from all countries on the continent, has also adopted these initiatives and recommended countries to actually use them to guide them towards international planning for energy and also for climate change. Next slide, please. As I was mentioning earlier, we have 5 areas of support, but I would like to actually stress a bit more on the planning aspect and the planning work, because when we all know that the issues will not necessarily be solved today or in the medium term, but then countries need to have the capacity to actually plan for the long term in order to have to deploy more renewables into their power systems. And so in that respect, we've been working with countries and on their long-term planning processes, and also training them on tools, and we have developed ourselves, and then from them to actually have them at their disposal to plan their power systems accordingly. And that has borne some fruits in Southern Africa. The Southern African Power Pool Master Plan to 2040 was benefited from contributions from our side, and so did the Power Generation and Transmission Master Plan of the ECOWAS, so the Economic Community of West African States, to 2033. And at national level as well, we've been supporting these planning processes in Eswatini, Sierra Leone, and Cameroon, which are also, as we all know here, some members of the the Commonwealth as well. And at continental level, the continental plans for such as the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, and also the Africa Continental Master Plan have also been benefiting from the support that comes under the planning pillar of the Africa Clean Energy Corridor. And so here I've been talking quite a lot about the power. Sorry, next slide, please. The power sector, the Greek and the power sector. But we know that quite a lot of the access issues and quite a lot of the people who also are the victims of or direct victims of climate change and air pollution, also in rural areas, where or in the energy system we call them off-grid areas, where places where the grid does not reach. And according to the SDGs, which Stephen was referring to earlier, SDG 7 on access to sustainable energy. I mean, the tracking shows that we are still quite far. I mean, quite far. I mean, quite a lot of efforts still need to be put in order to reach the target by 2030. And we see that currently we have about 600 million Africans who don't have access to electricity. And if no more effort is put, we will still have quite a large share, a bit more than 500 million people who still won't have electricity by 2030. I mean, what this means is that issues such as clean cooking or access to clean cooking solutions through electricity would also not be solved. And as we know, indoor air pollution due to the use of not sustainable sources is also a big cause of death and illnesses across several countries, and women and children are the prime victims of indoor air pollution in that context due to lack of clean cooking solutions. Next slide, please. So in trying to address the energy access issues, IRENA has established this International Off-Grid Renewable Energy Conference and Exhibition, which is a collaborative platform for sharing knowledge and best practice and approaches to scale up off-grid renewable energy. And all the work we do on the energy access or off-grid side actually falls under this overall framework. And as part of that, we've been working with West Africa, so the institutions of the West Africa, or the Economic Community of West African States, to come up with key programs that will actually help on the off-grid side as well, and such as the Entrepreneurship Support Facility to help SMEs, and with special focus on women and gender, and also on the productive use of electricity to come up and benefit from our support and also our linkage we can bring them to financial institutions. Another pillar is the certification for sustainable energy skills, which tries to establish a regionally harmonized certification system for solar PV installers across the West Africa region. And the development of this scheme has already started with some piloting already been done in countries such as Ghana. And another area of focus that we are also been implementing over the past couple of years now is also the renewable energy solutions for healthcare facilities. And as we know, healthcare facilities, or in Africa, healthcare facilities, maybe quarter of them do not have reliable access to electricity. And we've been doing country level assessment to evaluate the need and coming up with business models and delivery models that will help off-grid, rural healthcare centers, which are often located off-grid, to benefit from clean energy as well as part of the development and their service delivery. So next slide, please. Thank you. So then this one I'll just run through it quickly, because the solutions for access to electricity and deployment of renewables, I've mentioned them briefly, but one key success factor is usually this integrated electrification strategies and planning that will drive policy making and investment actions. I think because regulatory certainty is often seen as one of the very key elements to drive investment and to drive investment into clean energy, and also to drive the deployment at large. And that is very important to actually has been proven in many countries to have made the case for the progress they've made in deploying renewables, and that's one of the recommendations to take forward. Another point would be innovation and in technology and business models. I've been talking earlier about the issue of clean cooking, and that's or service delivery to northern areas. And innovation technologies would be actually very important to actually address really the adoption side as well, which seems to be one of the bottlenecks to matters of clean cooking. Well, one key point also here is the role of women in this, as the energy sector seems to be the sector where women seem to be not so much involved, and it will be, and given the reach of the energy sector and all the economic aspects, it's having women in it will actually really help with the deployment and the way forward. Next slide, please. I think I will skip the next slide for now, but then we'll go to this one after that, which will be my last slide. So the next one. Thank you. So quickly then, as part of since as part of the climate action process, countries have been asked under the Paris Agreement to submit a revised or an enhanced NDC last year before the COP, which has now been postponed to later this year. And in this process, IRENA is also supporting a number of countries across the world in raising their ambitions to include more renewables into their NDCs and reduce the level of CO2 emissions. And this support is being provided through a number of our service offerings, including this long-term planning work I've talked about, but also data and statistics and this monitoring, review and verification frameworks, but also capacity building on policy and technology, as well as technical assistance and project facilitation for those projects which are now part of the NDCs to actually attract the investment that they need for them to be implemented. So quickly, that would be what I wanted to cover in this presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dabla, for that very comprehensive discussion and presentation. Clearly, Sub-Saharan Africa is already quite forward in its planning. And thank you. You and Secretary General CPA had touched on the impact of this on SDGs, the relevant SDGs, and also on women and youth. I always feel that there is a conflict at this point in the development of. I'm glad you had all the seeds there, so I could see all of us there, and Irina clearly has some engagement with all of us. But seeds in particular have. I think there's a conflict at this point in seeds in particular, where we are trying to industrialize, but the cost of energy, one, and two, the fact that the current types of energy are seen to be our enemies as well. So we need to move on to other forms of energy. You have talked about renewable energy and green energy as well. So that conflict needs to be addressed. Here we are trying to industrialize. What kind of energy must we have? So I hope Irina will be a source of assistance to the other parts of developing Commonwealth as it is to clearly sub-Saharan Africa at the moment. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Dabla. If we have Dr. Kaudia available, perhaps we can hear her at this point.
Very much. Sorry, I went offline a little because
lovely.
The power cut off.
Lovely.
Yes,
we'll give you the
back.
floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency and dear panelists, distinguished participants. Thank you so much. We thank the Ramphal Institute for giving the Climate and Clean Air Coalition the opportunity to share its experience with regards to networking. I think I'll go straight to try and share my screen. If it works, fine. If not, I might ask the organizers to share, but let me see if it will work. And I think here we are. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, yes. Yes, we are.
Okay. All right, let me go to the view and so the subject that we are going to discuss is on building Commonwealth collaborative frameworks for reducing air pollution. And I just thought of using this picture of a marketplace in Africa, where, as you know, in a marketplace, the buyers and sellers know themselves. And similarly, in networking, an entity needs to know who does what where best. So you are getting the best partnerships to enable the networking. In moving on this presentation, I would want to, touch briefly on why we need to redress air pollution. I will then discuss foundations for effective networking with focus on air pollution prevention and mitigation. And then I'll share with you the experience of what we're doing currently under the Africa Integrated Assessment of Air Pollution and Climate Change in Africa, which is financed by the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. And then we'll draw some lessons, and then I'll have an open discussion. Now, let me take the opportunity to briefly just present to you the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. This is a global forum whose mission is to fight short-lived climate pollutants. It's a partnership, and therefore of international organizations and NGOs and actors at the local ground. There are over 100 states partners and non-state partners and hundreds of local actors across economic sectors that have been identified to have significant impact on air pollution. Where does CCAC work? This is a huge network, and as you can see from this global map, we have country partners, and they literally, I can say, all the 54 Commonwealth of nations are touched by Climate and Clean Air Coalition. With country partners, we have country actors. The black dots are representing cities where we are working. India is one of the most recent members of the CCAC and the African Union Commission. So it's a very huge network that presents a huge opportunity for Commonwealth of Nations to work together. Why do we want to redress air pollution? The CCAC, let me mention, interfaces research, policy, policy implementation. And through its research, it has been shown that the models suggest that we can reach the 1.5 degrees target if we have a combination of tackling short-lived pollutants, as we also tackle the CO2 and other major pollutants like methane. So graphically, we can see that we can be able to actually reach the 1.5 degrees faster if our combination of actions includes reduction of prevention or emission of short-lived climate pollutants. More importantly, 3 areas that are important. We can have avoided warming. Certainly, if we include the reduction of SLCPs, it will also be to improve health, avoided deaths of 1.5 million people arising out of outdoor and outdoor air pollution. We all need food to survive, and these pollutants affect our agricultural productivity. And for certain crops, like maize staple crops, we can avoid loss of 24 million tons. So really, we have a case here that using short-lived climate pollutants have got an added benefit of enabling fast action with multiple benefits to climate, to human health, to crop yields, and to animal health. In our experience, there are certain necessary conditions that can enable effective networking on mitigation. One is global consensus on the need to prevent and mitigate air pollution. I think the opening speech clearly indicated that the consensus reached by the Commonwealth of Nations has been driving the Commonwealth to address air pollution. So having that global consensus is very important. We also have the Paris Agreement. These are just examples of these global agreements that are driving our action, or rather legitimizing and informing us from a scientific point of view what action needs to be taken. We have Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030, the United Nations General Assembly resolutions on air pollution. I'll come to that later. We have regional agreements, like in Africa, we have all the 8 regions, the East Africa Community, the Southern Africa Community, the West African Community, the Northern, the Central, have agreements on how they should tackle air pollution. I will share with you how constitutional provisions of a right to clean air can actually drive action. We have an example from Kenya where the Kenya Constitution, Article 42, provides that every person has got a right to a clean and healthy environment. That broad constitutional provision gives us a broad range of opportunity to take action to ensure that the air we breathe is clean. There should also be national structures that support inclusive participatory action from the village to national level. I always say that we can make very huge, good policy statements at the global platforms, but until we demonstrate how those policies can be implemented at the lowest level of governance, then we will actually be good at making with very limited action and transformative change. Allow me at this point to introduce the assessment which we are doing currently in Africa. It is Africa Integrated Assessment on Air Pollution and Climate Change. The objectives of the assessment are to determine how action on SLCPs can limit air pollution in Africa in the context of sustainable development in Africa. It will also enable us to understand the potential to limit change in the near term, that is 5 to 10 years, with implications for adaptation. As you're aware, in Africa, adaptation is key because we definitely stand to suffer from the negative impact of change. We also established for climate change and air pollution. This assessment is made by CCAC in partnership with NET and the Africa. How we structured development. And this is the example I wanted to show so that we do net, because networking can be simple, it can also be complex. Now, we have started to have co-chairs. I am the coordinating co-chair, and we did assign ourselves such that the whole continent is covered. So I cover the Eastern region. We have a co-chair that covers the Northern Africa, and one that covers Southern and Western Africa. Beyond the co-chairs, we have a coordination group that actually meets every Thursday, so that we're able to keep on what decisions we have made. And in my experience, networking is effective if there's close monitoring on how action is taken. Now, this core group is under the supervision of an international advisory group drawing on eminent scientists, policymakers, politicians, and the business community. We also have then a monitoring group which represents the science team, and the scientific team generates information to inform policy. But the coordination group is, the core group is also supported by a wider assessment group that draws on other expertise that scientifically supports the process. Then the coordination group directly links to the African Union Commission, the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, and the regional economic blocks that have mentioned. But more importantly, we have focal points in every country in Africa. These focal points make our modeling, ensure that the models of the science is relevant to policy of the respective countries. Because as I said before, we can have global consensus, but how does that translate to the country level situations in terms of national development priorities? Now, we are also linked to the academia, so we have authors from various institutions bringing in science and policy interface. As I mentioned earlier, a network must have a mandate that has been agreed upon by members of a network. In this particular case, with regards to the Africa Integrated Assessment on Air Pollution and Climate Change, we have anchored it on Africa Union Agenda 2063, whereby one of the aspirations is to develop and facilitate implementation of Africa air quality standards and other forms of pollution. There is also the globally acknowledged link between air pollution and climate change, and we make reference to the 17th session of African Ministerial Conference on Environment, where there was actually a decision that African countries should focus decisively on the prevention and mitigation of emission of short-lived climate pollutants, while concurrently addressing the conventional greenhouse gas emissions. And there have been various resolutions by the United Nations Environment Assembly. We have listed them all here just to demonstrate that whereas there is global consensus that there is need to urgently tackle the challenge presented by air pollution on human health, the environment, agricultural systems, there's still a lot to be done. And I think this is where the Commonwealth of Nations can have also a very strong anchorage, whereby we need to say, if all these resolutions have been made, what action has been taken? What is stopping us from moving forward? What technology, innovation, knowledge, and human capacity is stopping forward movement? And we really need to move forward very, very fast, because as we see also in the World Health Assembly, there have also been resolutions. So the question is, why are we not moving forward? And I think here is where we have a case for strong networks. We need
Dr. Kaudia, may I just interrupt? We are moving to the end of our time slot.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if you can wrap up now. Thank you.
Very quickly, I am there. This is an example of what we did in Asia, whereby we aligned all the SDGs with the emissions and action that should be taken. In conclusion, Her Excellency, you came just when I was coming to the last slide. We are saying that for us to network effectively, we need a global focus. We need partnerships, and we need explicit constitutional provisions in respective countries to support the networking and action on air pollution. And an organization like Climate and Clean Air Coalition with global membership can be very handy because it interfaces science, policy, and action. And I think this slide is open. As I say, thank you, and I'm open for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Kaudia. I think one small thing that you mentioned, which is not small at all, but was regarding air pollution and impact not only on people, but on animals and plants as well around us. And I thought we never normally think about animals and plants. Humans pollute the air, but other creatures that we have symbiotic relationship with, if they're not there, we won't have life, etc. We tend to forget that we are also responsible for life around us. So I was, the other thing that you mentioned is the ability of governments to implement all these international policies and laws and decisions that are being made. And I think Secretary General Twigg mentioned earlier on the role of Parliament and parliamentarians. And we've also listened to the collaboration that must be had and are already there existing between states and private sector and NGOs and even civil society. All those things, these are the mechanisms that will ensure that as we take ownership of all these policies that we are party to making, we will be able to implement all these things. And I think, again, I go back to Lord Howell's philosophy that the network is for people. So if we put people in the center of everything, surely all governments, all implementers and implementation mechanisms will address all the issues that is relevant to people, including Mr. Dabla mentioned women in indoor pollution, where there's no other means of power. Women are cooking on firewood. So yes, they are being polluted all the time, probably 3 times a day, making 3 meals a day. These are the things that need to be addressed. We have only 3 more minutes, David, before our time is up.
Yes, Excellency. We have, I think we can go till about 5 after 12. So I know the other panel is working, and Nompemnia has to leave at noon. So we can maybe take an additional 5 minutes in case we have a question or two. So.
All right. Is there any question? Is there any question? Sorry. I'd like to put a question. Dr. Kaudia has been doing a lot of talking, so I'll skip her for a moment. But I'll go to, maybe I'll go to SG Twigg. The CPA has, I think you and I have been through this before. My view is that CPA has convening power, and you actually do. CPA actually has convening power. So how can the Commonwealth parliamentary networks help to advance air quality management and address the harmful effects of air pollution to both climate change and human health? If I may put that to you, please, SG Stephen Twigg.
Thank you very much. And I think what I'm very keen to do is to build upon work that we have done previously. So I mentioned when I spoke some of the work that our small branches network has done already in the broader sphere of the environment, climate change, and particularly with the focus on biodiversity. And as you said, Your Excellency, in particular, that engagement with small island developing states is important. What we seek to do is to equip parliamentarians and parliamentary staff. So, for example, we produce toolkits to support our members to be effective within their parliaments. And we have had toolkits, for example, over the last year or so on climate change and also on COVID. I suspect, listening to the other presentations today, that there is scope for us to be doing more at a regional level within the regions of the CPA, as well as pursuing things globally. And one of the things I'll take away from what I think has been a fascinating discussion and listening to the other presentations in particular is what scope there is, for example, for our Africa region to be working at a regional level. I think a lot's already happening in our Pacific region, but to explore with them what more they might do, as well as the resource that we can provide centrally. Final point for me, I think partnership is a watchword for this session, and listening to Dr. Caudier and learning more about the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, I think parliamentarians working closely with that coalition, both within the Commonwealth but also beyond the Commonwealth, will be an important element too.
Thank you. And I'll put this one to Mr. Dabler. Would a common position by the Commonwealth on air pollution heighten awareness of the links to climate change and human health concerns and spur countries globally to prioritize this issue as part of their climate action efforts? Mr. Dabler. Listening to you clearly, the sub-Saharan region clearly has a lot of, it has a plan, shall we say. It looks like it has a global plan as far as that, you know, if we may call sub-Sahara a global area.
Exactly. Yeah. No, exactly, and absolutely. And I think this high level type of commitment is usually has to be the key, has to be the first, it's a key enabler, and it has to be the beginning to drive further action into any topic, and especially now in the topic related to air pollution, is having a common position and having it in the framework of, you know, already existing, you know, long-term kind of framework such as Agenda 2030 would actually help drive the discussion forward, and not for it not to be, you know, diluted sometimes as it is under other initiatives that at large target the same fights against climate action or others, but then more specifically towards air pollution.
Thank you. I think we are all agreeing that networking and collaboration is very important here. So can I put this question to, and the last question, and then we'll end our session, to Dr. Caudier. Can concerted effort by Commonwealth countries accelerate global efforts at managing air quality and climate change mitigation? And that was, I'd like that to go to Dr. Caudier.
Thank you very much. I agree with you, yes, it can accelerate action, and consultations among scientists, policy makers, policy implementers, and particularly parliamentarians is very critical. Why do I anchor it on parliamentarians? Because parliamentarians pass budgets. They will make decisions on which policies are necessary and how much money can be allocated. So if we can advocate for air pollution prevention and mitigation to be a focus of national budgets of Commonwealth of Nations, can make very strong impactful change.
Are we losing Dr.
That's what I can say.
All right. Thank you. I think SG, we all agree to that because SG would have supported you on that, that parliamentarians are critical here. They're critical. I mean, you yourself, Dr. Kaudia, has said that your constitution actually provides for the rights of people to clean environment, etc. So if parliamentarians can stand up and tell the government, as SG Twigg said, Parliament has to hold the government to account. So I think that's a role that has to be emphasized here as well. So let me thank you all. And now, as I've said earlier, I've been so privileged to be, I've forgotten the word, coordinating all your presentations and listening to all your ideas and learning from what you are all doing and what can be done, what's possible across the globe as far as this matter of air pollution control and management is concerned. So thank you very much for that. David?
Excellency, thank you very much for a great session again, and thank SG Twigg, Dr. Kaudia, and Napenyo for joining us. We will end here now, and we ask everyone who's is attending to join us immediately for the next session, which starts immediately after this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks as well. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
welcome everybody to this session 8 on the important issue of advancing the global campaign for a right to clean air. This was something that those who took part in our first international conference in 2018 asked the Ramphal Institute to pursue. And in 2019, Dr. Sindra Sharma Kushal, who is actually moderating the next session after lunch, at least after lunch here, a paper on the possibility of achieving such a right based on the experience of the right to clean water, which was the result of 10 years campaigning, and the United Nations agreed to that in 2015. Many of us who were tuned in yesterday will have heard the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Patricia Scotland, say that she thought human right to clean air is a basic human right. And those of us who've been working for this are much encouraged. We have also learned that there are different elements here, and I'm sure we'll discuss them in the course of today's debate. Among those things that are going on are the campaign for a right to a clean and healthy environment, which some 60 states, including many African Commonwealth states, support, and which Dr. David Boyd, who we will be hearing from shortly, who is the UN Special Rapporteur, hopes will get support at the UN Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly this year. There has also been other developments which are relevant. As was discussed yesterday, there was this important coroner's decision in the UK last year related to the little girl Ella, who died from asthma and excessive exposure to road transport emissions. And the coroner decided that this was a case of death by air pollution. And this was obviously important for all common law jurisdictions which apply throughout much of the Commonwealth. And as a result of that, there is a campaign running in the UK for what is known as Ella's Law. It is supported by the Murdoch Press, the Times newspaper, for example, which is keen to see a new Clean Air Act, which would put into legislation in the UK a real commitment to a human right to clean air. This is obviously something that follows up the first Clean Air Act back in 1956, which put aid to the terrible smogs in London at that time, and would be a lasting legacy for her. Yesterday, we heard Simon Burkitt in one of our sessions say that that there is a real call for a Clean Air Act now, which will also include tighter WHO regulations. We are expecting these, or he says we can expect these to come in May, and this is going to be a new benchmark for Commonwealth countries throughout the world as to what clean air or polluted air is now being recommended. So this is a time of change, and I think this is a time that is very good to be looking at all of this, because there are many disputes as to the right way forward. Which is the priority? Is it a right to a healthy environment? Should we be pushing on for a right to clean air? What will this actually mean in different countries? Because there's always been a question mark as to how far UN rights of any kind are actually translated into the experience of individuals in the countries concerned. And it is therefore with great pleasure that in welcoming you, I welcome 4 participants today, only 2 of whom are actually with us live. But the first is a very distinguished person, Henrietta Fore, who is the American 7th Executive Director of UNICEF, which is one of the sponsors for our event today and yesterday. She was appointed in January 2018. She has a long record of public service, championing economic development, education, health, humanitarian assistance. And between 2007 and 2009, she was administrator of US Agency for International Development, the first woman in that position, in charge of a budget of 39.5 billion US. And actually, the budget last year, in 2019 for UNICEF was only 6.4 billion. So it is an illustration of the difference in scale between some of our international agencies and individual wealthy countries. The role of UNICEF has been implied several times in our discussions already. The danger to women and children, particularly from indoor air pollution, has been stressed. We had some information yesterday about damage to unborn children from mothers living in heavily polluted circumstances. So we really welcome her participation. It will, I'm afraid, have to be recorded. She has made a statement. There will be a video which we'll put up shortly. The second recorded statement comes from Dr. David Boyd, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, who is also an Associate Professor of Law, Policy and Sustainability at the University of British Columbia. So I think it will still be before dawn in Vancouver at the moment. He has written several books, 10 books, and over 100 reports, and he is jointly appointed at the Institute for Resources, Environment and Sustainability and the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs. And as I mentioned, it is his hope that in the course of this year, the UN will agree a right to a healthy environment. And he sees this as a major step forward. Then the next person we're very honored to have here is a very distinguished journalist, writer, documentary filmmaker, and academic, Sanjoy Hazarika, who is International Director of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative in New Delhi. That is the premier organization in civil society pushing for human rights around the Commonwealth, with offices also in Accra and London. And he has recently been part of a call in London on work that is being done there for to end modern slavery. This is a major recent campaign and an effective one, I think, being run by the CHRI. And then, not least, is a very experienced diplomat and campaigner based in Geneva, Mark Liman, who is executive director of the Universal Rights Group, a think tank based based in Geneva. He's based in Geneva, but there are offices also in New York and Bogota, and it is focused on international human rights policy. He actually founded this think tank and had worked for quite a while as a diplomat at the UN Human Rights Council. So I think his perspective will be very interesting in terms of how the UN Human Rights Council deals with these issues of rights, socioeconomic rights, and specifically right to a healthy environment, the possibility of a right to clean air. So without further ado, because we're trying to catch up a little bit of time, everybody needs, I think, a break in due course. I would like to ask the organizers to put up the statement and video from UNICEF that I know Henrietta Fore has provided for us.
On behalf of everyone at UNICEF, thank you to the Ramphal Institute for helping us shine a light on the issue of air pollution, a huge and growing threat to children around the world. Children are uniquely vulnerable to environmental harm. More than 1.7 million children under the age of 5 die every year from avoidable environmental risks. No child should die because of polluted air. And yet, air pollution contributes to nearly 500,000 deaths among infants each year. Millions more suffer from diseases like pneumonia, bronchitis, asthma, heart disease, and lung cancer. Others face impaired cognitive development. Pregnant women are at a particular risk from toxic air pollution, and as always, children living in poverty bear a disproportionate burden. Living in households forced to use polluting fuels for cooking without access to the information and health care they need to stay safe. As climate change worsens around the world, we need to act, and urgently. We need to support children's right to a safe, clean, and healthy environment, no matter where they live. Last October, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a historic resolution. It called on the world to protect children from environmental harm and include the right to a healthy environment across national legislation, plans, and policies. To make this happen, UNICEF is working shoulder to shoulder with governments to put children's rights at the heart of climate policies and actions. Since 2019, we've developed and implemented air pollution programs in 13 countries. This includes programs with youth to collect real-time data about pollution in their neighborhoods and campaigns to raise awareness about climate change and its impacts on health. We also call on all governments to join the 12 countries that have already signed the Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Action, launched at COP25. This landmark declaration sets out concrete steps that governments can take to address the environmental crisis across communities, with a specific focus on the needs of children and young people. But UNICEF also recognizes that governments cannot act alone. We all have a role to play, and that is why partnerships are at the heart of UNICEF's new Global Program Framework on Healthy Environments for Healthy Children. This approach calls for the public and private sectors to join together with civil society and communities to develop and scale up solutions that can help us shape a cleaner, safer, healthier future for all children. We need the support of the Ramphal Institute and its board of expert trustees to help us. Let us join forces to turn up the volume on this important issue, to rally others to our cause, and to help develop the solutions that can brighten the futures of tens of millions of children around the world, this generation and the next. Let's stand with children and heed their call for action on the environment. Thank you.
Намайг Наранбаатарын төгөлдөр гэдэг. Би 17 настай. Нийслэл Улаанбаатар хотын толгойд баг наранд аав ээж 2 дүүтэйг амьдардаг. Агаарын бохирдлын гол шалтгаан нь миний бодлоор Улаанбаатар хотын 70% нь гэр хороол байдаг. Тэгээ 220 мянган айл өрх гэж үзэж байна. Тэгээд жилийн 3 улирал мэдээж хавар, намар, өвөл бүгд гал түлхийн тулд одоо нүүрс, шахмал түлш, тэгээд мод бүгдийн түлхэн. Тэгээд тэр бүгдээс мэдээж утаа гарна. Тэгээд тэр бүгд нийлсээр одоо агаарын дэм бохирдолд бид нар хүрч чинь гэж бодож байна. Миний анзаарснаар миний үе болон манай доод үеийнхэн мөн дээрээс нь оюутан ах эгч нар шалгалтын дээрээ сайн төвлөрч чадахгүй. Тэгээд хичээл дээрээ одоо ингээд амархан мартдаг хичээл намаа нэг тиймэрхүү асуудалтай байна гэж би анзаарч байгаа. Мэдээж одоо энэ утааны асуудлаас болж утаа яаж алга болох вэ гэж би маш их бодсон. Тэгээд одоо Монголд бол одоо нарны эрчим хүчээр тэгээд усан цахилгаан станц тэгээд одоо салхины сенсер гэдэг 3 эрчим хүч авч штэ. Тэгээ энэ 3-ыг одоо их олшруулаад бүгдээрээ тийм эрчим хүчээр цахилгаанчилж болдгоо мүү гэж би одоо бас бодож байгаа. Агаарын бохирдлыг би анх мэдээ орсон цагаас ер нь бол мэдэрч эхэлсэн. Манай ээж ер нь өөрөө астмтай хүн. Сутааны улмаас ээжийн минь астм маш хүндэрч байнга ханиалгадаг. Тийм учраас би энэ утааг байхгүй болгочихсон гэж маш их боддог. Тэгээ ээжийн минь над тэгж харагдах надад амар хэцүү байдаг. Би юухэн сургалтанд хамрагдсанаар утаанд бидний биед ямар сөрөг нөлөө үзүүлдгийг, бидний явж байгаа газар бүр ямар түвшнэр байдгийг гэдгийг би мэдэж авсан. Бид нэр өдөр тутмын явдаг газар. Дэлгүүр, хороодууд, сургууль, цэцэрлэг гэх мэт. PM 2.5-аар үзэхэд 300-аар зааж исэн стандарт түвшнээс 12 дахин илүү гэж тооцож байгаа. Бид нар агаарын бохирдлын тухай олсон мэдээллээ найз нөхөд болон гэр бүл агаарын бохирдол өртөж байгаа тэр хүмүүст хүрэхийн тулд сошиал орчноор түгэж хэлсэн. За, YouCan page-уудс болон хүн болгоны өдөр тутмын хэрэгэлдэг пэйжүүдээр тарааж эхэлсэн байна. Олон нийтийн сүлжээгээр цацгаас гадна бид нар хүн болгонтой тулж харьцаж, тулж мэдээлэл өгөхийн тулд сургалтууд оруулсан байгаа. Мэдээж ойр байрлах цэцэрлэг сургуультай. За, энэ сургалтаараа бид нар юу түгээхийг хүссэн бэ гэхээр утаанд бидний биед ингэж нөлөөлдөг юм байна. Биднэрт утаа ийм байт юм. Та нар утаанаас ингэж сэргийлж чадах юм байна гэдэг талаар хүн болгонд тулж мэдээлэл өгч чадсан. Би мэдээж утаагүй ногоон одоо яг л гадаад уучигтэй шин дотроо ногоон ургуулдаг зүйлэгтэй тийм газар л амьдрахыг хүсэж байна яриад байд. За, мэдээж утаагүй болохын тулд бид нар нүүрс төлөхгүй гээр мод төлөхгүйгээр яаж гэрээ дулаацуулах вэ гэдэг асуудал мөн гарч ирнэ. Тэгэхэд бид нар нарны эрчим хүчээр цахилгаан гаргаж ч юм уу гэрээ тэгж дулаацуулдаг болвол мэдээж бидний амьдарч байгаа газар таагүй болох байхаа гэж би боддог. Томчуудад хандаж хэлэхэд нөхөн сэргээгдэх эрчим хүчинд суурилсан шийдлийг биднэрт шийдэж өгөөч гэж хүсэж байна.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Henrietta Fore and to UNICEF. I should add in relation to that last contribution from the young man in Mongolia, not a Commonwealth country, but when I was in Delhi, India, in February last year and visiting the UNICEF office, I was told about a scheme for young ambassadors around India, young UNICEF ambassadors who were campaigning on clean air, as well as other issues to do with children. I think we should therefore move straight away to the next recorded contribution from Dr. David Boyd, the UN Special Rapporteur for a Right to Breathe.
I am the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. I was appointed by the Human Rights Council in August of 2018 to succeed Professor John Knox, who was the first Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we live on the only planet in the universe that is known to support life. This miraculous blue-green ball is our home, and yet society is causing unprecedented levels of environmental degradation. Since the Industrial Revolution, levels of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere have risen to over 400 parts per million, the highest level in 650,000 years, triggering dangerous and unpredictable climate change. Rates of extinction are 100 times higher than normal, indicating that humans are causing the 6th max extinction in the 3.8 billion years of life on this planet. And we're in the midst of a global water crisis characterized by water pollution, water scarcity, and water-related disasters. The climate emergency, the decline of biodiversity, and the global water crisis have major consequences for the enjoyment of human rights, which I have addressed in other reports to the United Nations. But for my first report to the Human Rights Council in 2019, I focused on air pollution, which inflicts more pain, suffering, and death on humanity than any other environmental risk today. Air pollution causes more than 7 million premature deaths per year, including the deaths of more than 600,000 children aged 5 or younger. In other words, polluted air is responsible for more deaths each year than war, murder, tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, and malaria combined. And this is the tip of the iceberg, for air pollution harms the health of hundreds of millions of people every year. Indeed, the World Health Organization estimates that 90% of the world's population is exposed to levels of air pollution above WHO air quality guidelines. 7 million premature deaths. That's 800 deaths per hour. Every 5 seconds, a human life ending prematurely because of exposure to air pollution. Since a coroner's report last December concluded that Ella Kissy-DeBrua's death was caused by air pollution, we can now put a human face on this catastrophic problem. Air pollution in London, England killed this beautiful child. So let us act swiftly and in honor of her memory. Air pollution and the shocking statistics about its impact on human health and human rights are the product of household air pollution or indoor air pollution and ambient or outdoor air pollution. Household air pollution is generated by the use of solid fuels, wood, crop residues, and coal for cooking and heating within the home, as well as by burning kerosene for lighting. Ambient air pollution is caused by electricity generation from burning fossil fuels or biomass, by industry, agriculture, transportation, and poor waste management. Here are 2 lungs. Now, healthy lungs are pink. The lung on the left belonged to an individual exposed to moderate levels of air pollution, and the lung on the right belonged to an individual exposed to high levels of air pollution. Air pollution causes respiratory illness and infections while exacerbating conditions such as asthma. It also causes lung cancer. But air pollution is also a major cause of heart disease and stroke. Recent research reveals that air pollution exposure also raises the risk of adverse birth outcomes, such as low birth weight and preterm birth. Exposure impairs neurological development in childhood and contributes to neurological disorders such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases. Another key fact is that risks related to air pollution are unfairly distributed. Among the most severely harmed are women, children, the elderly, minorities, indigenous peoples, persons living in poverty, people with pre-existing health conditions, and people who fall into several of these categories. In states where household air pollution is prevalent, of course, women suffer the highest levels of exposure because of their primary role in cooking. The majority of deaths and illnesses attributed to air pollution affect people in low and middle income countries. And a study published in 2016 by the World Bank estimated that the global costs of air pollution exceed $5 trillion per year. Staggering sum. In light of this clear and compelling evidence, there is no doubt that poor air quality threatens a wide range of human rights, including the rights to life, health, and the rights of the child. Air pollution also clearly violates the right to a healthy and sustainable environment. As the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights stated at the World Health Organization's first global conference on air pollution and health, quote, "There can be no doubt that all human beings are entitled to breathe clean air." And yet there is a glaring gap in the global human rights system. The time has come for the United Nations to recognize the fundamental right to live in a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Human life, health, well-being, and dignity depend on access to clean air, safe and sufficient water, healthy and sustainably produced food, a toxic-free environment, healthy biodiversity and ecosystems, and a safe climate. Although the United Nations has not yet recognized the right to a healthy environment, many member states have done so. At least 130 states have ratified regional human rights treaties that explicitly include this right. Treaties covering Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, the Middle East, parts of Asia, and Europe. The right to a healthy environment actually enjoys constitutional status in more than 100 countries, and over 100 states include this right in their environmental legislation. In total, 80% of the world's countries, or more than 150 states, legally recognize the right to live in a healthy environment. And this includes an increasing majority of Commonwealth states, as Kenya, Jamaica, and Fiji have recently added the right to a healthy environment to their constitutions. But this map also has some glaring gaps. You can see Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, and New Zealand do not yet legally recognize the right to a healthy environment. Nevertheless, states have legal obligations to protect the enjoyment of human rights from environmental harm. My predecessor, John Knox, created framework principles on human rights and the environment that set forth 3 categories of obligations: procedural, substantive, and special obligations towards people living in vulnerable situations. My 2019 report to the Human Rights Council on the right to breathe clean air outlines 7 key steps that all states must take to fulfill their human rights obligations by reducing air pollution to acceptable levels. First, states must monitor air quality. Many states indicated to me that they have expanded or are planning to expand their air quality monitoring infrastructure. And to India's credit, it has added many air quality monitoring stations in recent years. Second, states must identify the sources of air pollution, which of course vary from nation to nation and regionally within nations. For example, the main source in one country could be air pollution or coal-fired electricity generation or transportation. Ranking sources is a vital prerequisite to determining priorities for action. Third, states must engage the public, offering education about the causes and consequences of air pollution, providing information about the levels and sources of air pollution, and enabling public participation in decisions that could affect air quality. And finally, of course, ensuring access to justice and effective remedies in cases where people's rights are being violated or threatened. Fourth, states must enact legislation, regulations, and standards to create legally binding and enforceable limits on air pollution. Fifth, states must develop national air quality action plans with timelines and specific measures to be taken to improve air quality. Sixth, states must develop and implement the plans, regulations, and standards by allocating adequate resources and with strict enforcement policies. And my ladies and gentlemen, from the United Kingdom to India, this is the step where many states are failing, in the implementation and enforcement step. And seventh, states must of course evaluate progress, and if it is not satisfactory, revise their plans to be stronger and more expeditious in achieving the air quality standards. My report also contains extensive examples of good practices in each of these 7 categories. For example, France, the Philippines, and the Dominican Republic have laws that specifically identify their citizens' right to breathe clean air. 2 initiatives that dramatically improved air quality in many countries were laws phasing out leaded gasoline and reducing the sulfur content of transport fuels. These actions produced enormous health, environmental, and economic benefits, valued in the trillions of dollars. In India and Indonesia, government programs have provided clean cook stoves and clean fuel free of charge to over 100 million low-income households, a remarkable accomplishment, yet there is still more work to be done. Since the enactment of the Clean Air Act in 1970, the American economy has grown by over 200%, while emissions of 6 major air pollutants fell by over 60%. In recent years, China has moved aggressively to reduce air pollution, implementing and enforcing the law on the prevention and control of atmospheric pollution to produce impressive progress. Many of the activities that harm air quality also contribute to climate change. And so well-designed policies can simultaneously reduce the emissions contributing to air pollution and climate change, producing a double dividend. At least 30 states, including the United Kingdom and Canada, have pledged to eliminate the use of coal to generate electricity by 2030. And a growing number of countries have pledged to phase out the sale of internal combustion vehicles by a range of dates. The failure to respect, protect, and fulfill the human right to a healthy environment by ensuring people can breathe clean air inflicts a terrible toll on people across the world. During this important conference, thousands of people will die prematurely, including hundreds of children, because of air pollution. Given the devastating impacts of poor air quality on people's lives, health, and human rights, we must take action rapidly and systematically with a focus on improving conditions for the most vulnerable. Air pollution is a preventable problem. The solutions, laws, standards, policies, programs, and technologies are well known. Of course, it will take substantial investments to address these solutions, but the benefits are almost incalculable. It is estimated that annual investments of merely $5 billion a year could provide universal access to clean cooking by 2030. This relatively modest investment would produce tremendous outcomes, including millions of premature deaths avoided every year, improved health, better quality of life, expanded economic opportunities, reduced deforestation, and decreased greenhouse gas emissions. A human rights perspective can serve as a catalyst for accelerated action to achieve clean air. It will empower those working to improve air quality and guide our actions towards a healthy and sustainable future. The Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly have the power to spark progress through resolutions recognizing that every person, no matter where they live, has the right to live in a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Last fall, more than 1,000 civil society organizations called upon the Human Rights Council to recognize the right to a healthy environment. The UN Secretary General, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the heads of UNEP, UNICEF, and the World Health Organization all support this step forward. The time is now. Fulfilling the right to a healthy environment by ensuring people can breathe clean air would help achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, including healthy lives for all, sustainable cities, universal access to clean energy, and effective access to address climate change. Thank you very much for all the work you are doing to prevent pollution and protect human rights. And good luck with the rest of your conference.
Well, thank you very much indeed, David Boyd. We've now had two stirring contributions from UNICEF and from you, David Boyd, as well. We're lucky enough to have two people who are live in our conference. First of all, may I turn to Sanjoy Hazarika, International Director of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative in New Delhi, for his contribution.
Thank you, Richard. I'm privileged to be at this session organized by the Ramphal Institute and FICCI. And my greetings to my fellow panelists, distinguished fellow panelists, Dr. Henrietta Fore, UNICEF Executive Director, Dr. David Boyd, UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, from whom we just heard, and Dr. Mark Limon, Executive Director of the Universal Rights Group in Geneva. We have an equally distinguished moderator in Richard Board, who was CHRI's, my organization's first director, and led it through its challenging initial years and has worked so hard with his colleagues and so long for this conference. A few months ago, the Indian magazine Outlook ran a cover story with a child swamped by smog and haze. The title read, "I Can't Breathe." And even as we speak now, Nepal has declared an air emergency. It shut its schools for 4 days, and millions of school children are being forced to stay home because of the bad, high pollution in air levels. Now, you don't think of that in a Himalayan kingdom, but that is the state today. And the photo of the child in the Indian magazine Outlook took me back 37 years to the Bhopal gas disaster, and on which I reported for the New York Times. That industrial tragedy at a Union Carbide subsidiary plant in Bhopal was a far-reaching cataclysmic event. It forced governments, the judicial system, regulators to develop new laws and regulations, and pushed corporate groups, media, scientists, and civil society worldwide to focus on the criticality of safe and clean air, but also of safe industrial processes. And those weeks in Bhopal shaped my view of the world, to technology and the environment. Unlike many others in this conference, I'm not a scientist or specialist. I have limited scientific understanding of these issues, although I wrote a book on the Bhopal disaster, essentially to help myself and lay people like me understand critical core concerns. My approach is shaped by experience over decades and field research and reporting and conversations with stakeholders and ordinary citizens. Let me take you to Bhopal in December 1984, where a toxic ill wind following that industrial disaster ended up killing more people than all industrial accidents in history taken together. And I remember Union Carbide in the United States saying it can't happen here, meaning standards are lax in India. But at one of the industrial plants, a few months later in the United States, there was a gas leak which spread panic in the neighborhood. So it could and did happen there, as it can happen anywhere else. So in December, a year later, the fumes from a leak at an Indian chemical plant in Delhi reached the Supreme Court, and the court laid down the law. Bhopal provided a clear connect with the issue of polluting agencies and pollution. It gave us justice principles, not just in India, but in many countries of the world, as did Seveso in Italy even earlier in the 70s. And the leak at the Shriram factory in Delhi led to the Supreme Court laying down the principle of unlimited liability. The responsibility of an enterprise, it said, that runs a hazardous industry is not confined to the boundaries of the factory, but there lies a greater liability to the community outside the factory walls. And I quote, "It owes an absolute and non-delegable duty to the community to ensure that no harm results to anyone." So there is a deep and abiding human rights connection, as both the Secretary General of the Commonwealth reflected in her opening remarks yesterday, and as the Special Reporter has so eloquently spoken a few minutes ago. And this pertains especially to social and economic rights. The courts don't just make laws or lay down new laws, but they often ground their decisions on existing policies. They make these go further and insist on performance, accountability, and implementation, the last being the most difficult. The judiciary anchors critical rulings on the quality of air, water, land, and forest on one basic principle, the fundamental right to life. In India, this has been a lodestone, a benchmark of successive rulings on environmental issues. Air quality, whether it's indoor air pollution caused by burning coal or wood, leaves, and other fuel, which is used as fuel, the right to breathe fresh air, are seen as part of a public health agenda that constitute the right to life. Now, I'm sure many speakers here have reflected on the high levels of air pollution in Delhi and what's called the National Capital Region in this area, as well as many cities in South Asia and China. The facts are all before us. They are not state secrets because we encounter, smell, and feel these facts every day. But it's also important to capture some of the complexities of the challenges of air pollution. Indeed, the Delhi NCR region is arguably a learning curve for the rest of the country, and perhaps for other countries too. Governments, scientists, civil society, and researchers are making efforts to change issues and conditions, and these are not small actions. Coal power plants have been shut down. A network of natural gas filling stations has come up. Public transport is driven by clean energy. Old vehicles have been eased out. But there are real difficulties, as we all know. Encouraging cycle transport or transport by cycle, or encouraging people of high income levels to travel by public transport remains a challenge. And it's as much a behavioral and lifestyle challenge as anything else. And all of us know that behavioral change is the most difficult to achieve. And there's a proposal that by 2024, 1/4 of all public transport vehicles in Delhi will be electric powered as a decision to improve the quality of air. You could say it's with an eye to elections or a political decision. But sound environmental policies today are also good politics. Like the Clean India campaign, the call for a toilet in each household, that campaign by the current government, an end to open defecation. This has caught public imagination. Pollution levels remain high, and we clearly have a long way to go to meet WHO clear air benchmarks. Let me just refer very briefly to the pandemic, because no conversation, no discussion is complete without a reference to COVID-19. The lockdown last year created actually clean air, and you saw blue skies in Delhi after many years. But today, it's back to usual. You are not seeing blue skies and you're not breathing clean air. So the question is, does it really need a pandemic to force us to do the things that we really basically need to do? But we need to think beyond the idea of the city or urban and municipal limits, because air, like water, rivers, mountains, wildlife, and forests does not recognize borders. Therefore, the scale of action cannot be just a national capital region, whether it's this or any other. That won't work. And a top-down approach cannot and will not work. Therefore, a UN declaration on the right to clean air is not going to change things. This is even embedded in Article 51 of the Indian Constitution, for instance. But change has to be driven by local constituencies, local campaigns, local regulators, local bodies, officials, and political leaders. India has, in the past years and decades, built more air quality monitoring stations than it has in the previous decades. But all this has to be connected. It can't be just one or two municipalities, but many across the region together, working together, collaborating and learning from each other. In a country of this size, or China or anywhere else, scale does matter. You have to link the national and international to the local. Many good practices exist. How do you scale them up? You need to allot enough financial and human resources and the use of technology and the double-edged sword, social media. I'd like to briefly look at the issue of public opinion and the role of the media, because I come, as Richard does too, from a media background. Whether it's general media or specialist media, media has created spaces for public debate. It may be tilted, for instance, in a city like Delhi, or perhaps Beijing, or Rio, any large, great city, New York, London, with its unique problems than any other major metro in the country. But as the air pollution specialist, Anumita Roy Choudhury, says, air pollution is part of household conversation. But my takeaway, and I'm quoting her, is that we have to focus on solutions, not just talk about the problem. Beyond a point, talking about the problem does not give us traction. Solutions, just like the problems today, are more complex and linked to so many dimensions, including waste management. And for this, you need political and public support. Now, how do you make governments and corporates accountable? And this is something I'm sure that the conference has been engaged in for some time. And we cannot shy away from new standards which have been notified. And there is, as the special rapporteur said, and the UNICEF head said, there is a gap between implementation of policies and the announcement of policies. There's also a huge pushback, and let us not be mild in saying this. There's a huge pushback from industry and lifestyle pressures. As I said, people don't want to use cycles or public transport. But if the latter becomes more efficient and better, there will be more travelers. This in turn will ease the pressure on roads as well as fossil fuel consumption and our own bills. A brief reference to air pollution created by stubble burning, because this is, shall we say, a visual that captures the attention of the world post-October in northern India, this brown blanket that covers northern India. This is an issue comes up every year. It's been spoken of here, surely. It's not limited to one area, although it causes a stink here because Delhi, like all capitals, is powerful and the seat of political power. That's why I emphasize the need for a larger regional strategy, like a Gangetic Plains approach. Now, you have river basin approaches, People talk about, they don't just talk about river valleys. There is the concept of the river basin as an approach to tackle issues relating to rivers. You need, at the minimum, to work along those lines for air pollution too. And as far as the farmers are concerned, they're not the villains. They're often burning because of a lack of alternatives. You need enough machines and systems that mulch the straw, mix it with soil, create the compost and natural fertilizers, you can use it for biofuel, so that burning becomes the last option and not the first or only one. And it's not just governments which have to step in here with rules which are well intended, but industry has to be involved. This is happening to some degree with government corporations lifting straw, but you need business models. You need upscaling through a multi-sectoral strategy. And we need to make sure that industry and power plants are also held up to help to account in the scale of air pollution. I believe this can happen through three ways. I've indicated some of them already. Ensure that the Clean Air campaign becomes like the Clean India campaign, a national one, not urban-driven, just because rich and powerful and vocal people live in these cities. It needs to be driven by a grassroots approach with a regional effort involving collaboration with different stakeholders. And finally, you need to engage and share information and ensure that the access to information and social media plays a key role in driving not just attention, but also change. And this is where I close. The citizens' right to information through the RTI, or Freedom of Information Law, comes in. Yep. These exist across Commonwealth nations, but is not made enough use of for focusing on issues such as pollution, clean air, and clean water. It is also where social media, that double-edged weapon, can play a major role. If it can be used and is being used to spread fake news and disinformation, social media can also be used to challenge stakeholders, shame and name polluters, but also uphold facts and inspire dialogue. Sharing of good practices and the spread of policies are key to a safer and better air future. And I think we can show what's possible when the stakeholders, and I don't mean just governments and corporates or activists, we need journalists involved, we need lawmakers, we need campaigners, lawyers, the government and citizens all need to join forces. And this great American singer, spirituals, Paul Robeson, and he had this wonderful two lines, which I always think about when you think about challenging issues. We're in the same boat, brother. If you tip one in, you're going to rock the other. We're in the same boat, brother. And it's a bit like what the special reporter says. We have just this one planet, and it's our job to do our best for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sanjoy. I shan't ask you any questions because I'm keen that there's some time for our audience also to come in. You were very modest because I know that it was the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative which was pressing for right to information legislation all over the Commonwealth. So thank you and the CHRI for that. And now for a perspective from Geneva, very experienced, I have great pleasure in inviting Mark Learmonth to contribute.
Thank you, Richard, and good to see you, and good to see all the other speakers, many of whom I know, some I don't. I really enjoyed the different interventions. So yeah, I'm going to try and bring a UN perspective to this, because the broad concept of this session, as I understood it, was a kind of global push for the right to clean air. However, as David Boyd also alluded to, I believe, my central argument that I would pitch to you all today, but I'm happy to have pushback and have questions later, is that it's not really strictly anyway necessary to push for a global UN level right to clean air. And the reason for that is because clean air is the right to clean air is an integral part of the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, which, as David Boyd explained, is, we hope, after 10 or 11 years of work, is nearing the point where the UN will recognize that right. And that includes the right, again, as both the executive director of UNICEF and, as David Boyd said, the right to clean air really is a key part of that broader right to a clean and healthy environment. The other reason, and linked with that, why I think the focus of campaigners on this incredibly important issue, you know, the shocking statistics that UNICEF has come out with in terms of the impact of air pollution on children's rights in particular, that alone gives us enormous urgency in terms of addressing air pollution and improving rights around air pollution. But it's taken, you know, 11, 12, 13 years to get to the stage now that you could argue actually that it's taken 30 years, all the way back to the Stockholm Convention back in 1971. But while I've been working on this anyway, it's taken 11, 12, 13 years to get to the stage now where we have, I think, a critical mass of states that are willing to adopt those resolutions before the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly to recognise the international right to a safe, clean and healthy environment. So it takes time. So I thought today I would first of all just outline what we've done to push for universal recognition of the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and where air pollution fits in with that, and especially to draw out the role that Commonwealth states have played in that, considering the audience today, but also small states in the Commonwealth, which has been critical. And at the end, if I've got time, I'll briefly explain, or try to explain, what UN recognition of a right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, inclusive of the component around air pollution, would actually mean to people on the ground, because there's no point as adopting things at the UN, and Richard talked about this earlier, if it doesn't make any difference to rights holders on the ground. Okay, so a little bit of history. I did history at university, so you have to forgive me. I always have a bit of history in these talks. The push for universal recognition or UN recognition of the right to a clean and healthy environment actually started in 2007, and it started in the context of climate change. And in particular, a Commonwealth small state, the Maldives, was obviously deeply worried about the lack of international action on climate change and global warming. And the degree to which, linked with that states and scientists were positing climate change as a kind of scientific phenomenon, something that, you know, basically line graphs drifting off into the future, when in the Maldives experience, it was something that had very immediate impacts on people's lives in the Maldives, and linked with that very clear impacts on people's human rights, whether that was the right to adequate housing, because houses were falling into the sea, whether it was the right to water and sanitation, which Richard also mentioned earlier, because sea level rise meant seawater was overflowing into the aqua reservoirs in the Maldives. Whether it's the right to food, because warmer climate meant that different crops weren't growing as well. And the monsoons, of course, also were changing. So there were a lot of very immediate impacts. Ultimately, of course, in the Maldives, it impacted on their right to self-determination because it threatened the existence of the Maldives, and the right to life because there were sea surges and other natural disasters. We say natural, a lot of them were, or at least enhanced by human activity, that were causing people to die. So a really important issue, obviously. And the Maldives' frustration with the UNFCCC and the scientific approach led them to, by the way, I was working for the Maldives at this time, which is why I know what was going on. The Maldives decided to take a human approach. So they organized a conference in Male, the capital of the Maldives, called the Human Dimensions of Climate Change. And the aim there was to give climate change a human face. Just like the UNICEF video did earlier, it makes people think differently about a problem when they see its human impacts. What does it mean for children, for women, for persons with disabilities? And that was the aim of this conference in the Maldives. The end of that conference, the conference finished with the adoption of the Male Declaration in 2007. And that was the first ever international agreement document that said explicitly and clearly that climate change has real and immediate implications for the enjoyment of human rights, both economic and social rights, and also civil and political rights. We, as the Maldives, then took the Male Declaration to the Human Rights Council and began an initiative along with other Commonwealth states like Bangladesh and the United Kingdom to basically raise the importance of the issue of climate change as a human rights concern at UN level. That was basically the idea. Linked with that, another strategy that we had was that we hoped by raising the human face of climate change at the United Nations in the Human Rights Council, it would also allow us to have leverage so that we could increase and enhance ambition in the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC in Bonn, and it meets all around the world. So there was this kind of idea to use the human rights system to better protect and promote the rights of people, especially in climate vulnerable countries, but also transfer that knowledge and that understanding to the UNFCCC, where we hoped it would force states to increase ambition in the climate change talks. Through these efforts, in 2008, we secured the adoption of a first resolution, 7/23, by consensus, a huge number of co-sponsors. And that, again, like the Male Declaration, essentially made the point which hadn't been made until that time. And by the way, big countries, whether it was India, whether it was China, whether it was Brazil, the United States, some of the big European countries, didn't accept at this point, Canada as well, didn't accept at this point that there was a link between human rights and climate change, at least as a matter of law. So it wasn't easy, but we managed to get it through by consensus. And it basically set a program of work going at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to start investigating the human rights impacts of climate change. That led to a second resolution a year later in 2009, resolution 10/4, which basically organized or decided to express concern about the human rights impacts of climate change and decided to hold a debate at the Human Rights Council. Around the same time, by the way, there was also a debate in the Security Council about the security implications of climate change. And we had that debate about 6 months later. And by then, I think even the naysayers, the big industrialized or industrializing countries had joined to say, yes, clearly climate change has real and significant implications for human rights, and that we should use the international human rights system to better protect and promote the rights of people from the impacts of climate change. 1 or 2 years later, the Maldives decided to take a sideways step at the United Nations. They did so because climate change, of course, incredibly highly political issue, and really consensus had reached as far as it was going to go. The US, China, others were threatening to they don't have a veto in the Human Rights Council, but they were threatening to call a vote if we tried to push things further. So we took a sideways step, and we began the resolutions on human rights and the environment. And that led, as David Boyd talked about, in 2012 to the establishment of the new special rapporteur mandate on human rights and environment. We didn't say it at the time, but our long-term goal when we did those early resolutions, we didn't say it because it would have created opposition amongst the big guys at the United Nations, but our goal, hidden goal, was to eventually pave the way towards universal recognition of the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. And the first Special Rapporteur, John Knox, that was the main focus of his 6 years in the mandate. He basically clarified the human rights norms as they pertain to the environment. And that process finished with, as David Boyd mentioned, the adoption or the production by John Knox of the framework principles on human rights and the environment. Those framework principles are incredibly important. I encourage people to have a look at them. What they do is they provide the substantive and procedural content of human right, UN recognized and enforced human right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, including, as David mentioned, the right to clean and breathable air. I mean, all these things are in there. And the idea was we would then be able to take these framework principles and use them as the substantive and procedural content of a UN recognized right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. And that's really the work that David Boyd, as you all know and saw very eloquently, has been doing over the past 3 years. He has 3 more years of his mandate, is really to lead the international campaign, mobilizing civil society, organizations such as the hosts of this meeting, states, human rights defenders, environmental human rights defenders, activists, businesses, mobilizing people behind this campaign called #The Time Is Now, to really get the Human Rights Council and then the General Assembly to recognize this right and start enforcing this right, including the component dealing with clean air. Last year, we hoped that this campaign would reach fruition. My organization, the Universal Rights Group, plus UNICEF, UNEP, the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment, and the Commonwealth Small States Office in Geneva organized a big conference in January, February, where we declared our intent to secure this right in 2020 and launched the process to secure these twin resolutions at the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly. Unfortunately, COVID got in the way. Paradoxically and ironically, of course, COVID is heavily linked with or related to the relationship between human rights and the environment, because it came about through humankind's failure to respect the environment and respect biodiversity. But in any case, it prevented us from making much progress last year. And so we regrouped and launched a new push at the beginning of this year. So we had a high-level event during the 46th session of the Human Rights Council in late February with David Boyd, with the Executive Director of UNICEF, with the High Commissioner for Human Rights, with the head of UNEP, with 3 or 4 ministers, including Commonwealth ministers like the Environment Minister of Fiji and the Foreign Minister of the Maldives, And it was really designed to generate this momentum that would lead us by the end of this year to universal recognition. We also saw over 1,000 NGOs around the world sign a joint letter calling for universal recognition. And we did a social media campaign, hashtag the time is now, which basically was designed to create a buzz and put pressure on states so that they would recognize this right. I'm relatively hopeful that it will happen this year, including the right to breathable air and the right to not have polluted air and not to breathe polluted air. This right, including those components, will, I think, hopefully, touch wood, be recognised this year, probably in the September session of the Human Rights Council and then the October-November session of the General Assembly. If it doesn't, then it's pure, in my view, political cowardice on the part of states, because everything is in place now to do it. And so I encourage everybody in this meeting to really push their governments to accept and recognise this right. The possible naysayers are the UK, the United States, Canada, China, although China seems to be warming up a little bit. So anybody from those countries, please put pressure on your governments to do the right thing at international level, especially because they're starting to do the right thing at national level. President Biden doesn't stop talking about climate justice and environmental justice, which is all about the right to an environment, a clean environment. He doesn't stop talking about the right to clean air, especially in the context of the disproportionate impact of air pollution on African Americans. So there's really no excuse for them to actually recognise this right at international level. I'll finish then by asking and beginning to answer the question, would this make any difference? Richard at the beginning talked about the UN's less than stellar record on enforcement. And he's right. I mean, the UN doesn't have any mechanisms that it can force countries to comply with international human rights law. But I do still believe that this right would have enormous symbolic and practical value. Symbolically, it would be a capstone of a decades-long endeavour that has seen, to be fair, over 160 countries around the world now recognise the right to environment in their constitutions or in law or within their jurisdictions. And in many of those cases, we've seen in many of those countries, we have case studies and we've collected them that show that activists, citizens, rights holders have been able to use the presence of this right in law to bring cases successfully against the state, to lobby for secondary legislation which takes forward the right to a clean environment and to clean air. And ultimately, the right has there are lots of examples of where it has created cleaner rivers or led to the creation of cleaner rivers, where it has resulted in significant reductions in air pollution, where it has improved biodiversity. So it can be done. It does have an impact. And if anybody is interested in looking at some of those case studies and the arguments in favour of universal recognition of the right to environment, and what the substantive and procedural content of that right would be, I would urge you to read a report that the Universal Rights Group recently in February launched. I wrote that with David Boyd and with John Knox, the first Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment, and it's called The Time Is Now, the case for UN recognition of the right to a clean and healthy environment. And I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. As a British citizen, your final remarks were a kind of challenge to us to take up with our government the fact that it has obviously been rather wobbly on the issue of the right to a clean and healthy environment. This is strange this year because the British government is making a lot of its chairing of the COP26 UN conference at the end of the year. and where the Ramphal Institute and others are very keen that, along with climate mitigation of climate change, there is a recognition that a reduction in air pollution can be a clear benefit of a process of decarbonisation and clean energy. So you give us a challenge, and I'm sure some Canadians who may now be joining our conference because of the time difference, but over in Eastern Canada, it's now kind of time when they can join. I've just had a message from a Brazilian friend to say that she joined. So I think hopefully some Canadians will have a go at Justin Trudeau, who is quite keen on his environmental credentials, to pick up on this wobble by the Canadian government too. We have about 10 minutes, which is rather nice, before we break for our, in the UK, a lunch break, but for others around the world, a long-deserved break after 4.5 hours of the conference. So may I put to both of you this issue of what would happen next, assuming that the campaign in Geneva and the United Nations in New York is successful this year. How can the human rights movement, those concerned with health, public health issues, and many others as well, can actually capitalize on a new recognized right if David Boyd and all those campaigning for it are successful? How does one convert this into something valuable? I know that I'm told that the Supreme Courts of Pakistan and India have both recognized a right to clean air as a basic right. And as Sanjoy was saying earlier, it is kind of linked to a right to life and the upshot of the terrible Bhopal disaster. I mean, I compare the sufferings of the people in Bhopal with the compensation payments paid after the Clearwater Horizon disaster in the Gulf of Mexico. So what's the follow-up here? I don't know whether you, Sanjoy, might like to start, and then we could go to Mark.
Thanks, Richard. Actually, I wanted to compliment Mark on his presentation, because having had the pleasure of hosting him at a couple of our panels in Geneva, I've always been struck not just by his lucidity, but the imagination that he brings to bear, the wealth of experience that he has, especially when it comes to small states, because I think those two side events were related to small states and human rights, and he spoke very passionately and compellingly on climate change and the areas there. No, I think, Richard, essentially, I believe that, it's like saying that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights for the enjoyment of human rights of everybody, everywhere. But the fact is, states are pretty run by cynics, they're run by despots, they're run by people who do not recognize that others have the right to enjoy human, the enjoyment of human rights is for everybody. And that is, I think, the critical point, is that unless governments implement, and I was listening also carefully, I'd like Mark to comment on this, the role of corporates is critical, whether it's in the global supply chain or anywhere else. Corporates also need to be held to account. That's why I'm very glad that FICCI is a co-sponsor, a co-organizer of this conference, because they need to be involved as critical area of air, not just clean air, but many other forms of malgovernance is connected to how corporates conduct themselves. So I think this is really the key. How do you mobilize enough support for something that comes as a UN recommendation, or even as a right recognized through the UN process, and get countries at the local level, at the municipal level, at the state and regional level to really implement them. That is the key, and it has to come through combination, I believe, of the stakeholders, because the concept of stakeholders has changed over the years, and the human rights institutions must be a factor in this, as well as the media. I'll stop there.
Mark, how do you see? I mean, you've been working on this for years, and actually, I was delighted you paid tribute to the Maldives. I realize you have a special interest there, but it did remind me that small Commonwealth states sometimes can have an enormous impact. And what I was thinking of as you spoke about the Maldives was way back in the 1970s, it was Malta that launched what became the protocol on the seas, the sort of control of the seas. Exactly. And that was an extraordinary thing, launched again by one small state. Admittedly, an island state, it had an interest in this, but it generated support, just as the Maldives did in this century, on the issue that you've discussed. But can you give us a focus on the likely impact, how it can be capitalized and how it becomes significant for citizens and small islands, municipalities and the like?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Richard, and thanks to Sanjoy for his kind words. It's always a pleasure, Sanjoy, to be at events with you. I always get a little taste of Indian literature when I'm on a panel with you, which I love, so it's always a pleasure. And thanks also, Richard, for your kind words about the outsized impact of small states. It's something I believe passionately in, and you're right, the Maldives, almost as a lone crusade for a long time, single-handedly brought climate change and then the environment back onto the agenda of the Human Rights Council, where it hadn't been before. And they did so not only with themselves, but also with the help of other Commonwealth small states like Mauritius, played a crucial role, and recently Bahamas and Fiji, both members of the Human Rights Council, both incredibly influential. And of course, Fiji recently became the president of the Human Rights Council and has spoken at a lot of our events, calling for the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. So you're absolutely right. Okay, to the question, I would say I would answer in two ways. Firstly, there should be a focus from everybody on this call and wider civil society on those countries which are continuing to threaten to block universal recognition and which do not yet recognize the right to a clean, healthy environment, including clean air at national level. As I mentioned, there are about 150 to 160 countries that do now recognize the right, but the 30 or 40 countries that don't really need to catch up. Mainly that's big Western countries, so Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom. China as well is there, but as I mentioned before, China seems to be warming up a little bit. So I really encourage all of you, especially activists and young people, to go out and argue with your government and tell them that they should firstly recognize the right to a clean and healthy environment at national level. By the way, Scotland in the UK is leading the way on this. In their new human rights bill, they do propose to recognise the right to a clean, healthy environment. The UK, therefore, as often is the case, is a little bit behind the times when it comes to human rights at UK level. The United States, as I mentioned, there's a new environmental bill which President Biden has put forward that also recognises, they don't actually, this is interesting for you actually, Richard, because they don't call it the right to a healthy environment. What they say is everybody has the right to clean air, water, sanitation, nature, things like that. So they actually do the opposite of what I was talking about earlier, but it's still potentially very positive. Canada as well, David Boyd was telling me the other day, that there's a new bill coming out soon which will recognise the right. So I think we are moving in the right direction, but definitely a little bit of added push from people on this call, especially young people, definitely wouldn't help. The second way in which I would urge follow-up or how to use this right is, let's say, you know, it is recognized by the UN and all these countries that are outliers now do recognize the right. What does that mean for people? Well, I think the best way to understand the power of the right to a clean and healthy environment is as a means of empowering people. Let's say a country that doesn't have this right or doesn't recognize this right. The government, perhaps in cahoots with some corrupt businessmen, decides to put a smelter factory on the river where they, you know, that they rely on to draw their water and to drink from. They really don't have much of a leg to stand on at the moment. Of course, they can use national environmental legislation, but you know, when it comes up against big power politics at national level, and especially when it comes up against money, often these projects involve corruption between businesses and government officials, including local government officials. They often struggle. But if you make it into a human rights argument, especially if that right is protected under the Constitution or is protected under national law, then it changes the rules of the game, because that person can bring a case to the national courts saying their human right to a clean, healthy environment is potentially going to be violated by this project and seeking to block it. And actually, a lot of the case studies in the report I mentioned to you, written by myself, John Knox, and David Boyd, is focused on this kind of impact. Another way it empowers people is it empowers environmental human rights defenders or environmental activists. Often these people live in already vulnerable situations, indigenous peoples, remote from the centers of power. And the right to environment really, because it encapsulates substantive rights, including relating to air, but also procedural rights like right to information, right to access to decision making, right to access to justice. It really empowers these communities, for example, indigenous peoples or environmental activists, to really launch national campaigns fighting for more sustainable development. So fighting not against development. Often environmental activists are accused of in Asia or Latin America of being anti-development, and they are absolutely not, but they are pro-sustainable development.
Mark, I must stop you. I'm afraid, because we are out of time now. May I thank all our contributors. Henrietta Fore with a very strong statement on behalf of UNICEF, David Boyd, who updated us also on his campaign, and we hope it succeeds. Sanjoy Hazarika, my friend in New Delhi, and you also, Mark Lemon from Geneva, with bringing different perspectives, and that's really, really valuable. This has been a very important session. As I say, it comes straight from our previous conference back in 2018, which urged us to push for a right to clean air. And clearly there is a lot going on. Hopefully, if the Special Rapporteur's proposal goes through this year at the HRC and the UN General Assembly, we all have something to take advantage of. But I would like to thank everybody, all those listening and watching. We have take a break now for half an hour until our ninth session. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Economics. I'm also a policy institute and I have a background in small island states, climate and development policy. To the subject matter of discussion for the next hour and a bit, as we have seen through the previous sessions, clearly air quality has implications on health, well-being, and equitable and sustainable growth of economies. Outdoor air pollution is responsible for over 4 million deaths every year, and whilst the policy space for action is growing, funding remains lagging. So for instance, the 2020 State of Global Air Fund identified only $273 million in grant funding to tackle air pollution directly between 2015 and 2019. In the landscape of financial mechanisms, grant funding is but one. Market and non-market-based mechanisms that address climate change has air quality co-benefits, and it is notoriously hard to track climate finance. However, we know a few things for certain. Leading up to COP26, considering the co-benefits, developed countries must significantly ramp up climate finance beyond the 2020 $100 billion target, and recovery needs to secure a clean energy future not only for planetary health, but also for human health in order to not compound the health and inequality issue it has exposed and that climate change will exacerbate. So some housekeeping, please do send your questions through using the Q&A function, and I will address these to the panel. And I will now introduce our esteemed panel. So we have Dr. Ruth Katamuri, who is a Senior Director of Economic, Youth and Sustainable Development at the Commonwealth Secretariat. She is also responsible for the Secretariat's programs encompassing climate change, economic development and policy, which involves finance ministers, debt sustainability, health, education, gender and youth. She has extensive experience working with premier international institutions in senior management, sustainable development, public policy impact, and public-private partnerships. She has also influenced and guided strategy across a myriad international dialogues and has established various innovative initiatives and set new trends through her teaching, research, and publications, and also leadership development and advisory. She's actively engaged in influencing and impacting public policy and business leadership in India, the UK, and globally, and is involved in promoting South-South cooperation. At the London School of Economics, Dr. Katamuri founded and has been co-director of the India Observatory and associate of the Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change, and is also a distinguished policy fellow. Dr. Emily Wilkinson is a senior research fellow in the Overseas Development Institute's Global Risks and Resilience Program and chief scientific advisor to the Climate Resilience Execution Agency for Dominica. She's a Knowledge Exchange Fellow of the UK Natural Environment Research Council and co-director of the Caribbean Resilience and Recovery Knowledge Network. Dr. Wilkinson has 25 years of experience as a researcher, analyst, lecturer, and advisor to government, specializing in disaster and climate risk governance, financing, and policy analysis, with a focus on cities and small island developing states. She has published widely on disasters, climate change, and resilience. And last but not least, we have Jahan Chowdhury, who is the in-country engagement director for the NDC Partnership Support Unit, which is based in Washington, D.C. In this role, Jahan works with government ministries and other stakeholders to support countries in achieving climate commitments under the Paris Agreement. He is in charge of ensuring responses to country needs from NDC partners are coordinated and delivered with speed and impact. He also has advised bilaterally and multilateral relations for over 30 countries on issues ranging from assessing aid effectiveness to establishing the largest demand-based government-managed climate fund. Before joining the NDC Partnership Leadership Team, he served as head of the Office of the Director General for the Global Green Growth Institute and has also served as a senior advisor for climate and green funds at the Institute. And previously, Mr. Chowdhury served as a chief technical advisor for the Rwanda Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning and as a senior level advisor for agencies of the United Nations and also the Green Climate Fund. So that is our esteemed panel today, and I will give the floor over to Dr. Katamuri to start us off.
Thank you very much, and good morning wherever you're joining from. Good afternoon, and maybe it's evening in India. So I'm saying good afternoon from London, and it's lovely to be with you all. I'm going to try and share my slide, and I hope it works all right. How's that? Can you see? Is that visible?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, great. Thank you. What I'm going to do is first just briefly show why this area is important, and then focus on a few initiatives on financing and investment, including some of the programs of the Commonwealth Secretariat. So we all know about the air pollution, and as I constantly reiterated about this conference, it's very important that it's being held in Delhi and at this particular time, because it is very timely, if not overdue. Although there has been some work going on in recent years, I think it's time that it is accelerated. So as we would all be aware, and you might have heard this time and again in the last 2 days, 18 of the 20 most polluted cities are in Commonwealth countries. Urbanization, economic growth, and industrialization are the factors that cause increase in air pollution. Common sources of air pollution include biomass burning, burning of fossil fuels, dust from construction and vehicles, and agricultural burning. And we are aware, and I'm sure you've all been listening in the last couple of days about the impacts on health and well-being, including in cities like London, where there is evidence of research about how the dust particles also cause dementia, for example. And I, for one, can reiterate that London is a polluted city. According to the standards, it's below the standards of WHO. Can you give me just 1 second, please? I've got a laptop being delivered. I will be back in 1 second. Sharma, if you can fill in. Sorry, these are the joys of working from home. Yeah, and it sometimes seems like they come at the exact time when I'm speaking at some event. And I've had an ongoing problem with the new laptop, which has been problematic. But coming to the last point in this one, the small states and SIDS, the air pollution problem is compounded due to dependence on fossil fuels for cooking and transport. So I think I wanted to highlight this concern with respect to small states and SIDS. So of course, we've been hearing also about the dual challenge of air pollution and climate change. While COVID-19 lockdowns have brought down some air pollution in cities globally, and that's one of the benefits that London has seen as well. But we cannot stay in lockdown forever, and the world will resume normality, and the pollutant concentrate will most likely rebound. So it is absolutely essential for strategies to mitigate and adapt to climate change and have the co-benefit of air pollution reduction. And in Building Back Better, we should remember that lessons learned are not to be forgotten, to create sustainable opportunities, employment, environment, health, and living standards, where we have clean air alongside other components of climate change factored in. The other very important thing is to ensure equitable access to finance and prevent debt spirals. And as we all know, while we're learning from COVID that health is wealth, at the same time, our wealth, compooled wealth, excuse me. Okay, that's it. No more disruptions. So, but the important point, I think, of this session in particular is about finance and investment. And one of the challenges the world is going to be having, the shocks of 2009 financial crisis, was how countries or a child, an infant born after 2009, in a country like UK was born with debt, in the sense that that child, as it grows up, it would become responsible for its debt. Now, post-COVID, that situation has only become even more severe. So there is a big strain on finances, public finances, globally, nationally, but at the same time, it's very important as to how do we prioritize to ensure our environment and the air that we breathe, because breathing or air is more important than water, for instance. And hence, but for all these, without finance, we cannot progress or do anything in that direction. So for that, in that regard, we need to focus on strengthening fiscal policies and institutions. So I just want us to reflect on the Paris Agreement. It talks about there is a rights-based issue there, which is mentioned very clearly. But if you look at this list, it does not have air in it. And it's understandable because this was 2015. The concerns about air pollution were not as well known or severely highlighted in 2015. But that's also why I think it's very important that now and moving forward, we ensure the air we breathe is clean and healthy, and it's absolutely crucial. I just wanted to just point the Commonwealth Charter. It recognizes the importance of protection and conservation of our natural ecosystems and affirms that sustainable management of the natural environment is key to sustained human development. And the Secretariat places high priority on supporting its small states and other vulnerable member countries in achieving their Paris Agreement targets. 32 of the 54 member countries are small states, which are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Then moving on, just quickly for interest of time, investing for cleaner air. So we do have, in recent years, there's been growing commitment to investing for cleaner air. We have the UKRI, which is the UK India Research Initiative, which has Clean Air Program allocated 42 million for research on new technologies for monitoring and raising awareness. And also the Mayor of London's Air Quality Fund. This is toward improving the air quality in London boroughs. And India's National Clean Air Program allocated about 30 billion rupees, or about 29 million pounds in 2019-20 budget toward reliable data measurements, awareness systems, and target action implementation plans. Because this is when in 2019, the debate about the air quality in India was receiving a lot of attention and awareness. So this involves a number of non-government organizations and universities who are working with national, state, and city governments to develop sector-specific decarbonization implementation plans. Here are a few other examples from the business sector, where the leaders of India's prominent corporate groups came together in 2018 towards supporting India's ambient air quality goals. And the planned actions include ambitious emissions cut, advancing measurement and research, outreach, communication, and awareness, because that is crucial. The communication and awareness is central to toward making change. The World Bank also has several programs, and particularly the program for results financing. It enabled mainstreaming green finance in China since 2016 and enabled local governments to tackle air pollution goals, because this is when earlier it was the pollution levels in Chinese cities received a lot of attention earlier, and hence this is what that's obviously been an initiative in that direction. But I think currently it's Indian cities which have which are receiving the awareness about the levels of pollution in Indian cities, not just the top ones, but several second-tier cities as well. And hence this is why it's absolutely important for India right now to enhance its focus and financing for managing air quality in India. And just going on with this World Bank program, 27 sub-projects in the area of energy efficiency, renewable energy, and emissions control are being supported since 2015, and the total investment is about $1.3 billion. Now moving on to some of the Commonwealth Secretariat. programs. The Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub is one of our flagship programs. What it does is it's country demand driven, and it embeds action. It's a balanced approach between human and institutional capacities, building the capacities. It's in partnership, including with NDC partnership, interconnected network, and member country steering group. And the projects, so far 15 Commonwealth national climate finance advisors across our member countries. And we have been successful in securing about $42.7 million and another $767 million worth of projects are in the pipeline for consideration. Now, several of these projects obviously focus on the projects in this program also they're country driven, they're demand driven, and hence focus on priorities for the countries, which includes air quality. We have another key instrument another key central instrument, which is for public finance management, and particularly including the Climate Finance Access Hub, is several of the small states have adopted these programs, or we are engaging with countries and helping these countries with technical assistance and capacity building. So the Meridian is used by 63 countries, 17 of which are non-Commonwealth countries, and a total of 28 or 32 Commonwealth small states use the Secretariat's debt management system. So I think essentially I'll stop there, but just to reiterate that to do these things, finance is essential. Ideas are great, but together with ideas and plans and programs, they will come to a standstill if we don't have the financing to make them happen, to implement them, and to actually make change happen so that women, children, and everybody, every human being can actually breathe the air that they are living in. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kathumburi. That was excellent, and especially appreciated your point around not forgetting lessons learned, especially from the last financial crisis and debt burden. And with that, I'll give the floor to Dr. Wilkinson.
Sorry, I was just managing to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can see your screen.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Let me just start the screen share. Okay. Great. So I'm going to talk about financing resilience in Caribbean islands, and in doing so cover some of the kind of key issues and pointers of relevance for also tackling air pollution. So you'll see how all this comes together in my presentation. But I wanted to start by focusing on clean energy and why it's so important in the Caribbean, because this has important links to resilience. And then I'll go on to look at the experience of financing resilience in Dominica and across the Caribbean, and the importance of developing kind of an umbrella policy or framework for resilience that also looks at reduction in air pollution. So you may have come across some of this background already in previous presentations. But across the Caribbean, we see that most governments do have laws and regulations on air pollution. So that's a good normative starting point, although not all have really comprehensive air quality standards. So there's work to do there. And we see that indoor air pollution linked to premature deaths the numbers are low, but they are increasing, and the outdoor air pollution levels as well are likely to go up with increasing transport emissions, particularly in urban areas. And the trend here is rapid urbanization in many cities, urban areas, coastal urban centres across the Caribbean. St. Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago have an urbanisation rate such that there will be 6 times higher in 2050 than in 2010. So we see some urban centres growing very rapidly. So the lesson here is that clean energy is going to be important for air quality, both indoor and outdoor air quality. It's important for reducing CO2 emissions, as we know, and also critically, and here's the link to resilience, it's important for reducing the reliance on fossil fuel imports for many Caribbean islands. So there really are kind of co-benefits here around developing, investing in clean energy. Now, moving on to the financing agenda. Financing resilience and looking at these issues under the umbrella of resilience is really important because shocks are increasing, and we see that not just from climate change, climate extremes or extreme weather, but also epidemics, pandemics, economic shocks. These are all kind of characteristics and issues for small island developing states across the world. In response to these shocks and threats, Caribbean islands are developing resilience and adaptation plans, and I should also say NDCs as well, to step up their commitment to address and respond to these shocks. But the costs of investing in resilience, the costs of financing these plans is relatively high. It's high relative to GDP. We did a calculation of Dominica's climate resilience recovery plan, which is a 10-year plan. It's costed at approximately $3 billion over 10 years. So that's around $4,000 per person per annum. So that you can see the costs are pretty high, but the business case is very strong. So strengthening resilience across economy, society, and environment, and providing economic protection for people if there is a disaster, if there is a shock, will have significant gains in terms of sustainable development, prosperity, economic growth over the long term. Just to go into a little bit more detail about Dominica's climate resilience and recovery plan, as I said, it's a 10-year plan, and it looks to strengthen resilience in 3 ways. Firstly, to enhance the overall socioeconomic development trajectory through diversification and specialization as well in certain high-value sectors, so that we have a strongly performing economy regardless of shocks. Then secondly, to reduce the impact from climatic and other shocks, so to have more robust mitigation measures in place to protect people and assets from those weather extremes. And then thirdly, reduce time to recover, so better sort of response, greater autonomy and ability of communities to respond and recover. There are 20 targets in the CRRP, including one around carbon neutrality through 100% domestic renewable energy production, which is really critical to Dominica's resilience. And that will be achieved in part through a major investment in geothermal energy. So you can see that this clean energy is really at the heart of the resilience agenda as well. But financing this resilience plan and indeed resilience and adaptation plans across Caribbean islands is going to be tricky, and there are big discussions going on at the moment around climate finance, as you'll be aware, increasing commitments around climate finance, increasing the amount of climate finance that goes to adaptation and resilience and in developing countries. And this is really important because a lot of small island developing states are not eligible for overseas development assistance. And so they are going to, climate finance is going to be particularly important for those small islands. And a lot of the investments or a lot of the support that's needed to become more resilient to climate change is going to be in the nature of public goods. So this really needs kind of grant or concessional finance of some sort. There are some interesting investment opportunities and some new financial instruments that islands are looking at. For example, Dominica is keen to issue a blue bond to raise money and to sustainably leverage its ocean resources and boost the local marine economy. And there are other examples across Caribbean islands of blue bonds and green bonds and resilience bonds and other instruments. But let's say that there's a significant part of the resilience strategy that's going to lead through some kind of grants or concessional finance, and the costs of accessing that finance are particularly high for small island states with small administrations. So these are all amongst the sort of issues and challenges that islands face. The other one I should add is about the very high levels of public debt, which many small islands hold, particularly in the Caribbean, gives them very little room to be making these kind of resilience investments on their own. So that's another area that needs to be addressed in thinking about financing resilience. So my final slide is really about, changing mindsets, a number of big steps, shifts that need to be taken in order for small island states to be able to finance, achieve, invest, and make progress around their resilience targets. The first is about states thinking strategically and defining their resilience goals, including goals around clean air. Thinking strategically means establishing clear goals, measurable goals, having metrics or indicators to be able to measure progress against those goals, defining a roadmap. Not everything can be done immediately. Some investments are going to be priorities because they can generate revenues further along. And critically, these investment plans need to stand the test of political cycles. So we need to think about resilience as a long-term plan. Then for development finance institutions, I mentioned some of the kind of reforms and issues that need to be tackled to be looked at very seriously for small island developing states. In addition to more finance, making more finance available, small states will also need support on making their own financial flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. So really aligning their own financial flows, making them consistent with the Paris Agreement. And debt relief and debt restructuring are also going to be critical issues, and I think are being discussed in the Climate and Development Ministerial as we speak. I've spoken about allocating more funding for resilience. This is going to be really critical for small island developing states so that they can protect their economies from climate change and extreme weather in the future. And finally, coordination for all of this is really important. It's not helpful to have different financing organizations, financing institutions doing different things, and that collectively not adding up to something which responds to the demand of small states. So the finance is complex, it's multifaceted, but islands are going to do better at accessing the kind of finance that they need if they can integrate plans around reducing air pollution, around resilience and CO2 reductions into a coherent overall plan or strategy, whether that's a resilience plan, an adaptation plan, their NDCs. They should seek to address these things together and get those plans funded as part of a sort of comprehensive strategy to increase prosperity and well-being. So hopefully there are some lessons there, some insights which are useful for thinking about financing a reduction in air pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkinson. That was really insightful. And I think we could have webinars on each of those points on their own to tease those apart, especially looking at strategic resilience agendas. And Next, we have Jahan Chaudhry, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Jahan Chaudhry. As was introduced at the very beginning, I work for the support unit of NDC Partnership. I had a PowerPoint deck, but I decided not to follow that route. I wish it was a dialogue. I wish we could have seen you, but unfortunately, given the situation, that's not the case. But I'll try to make it short and leave a lot of time for question answer. So let me start with 3 headline figures. And all these figures are extremely important for investment decisions. The first one is about savings. And if you look at the total cost of air pollution, we are looking at an annual cost of approximately 2.9 trillion US dollars. That is based on a figure from 2018-19. And that is approximately 3.2% of the world GDP. Now, if you had managed to save that amount for 2 years, only just for 2 years, you could have implemented every single NDCs or the national climate plans of every single country within the Commonwealth over the next 9 years. So saving from the cost that is being incurred because of climate pollution is very important. The second one is flow of capital. When we talk to the investors, both from the multilateral development bank side, bilateral development partner side, and also the private sector side, the common message that we receive is that we don't get enough good quality pipeline of projects. And when we talk to the countries, the common message that we receive is there's not enough flow of financing. But if you take just one figure into consideration, there are 30 asset managers at this present time who have signed up for net zero commitment by 2050. And amongst the 30 asset managers, they are holding asset worth of 9 trillion US dollars. So it's not that the money is not there. Money is there, but it is not directed to climate change initiatives, including issues related to air pollution. And the third one is about market signal. Now, if you had invested, I was looking at the figure, if you had invested $1,000 in 2010, 9th of March, on Tesla, today you would have received 120,000 US dollars. If you had invested the same amount on the 9th of March in 2010 in an oil rig company, I'm not going to name that company, but in an oil rig company, 1,000 US dollars, today you have received 15 US dollars. So that's a negative return. That shows the market signal, where the market is actually heading towards. So it's very important that we keep these figures in mind. One is about the savings, one is about capital flow, and the third one, which is very important, where government has a huge role to play, is about market signal. I want to focus first part of the presentation on the challenges, and then the second part, I would like to talk about some very simple solutions. What are the challenges that we are facing when it comes to investment? And I want to mention that in most of the cases, when we look at the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions of the climate plans coming from the countries, air pollution is folded within mitigation objective. So it's not necessarily always so explicit that this specific component of the climate plan of the national government is focusing on exclusively air pollution. So in many cases, you will see that air pollution is being folded within the mitigation objective of the government. So that's an important point to acknowledge. The challenges that we are facing is that if you take the investment value chain into consideration, the first step of investment should be your proposition must be extremely clear and smart. It is specific, it is measurable, it is achievable, it is time-bound, and it is realistic. Of course, you have to take the business principles into consideration, including the risk appetite as well as the return. Oftentimes, what we see is the proposition is not very clear in these climate plans. So the ideas are there, but they're not very specific. They're not so measurable. They're not so achievable on how they are formulated. So that's the first point. The second point that we are noticing in terms of the challenges is you will see that in many cases, these climate plans remain as isolated documents. They are not necessarily being mainstreamed across the planning and budgeting system of the government. Why am I talking about planning and budgeting system of the government when it comes to investment? Because investment will not only come from the private sector, the government also have to demonstrate the ownership. They also need to make sure a sufficient fiscal space is there for them to invest on these climate strategies. And if that is the case, these NDCs or climate plans will never be implemented or never be allocated budget if they're not being mainstreamed across the planning and budgeting system of the government. So that's the second challenge that we are facing. The third challenge is any business proposition, investment plan has to be properly costed. And again, what we see is that the headline costing is there, but that's not necessarily broken down into the level that would be appropriate for an investment proposition. So that costing element is not always there. And even if it's there, if you put this into the macroeconomic projection of the government, so their fiscal space and how that is going to evolve over the next 10 years, you will see by inputting that number that you will incur as a cost for implementing the climate plan, the country will easily exceed its debt ceiling. So even though the costing is there, the costing is not necessarily realistic. The fourth challenge that we are facing is that ideas may be there, but they are not bankable. So that's another huge gap, that ideas are there, but you're not necessarily showing the financing structure. You're not talking about the incentives that can be deployed by the government. You're not talking about how, for example, this is related to overall national development growth agenda of the government. So if these basic elements are not there, we cannot consider this as bankable projects. And finally, when we have even a bankable project, we see that the financiers are not necessarily there. And one of the reasons this is happening is that the private sector and financiers are often considered as an afterthought. They're not necessarily brought into the very design process of coming up with these climate plans and air pollution strategies, for example. So these are some of the core challenges that we are facing. What are the solutions? I don't want to get into the complex long-term solutions. Let's touch upon some of the quick wins. The first one is there needs to be a coordination across the public sector and private sector. What I see is that when we, for example, go to an event and present, and if it's organized by the private sector, we see no public sector representation. And the opposite is also true. When a public sector is organizing an event focusing on investment, we don't necessarily see the private sector. So it's almost like we are dancing in different floors, putting our noise cancellation headphones on, that we're not necessarily synchronizing our behavior, our strategies. So the first thing that needs to happen is that we need to make sure that public sector, private sector are talking to each other from the very beginning of the process and not as an afterthought. The second is the language that we are using. We are often seeing that the language that the public sector use when it comes to climate is very much anchored on NDC language. Whereas if you are talking to the private sector, it's very much anchored on ESG language. The question then is, how do you make the connection between ESG and NDCs? It's not going to be rocket science. The solutions are there, but even making sure that the CEOs of these companies are aware what these NDCs are, and the finance ministers and environment ministers are aware what these ESGs are, will make a huge difference. So simple awareness and connecting the dots across ESG and NDCs can take you far. And the third one is the government has to demonstrate, there needs to be a demonstration effect that these NDCs actually work, that these investment strategies actually have a return. Climate change is not immune to basic fundamental business principles. We have to apply those. We have to demonstrate that there is a return. And in order to do that, it is very important the government takes a leadership role, a demonstration role, where the government can deploy risk mitigation instruments together with bilateral development partners and multilateral banks. So that's one, risk mitigation instruments. The second one is blended financing. So it's a very important, for example, if there is a need for feasibility study, the government comes forward together with development partners to put money for the feasibility study. So the actual return can be demonstrated. So once that feasibility study is done, for which the private sector do not necessarily want to invest because the proof of concept is not there, then if the outcome of the feasibility study is positive, you can bring in the private sector at a later stage. And the third one is about bundling. Oftentimes we see that many of these projects are very small in nature, and therefore it doesn't give the economy of scale that the investors want to experience or see. So it is possible that you can bundle projects not within a single country, but regionally. And that's particularly true for many of the SIDS, for example. So how do you bundle these projects and give the economy of scale that the investors want to see? But the key point here is there has to be the grant element in order to unlock the private sector element. And for the grant element, the government has to play a hugely important role together with the firepower of the ODA, for example. So I'll stop here. And as I said, we would like to get more questions from you and perhaps have a dialogue after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jahan. That was really insightful as well. And I'm going to actually head straight into some questions because quite related to what you're speaking to. So the 100 billion specified in Paris Agreement is an enabler which is dwarfed by the OECD estimate of I think it's 6.9 trillion needed for adaptation and mitigation, right? So how do you see we can leverage the limited public funding, and what should be the ask in this critical year of action? And you spoke about this, Jahan, briefly, but perhaps it's worth a wider discussion with the panelists. So Dr. Katamuri and Dr. Wilkinson, your views would be really appreciated here. And related to that would be currently, so next week you have the IMF World Bank spring meetings as well. So similarly, in May you have the ADB annual meeting and their energy policy review. So these are venues, right, to talk about blended finance, concessional finance, catalytic finance. So what should shareholders be asking for here to drive commitments to a clean green recovery that also has these sort of protective elements to air quality? So I'll leave that to all of you to answer, if that's okay.
I mean, I was just going to make one additional point, I think, sort of related to your question about sort of finance more broadly, and I sort of raised it in my presentation that I think, you know, this is about kind of availability and access to finance, but it's also about the and in the case of small island developing states and lots of African countries, the fiscal position that they're currently in with the COVID crisis and recovery, and will be for some time, that I think needs to be addressed kind of multilaterally. So it's not going to be of a huge amount of help if they, even if they can access small amounts of grant finance and are able to kind of leverage investment, private sector investment, if they're using up, a significant proportion of their own budget to service their debts. So I do think that this needs some kind of creative thinking on the part of the development banks and creditors, private sector creditors as well, to buy into this idea that we're going to come up against more problems in the future if they can't kind of resolve this sort of debt crisis in the short term, and it's really in nobody's interest to be forcing countries to default on their debt. So why I'm saying this is because it's very much wrapped up in the opportunities for investment, the opportunities to create more resilient economies in the future and more and profitability in sectors. So I do think that that's a really a critical issue to be discussed at the IMF spring meetings and in other climate and development fora.
Jahan laid out some of the opportunities and challenges with respect to broader financing. Well, I tried to sort of put in a little bit about what the private sector is doing, but obviously these are just drips. They're not fulfilling the need that exists. And hence, I think Jahan very clearly stated some of these things. The conversations, the communication should happen. They don't come together. Although I would say that it's better now than it was 5 years ago. There is a stronger coordination or communication between the public and private sector in terms of engagement and discussions and coordination, but it still is so far behind that it really needs to scale up. Then referring to the IFI's meetings and things, one of the things that we are working on is, and again it touches upon the small island states that Emily has been focusing on, is that so far the IFIs, the access to finance is determined by the GDP. And we have been in the discussions that GDP alone, and I think Jahan's point about scale, I think is relevant, because while scale is important, how do we make that scale much more clearly articulated? That's some of the challenges that we've been trying to focus on. So the issue, the big issue seems to be in terms of access to finance is that it is linked with GDP. And that for us has been something we've been saying that it is not strictly the right way of determining the vulnerability of small and vulnerable countries, small island states and other small and vulnerable countries. So one of the things we're just rolling out, we just tested it and we're rolling out, is the Commonwealth has had something called the Vulnerability Index for a few years, but we are now, last few months, my time has got very stretched in trying to get out the latest vulnerability index, which is the Commonwealth Vulnerability Index. We've just been testing it, but now it's ready to be sort of presented. So we're going to start a series of presentations with the IFIs, with UN, with other governments and things like that, bringing out, and it very clearly indicates the vulnerabilities of the countries, which in spite of what their economic situation is, there are vulnerabilities. And while we are moving away from air quality in this conversation, but then I want to say that it is not strictly not air quality, because it relates to climate vulnerabilities that we're talking about. So if we link the two as interrelated, it does still focus on the air quality as a centrality.
Yeah, I think I want to respond to the specific question that you asked, and that is, what can we expect from these meetings? Basically, I have three asks. The first ask is, oftentimes we talk about concessionary loans, we talk about debt relief, we talk about grants. I think those are very important. But you can't really go far with any of these instruments unless the multilateral development banks are actually changing the way they process all these. The speed of delivery is extremely important. If you take 5 to 10 years from pipeline generation to actual closure of deal, you will see many of these SIDS disappearing. We cannot afford to wait for that long. If climate is really an emergency, which it is, you have to come up with a system delivery that would be compatible to that emergency situation. It's almost like deploying your firefighter unit. So that's one. Speed of delivery. So change your systems and processes so the delivery speed can be there. The second one is, I would say, coordination. There needs to be much better coordination across various different development partners, including the multilateral banks. As a project originator, can I submit the same application that I submit to GCF and at the same time GEF and at the same time Adaptation Fund? Why do I need to have 3 different applications going to these 3 different entities? Because the transaction cost of doing that is just too high. So how do you improve the coordination across these multilateral entities when it comes to the barrier to entry? And is it possible that, for example, through World Bank, you come up with a transport policy, but then again, when it comes to the mainstreaming of that transport policy into the transport sector strategic plan, the eventual design of the bankable project, the financing of that, the MRV system to track that, they're all being decided based on the comparative advantages of different players. So let's not see transport policy in isolation, but how that transport policy is going to be evolving across this value chain and who is going to be playing what role. So that requires a lot of coordination across these different entities. And the last point I would say is that, it's very important to make sure that we are building the capacity of the developing countries so they can handle higher flow of financing. We don't necessarily always have to go through middlemen or middlewomen. Can we channel directly to these developing countries the financing that they need and build their capacity that they can handle this large amount of financing? So that could happen, for example, through establishment of national climate funds. So those are going to be, I would say, my 3 asks from these meetings. Thanks.
Great about collaboration, definitely, and regarding mainstreaming the dialogue around climate policy as well, across the board, so that the various moving parts are talking together. So just on the NDCs, so we know that the submitted NDCs currently significantly overshoot the global temperature goal, right? And significantly overshoot the 1.5 target, which is really important for small island states and least developed countries. And just to unpack that a little bit as well around the importance of air pollution, which is it's inherently not a standalone issue when we're speaking about it within the climate space as well. When we address climate change, we're addressing its drivers such as emissions. So just to sort of play devil's advocate here and to get your opinions, why do we need to have a separate focus on air pollution specifically? And how can we assess that the share of finance specifically to projects that are looking at air quality, reducing air pollution, and all of that can be tracked effectively within a project's finance cycle? And it'd be great to understand as well through the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, how what kind of projects you're financing that are looking at reducing air pollution specifically as well.
If I may just jump in first, I mean, I think in answer to your question, we shouldn't have a separate financing mechanism or channel or fund or any other instrument for reducing air pollution. I think it's really important that all of these important issues, climate and development issues, are represented in nationally driven, nationally owned, locally owned plans. If they're not there, then it's important, you know, for activists, civil society, researchers, other groups to ensure that the evidence and the pressure and the argument is there to get them represented in these plans. Once they're there, then the plans and the priorities of governments and civil society need then to be appropriately financed, and I think it is really important not to create lots of separate discussions or siloed financing discussions around these issues. And I think that I feel very similarly about nature-based solutions. I think that this has to be at the heart of a lot of core adaptation and resilience initiatives should be based around based on nature and strengthening and the role of nature. I don't think coming up with a separate financing stream is helpful at all, but I think that may be quite a controversial thing to say, so I'd be pleased to hear from others.
Kind of reiterating that, I think while it's important to sort of encourage a focus on air pollution, however, if we look at the causes of air pollution, it's urbanization, it's industrialization, it's biomass burning, it's even cooking, fuels that are used for cooking, or it's dust from construction and all these things. So in a sense, Emily's point is valid in that sense that if you're going to extract these out, they are all so integrated and interconnected, and we have to have mechanisms, or the financing should focus on a multiplicity of all these projects together, which at the same time having a factor about having a component of understanding of how it impacts air quality, such as even water quality or access to water. So I think, and the question on climate finance access hub, we don't really have a separate, I was trying to get this information, but it was very hard to pull out the projects, and because, as you know, we are cross country, and it wasn't easy for me within the short time to be able to get the information I needed about specific to air quality. So that again reiterates the fact that these projects are also embedded, and we have to ensure that they're embedded. How do we mainstream this, such as how do we mainstream gender equality or access, equitable opportunities for gender-enabled as well as young people, because post-COVID or during COVID, it's young people who are affected the most. And what is sort of encouraging for me personally is seeing how young people are taking leadership, are leading the way, because they have to be part of the solution. They have to be central in the solutions we find for making sure that, they and us and older people can all breathe to survive, to exist. So.
I would build on what the previous speaker said. I think, if you go for air pollution as a very specific topic or a theme, then you are probably going to miss the bigger picture. And the bigger picture here is urbanization, transportation, forestry, for example. And I would suggest that rather than having a project-based approach, you may want to focus on a programmatic aspect or a programmatic approach that would give you the scale and the return that the investors are looking for. So it could be a component of a bigger project, but purely focusing on air pollution is probably not going to take you far. So that's just a reflection on what the previous speakers mentioned, and I totally agree with them. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. One of the areas that I work in is looking at mainstreaming cooling within sustainable cooling within multilateral development banks, and it's a similar conversation around that as well, because it's generally a part of something broader, right? So you need to look at it as a full painting or the bigger picture of it. I had a question for Dr. Wilkinson. Looking at the pathways for financing. So as you said, there are limited instruments available to small island states, and there is a need for diversification of instruments, so beyond grants and loans. And you spoke briefly about some innovative solutions such as blue bonds, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about different instruments that are promising for the small island states context, and of course, Dr. Kutumuri and Jahan, if you have any ideas here as well, and if it, especially in relation to the implementation of NDCs.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, I think this is still very experimental at the moment. There's lots of ideas floating around about how small islands that have this kind of abundance of natural resources and clearly a lot sort of important ecosystem services could use those to leverage investment, and whether that's through investment in reforestation programs in the case of kind of more land-based activities that produce and can, a reduction in CO2 emissions that can be a value on for investors, through to some quite innovative insurance products, for example, to protect the coral reef. There's one being developed, that's been developed in southern Mexico, which the Caribbean islands are keen to replicate, which basically is an insurance scheme that if the coral reef is damaged by a hurricane, will pay out for the reef to be restored, and the premiums are paid for by a fund that's been set up locally, which the local government and some of the hotels and other kind of tourism enterprises pay into. The insurance premium is brought down through coral reef restoration projects and ongoing activities to improve the quality of the reef. So there are a number of now quite interesting instruments that link insurance to incentivizing mitigation and restoration and activities both on land and in the sea. And I think there could be important potential in those, but they're still at a very small scale and quite expensive to set up, require quite a lot of initial studying, for example, of actually understanding the quality of the coral reef and doing that kind of modelling, the modelling of the role that it plays in protecting coastal assets. So some very interesting, I think, watch this space because there's a lot of innovation going on.
Ruth, do you want to go? I don't want to take too much air time.
You go ahead, John. I don't think I want to add. I think NDCs, you're closer to it, so you can comment.
Thanks. So in terms of the instruments, we are seeing a lot of different types of instruments. So for example, one instrument that is becoming very popular is community-based adaptation fund. So rather than having that at the global level or a national level, we are kind of decentralizing that fund at the community level. So that's one. The other part, other instrument that is also becoming increasingly visible is the guarantee fund. So for example, to what extent you can unlock the private sector investment by providing guarantee to commercial banks to lend more to the private sector entities. So that really helps for risk mitigation. The climate investment facility is again something that we are seeing a lot in different countries. Rwanda, for example, one of the Commonwealth countries, is designing a climate investment facility. It's a partnership between Rwanda Green Fund and the National Development Bank, but primarily targeting the private sector. And the insurance, very, very prominent insurance role that we are seeing is focused on the agricultural sector. So weather-based index insurance, for example. So a lot are there, a lot of innovation is happening. I think the key challenge is how do you kind of roll this out at the national level plus at the international level. So again, I think we are at the experimentation stage, and hopefully once some of these products become more mature, I'm not saying that some of them haven't already become mature, but investment facility, for example, once this kind of products become more mature, and we see the overall market effect, we hope to kind of roll this out in other countries as well.
Thank you. That's excellent. And actually related to that as well. So a conducive policy and regulatory environment is critical to access finance. And Jahan, you spoke a little bit about that as well. What areas do you see need to be strengthened to facilitate this enabling environment to send clear signals to the private sector that they are open to investment? So this is to all the panelists.
I can go. So what we are doing now is, you have the NDCs. Okay, it's a document many of the countries have already formally submitted to UNFCCC. The next stage is to actually come up with an NDC investment plan, and we are working on designing that NDC investment plan in 15 countries. And again, this is something kind of a natural evolution of NDCs, that NDCs do not necessarily give the market signal, but we want these investment plans to give very specific market signals and give the assurance to the private sector, look, the government is very serious about it, and this is the incentive structure that we have created to bring in more investment. But again, I don't think even that NDC investment plan at the macro level is good enough. I think what we need to do is moving on, and something that we are already doing in many countries, we are designing project information notes. They're not necessarily a fully blown project proposal, but they are kind of a teaser, a project teaser that could be the basis of discussion between the public sector and the private sector, that gives you some flavor of the return, some flavor of the incentive, but it doesn't provide you with all the information. For all the information, you do have to conduct the feasibility study. But I think that is important, because otherwise there is no starting point of a discussion. You cannot take a macro level investment plan and present it to HSBC, for example, for possible investment. You need to dive into that project level, what exactly the project that you're trying to sell. And I think, again, the other challenge or opportunity that is out there is that let's not treat all asset classes equally. What is bankable to a microfinance institution is not bankable to a big bank in the city of London. We cannot treat all these asset classes equally. So how can we design specific products geared towards specific asset classes is something that we are working on. Thanks.
I wanted to make a point about the metrics and being able to sort of measure outcomes and be very clear about what the outcomes are. I mean, I think it's something that the resilience and adaptation community has really struggled with having, I mean, even the metric around zero carbon, carbon neutrality needs unpacking. There's a lot of complexity in there about what that means and how you achieve it. But for adaptation and resilience, it's even more difficult. And I think that there's going to have to be some assumptions, reducing this down to very sort of concrete measures in order that investors can, for an investor to put money into a resilience bond, it's going to have to be very clear what it means to kind of have achieved resilience, to give that example. So yeah, this is work that is way overdue, really sort of categorizing, deciding on some outcome metrics for resilience and adaptation that can that investors can clearly see and sign up to. So I think that's going to be really important, and there's part of the discussion at COP this year is going to be around a global goal on adaptation, and hopefully that will move those discussions in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question from the audience, and we're being asked, or you're being asked, some small island developing states are of the view that air pollution is not their concern, and therefore there are no needs to consider this in their SDGs and climate finance initiatives. Yet, since our small island developing states are not themselves non-contributors to air pollution, they all have diesel-generated electricity, use mainly diesel vehicles, attract and host cruise ships, and so forth. What support is available to small island developing states and developing countries generally to develop their climate finance projects?
I think the examples I was presenting, I don't know if you can hear me now. So basically the examples I was presenting, the Climate Finance Access Hub predominantly is a source for several small island states. And I think, yes, that's why this whole question about a narrow focus on air pollution alone or interrelated with wider climate goals and emissions targets, I think that's the right, that would be a more, that would be the right approach, as well as the financing examples were some of the ones which I presented earlier today. Others might have other things to add.
I can respond to that from NDC partnership. What kind of services we can provide to a member country? We only provide support services to member countries. So across the menu of options that you have, and again, I wanted to build on what Ruth had said, that country ownership is extremely important for us. So any request that comes to us for support has to be signed off by our focal points who are in Environment Ministry. That's one focal point. And we also have another focal point in Finance or Planning Ministry, depending on the mandate of those ministries in those countries. And that is to ensure that we are trying to follow a whole of government approach. So if there's a request from a member country, we can provide you the services. For example, one, mainstreaming NDCs into the planning and budgeting process, how to, for example, screen public investment projects from climate compatibility point of view, how to prepare a budget call circular taking climate into consideration. So that's like one service offer. This year, we are going to be completing this exercise in 45 countries. The second one, together with Commonwealth Secretariat and other partners, we are also deploying climate finance advisors, and their job is primarily to identify pipeline of projects, and if the pipeline of projects are already there, to give it a bit more shape and form, so this can become a discussion point with potential investors. So the climate finance advisors can be deployed in finance and planning ministries, in some cases environment ministries, to identify the pipeline and take them to the next stage. We are also providing economic advisors in 34 different countries, and their job is basically to mainstream climate into the green recovery plans. And one of the things that we are realizing is that a lot of these green recovery plans are accelerating or fast tracking some of the climate compatible projects that were in the pipeline as a recovery mechanism. So in 34 countries, we are providing that support. Then you have the project information note. So if you have an idea, we can provide you with the support to further develop that idea into a project teaser document, for example. And finally, what we do, our main role is to matchmake. It's almost like Tinder for international climate cooperation. So what we do, if there's a request coming from the countryside, we will circulate this request across our members. Most of the bilateral organizations, multilateral organizations are part of the membership base. And we check whether there's any interest from any of these members to respond to a country request. And usually we get on an average 10 to 15 different responses. So by doing that, we are essentially working as a one-stop shop for those countries to mobilize resources. So rather than going to 15 different partners bilaterally, the country is coming to us and we are kind of supporting them in the resource mobilization. So once we receive those responses, we will then send this back to the government and then facilitate the process from the pledge of support to actual implementation of the support. So all of these support services are available depending on the country context, depending on the requests coming from our focal points. Thank you.
Thanks. And that maybe just to add, I mean, there are certainly a number of regional organizations that are supporting small island developing states to put together proposals for GCF and other climate funds. So I mean, I think approaching them in the Eastern Caribbean, I know the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States has been very active in accessing, helping small islands, member states to access climate finance. So there'll be other regional organizations performing similar roles. I know UNDP as well is very active in this area. So I think there is quite a lot of support available out there to reach out to. I think the tricky thing really is, Johan was saying before about developing more of a kind of programmatic approach. I think it's one thing to put together lots of individual projects, but do they collectively add up to you know, a plan? Will they collectively constitute a kind of full plan or strategy on resilience, adaptation, climate mitigation? So I think that's the real issue. I think support on individual projects is probably a fair amount available, and yeah, I think the other panelists have named quite a number of the places you can go to for that kind of assistance.
Thank you, that's excellent. And if there are any resources you'd like to share with the audience as well, please just pop it in the chat so they can access it. So aware that we're running out of time, there's great discussion, and I was hoping to sort of close off the session by asking you all 3 questions. So from your perspective, the three overarching questions to close the session, to summarize sort of your thought and interventions today, and also what your sort of, I guess, ambition is towards COP26, what you'd like to see towards COP26. So the first question is, where are we now in relation to finance for air pollution? Where do we need to go by COP26? And how do we get there?
I think COP26 is even more important because of this extreme preoccupation the world is facing. And in that preoccupation, while it's a crucial and it's a crisis that the world has never seen before, it is also has the risk of the kind of missing out or falling behind in the gains we have been trying to achieve with respect to our environmental sustainability. And with respect to air pollution, also it's very important simply because, and having it, you know, sort of up there on the table is important because in the Paris Agreement, we had not given too much attention to it. And on the other hand, it's absolutely very, very important. And in a way, COVID also highlighted how there are benefits to improvements in air quality, however small or however temporary it is. In relation to finance, that again, it's extremely relevant and important because of the where I started my presentation by saying about we are under financial stress and the world will be and will increasingly be so in the coming years. And hence, again, it's even more important to understand and realize that enabling access to finance, ensuring that there are right investment options. And actually, Jahan gave very clear examples of how there are. It's about clarifying those. How do we framework those? How do we coordinate those to make that happen? That is the big challenge, not that there is no finance. Maybe not public finance, but there are multiplicity of finances. And even if the world changes, even if the industry changes, it is still about those industries and the asset managers who will be able to find the right sources of energies, financing. How do these systems or these frameworks or these ecosystems, can they work together? How do we bring all the relevant stakeholders in, and how do we optimize the opportunities of financial resources and investing opportunities that exist? That is the big challenge. It can be done, but it requires a commitment and a sort of engagement to do that. And I think that answers the how do we get there question as well.
Okay, so I mean, I think reducing air pollution is all about local action, and in that way, it's different from some of the challenges that small island states experience with external shocks, and it means they have a lot more control over the outcome, which is not by which I don't mean to say that they necessarily have, you know, the financing to do it, but the policy decision can be taken locally, and from there, there's a need to access and all for a more comprehensive approach to financing. And so I think COP26 is a good opportunity to do that, to put pressure on the bilateral, multilateral donors, financing institutions, because of at least the Annex 1 countries' commitments under the Paris Agreement, commitments through Article 9 to make that financing available to support vulnerable countries. So there's a good kind of leverage point in implementing the Paris Agreement and at the COP26 negotiations. But I think this needs to go way beyond COP as well. And there, you know, there's opportunities and discussions around G7 and some of the ongoing discussions around the kind of adequacy of the multilateral financing architecture that you know will go on beyond COP. So I think, you know, there's a lot more to do afterwards as well. So it's not just about how we get to the right decisions at COP. So yeah, I mean, I think hopefully that answers your question, but I think, you know, critically, this is a local issue, and getting it onto the agenda and getting the political commitment to address air pollution is the biggest hurdle with all of this. I think probably the financing, if you bundle it up with other commitments and priorities around clean energy is probably not the biggest obstacle here. Thanks.
So in the interest of time, let me just focus on the third question. How do we get there? I think there's a general agreement that we all want to see that 1.5 degree world. How do we go there? But important to also recognize this is not just towards our journey to COP26, but importantly beyond that. Three things. The first is, I think in 2005, I'm sure all know, there was this Paris Declaration to improve the overall aid effectiveness. What we are not seeing is the application of that Paris Declaration on Paris Agreement. And I think that's a major gap. We must demonstrate the aid effectiveness actually work when it comes to Paris Agreement. This means we need to improve the predictability of aid. We need to improve the transparency. We need to focus much more on result-based processes and systems. We need to make sure we are actually using the national systems, not necessarily systems that are external in nature. So I think that's very important. And I do hope that from today's Climate and Development Ministerial, that would be one of the key outcomes, that we need to demonstrate that aid actually works, aid effectiveness work when it comes to climate. The second point related to the discussion that we have been having is we need to also show a collective impact. This is not about air pollution working in isolation from transport, urbanization. This is about making sure we are all working collectively, not only from a thematic point of view, but also from a player point of view. When it comes to the non-state actors, the public sector, the private sector, the development partners, it's extremely important we are working collectively towards a common objective. And getting that right is complex, but not impossible. And the third one I would say is the demonstration effect. You know, the only way we can convince the countries to further raise their level of ambition in 2025 is by demonstrating that NDCs do have a return, whether that is a social return, economic return, environmental return. But that demonstration effect is extremely important for the countries to be convinced to raise their ambition further. That also means that we need to demonstrate that we can fast-track financing. And unless that happens, you can carry on raising your level of ambition, but that's only going to be restricted on paper. You are not necessarily going to see that when it comes to implementation. So I would say aid effectiveness, a collective impact, and a demonstration effect. Those are going to be the three ways of making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. We definitely have a very clear path of how to get there with your comments. And with that, so thank you so much to our panelists for this really fruitful, insightful discussion. And I will hand back over to Director Gomez if you're there to close off the session.
Right here, Sindra. Thank you so very much. That is a most enriching discussion. I have my WhatsApp is blowing up here with people saying this is absolutely one of the best sessions they've had, and they don't want the discussion to end. So I had to make a promise to a few of them. Sorry?
Do you say that at the end of every session?
No, this is the first session I've said this for, so it's and I think I had to make a promise that
I think three of us have been complementary to each other in what we brought to the table. So I hope that's been beneficial to our listeners.
It has been, and I think this is a right area for discussion. And I think a lot of countries, as has been pointed out, are unsure of how to move. And I think the points that have been raised by Jahan, by Emily, and by yourself, Dr. Katamuri, has helped to at least provide some insights into what countries need to start considering, and has opened their eyes to the fact that that there are new innovative possibilities there for them to consider. And I think that the types of instruments of currently available are not limited. People tend to think that perhaps I can only go to a funding agency that offers traditional types of funding. But as we heard Jahan and Emily say, countries are coming up with new ways of looking at things, and through NDC, they're starting to push guarantees of funds and climate investment facilities that take on new dimensions and meaning. I think that is quite encouraging for many countries. So,
and David, as you, if I may, you would have heard about the youth awards that we had recently, and what was fascinating at those youth awards is seeing young people across the Commonwealth countries, finding ways of engaging and actually demonstrating on the ground in enabling these opportunities and support, and several of them on climate-related projects.
Yes.
With a whole range of communities, people with disabilities, and that is where, for me, the motivation comes, as in it's lovely to see young people engaged in finding the solutions and working together.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dr. Katamura. I think there were two walkaways from this amongst a plethora of others that I don't have enough space to write everything, and I couldn't catch up, so I'll have to go back and look at the YouTube video again. But certainly one of them for me and for our audience was air pollution cannot be treated in isolation. It has to be approached as part of the broader approach to climate change mitigation or any of the environmental approaches that people are considering. The second one really is that countries have the opportunity to work together. And I think it was Jahan that raised the point that project bundling is possible. So countries, given the constraints they're faced with, don't have to feel boxed into thinking, well, maybe this is not, I don't have something that's pitchable to anyone. That here's something that maybe a financing entity is willing to look at if we work together. And I think that speaks really well for Commonwealth countries because of the very nature of the grouping of the Commonwealth. So let me thank all of you. Sidra for a wonderful job of moderating this session. Jahan, Dr. Emily, and Dr. Katamura, thank all of you as well for enriching our afternoon and our conference. And I will certainly be back in touch with all of you. And I appreciate your contributions to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for this session. Lovely to meet all of you.
Yes.
I have only met David before. Lovely to meet, and good luck with all the work that you do. And everybody else who's in this session, good luck, take care, and be safe.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
good evening, and welcome to session 10 towards a Commonwealth agenda on air pollution from CHOGM 2021 to COP26. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon or this evening, wherever you are in the world, and to have with me two very talented speakers and persons who have contributed significantly to the work which the Ramphal Institute is seeking to advance here today. I'm also from a small island developing state. I was told recently that I should not refer to it as small island developing state, but as a large ocean state, because though St. Kitts and Nevis is about 300 square kilometers, it has over 21,000 square kilometers of water. So Nigel, from now on, you'll refer to St. Kitts and Nevis as a large ocean state.
Okay, got it. Large ocean state, yeah.
And so I'll start by saying Commonwealth members have been working hard alongside the Secretariat and the host, Rwanda, to redefine the agenda for CHOGM 2021. CHOGM events have invariably served as opportunities for Commonwealth member states to build consensus around these themes ahead of international meetings on environment and climate change. For instance, CHOGM 2009 in Trinidad and Tobago served as an opportunity for the Commonwealth to establish a position on climate change ahead of the 15th UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in Copenhagen. And CHOGM 2015 in Malta, which I was pleased to attend, similarly provided an opportunity for Commonwealth members to agree a common position on climate-compatible sustainable development ahead of the Paris Agreement, or COP21, held that same year to agree and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This year, CHOGM in Kigali, Rwanda, will similarly take place ahead of the UN Climate Change Conference, or COP26, to be held in Glasgow, with the aim of accelerating action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Thus, CHOGM 2021 will provide a unique opportunity for Commonwealth countries to once again build consensus on key themes related to climate change, particularly decarbonization, reduction of CO2 emissions, and net zero emissions. In keeping with previous Commonwealth commitments to give voices to the most vulnerable and to exercise climate leadership, it is important that the Commonwealth countries once again seize the opportunity to build a bridge between the two events by addressing air pollution as part of refreshing their climate action plans, while paving the way for green recoveries out of the current coronavirus pandemic-induced global economic recession. With that, I'm pleased to turn to the speakers. Regrettably, one of our speakers has been detained, but we still have with us two very powerful speakers, as I said to you earlier, and great activists. First, we have Ms. Juliet Kibera, who is the Director General of Rwanda Environment Management Authority, to which she was appointed in May 2020. Prior to her appointment, she held the position of Director General of Environment and Climate Change at the Ministry of the Environment. Juliet began her career as an environment manager officer at the time when Rwanda was developing much of its forward-looking environmental institutions and policies. As the Montreal Protocol focal point then, she was at the forefront of negotiations of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and took an active role in the drafting and enforcement of different laws, such as the 2008 law banning plastic bags in Rwanda and the 2019 law banning single-use plastics. Juliet currently serves as the chair of the executive committee of the Multilateral Fund of the Montreal Protocol. And of course, a name which resonates in most of our heads, even for those of us who have met him, is Nigel Topping, who is the UK high-level climate action champion appointed by the UK Prime Minister in January 2020. Nigel works alongside the Chilean high-level climate action champion Gonzalo Munoz, and the role of high-level champion is to strengthen collaboration and to drive action from businesses, investors, organizations, cities, and regions on climate change, and to coordinate the work with governments and parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Nigel was most recently CEO of We Mean Business, a coalition of businesses working to accelerate the transition to a zero-carbon economy. Prior to that, he was executive director of the Carbon Disclosure Project, following an 18-year career in the private sector, even though he looks 18 himself, having worked across the world in emerging markets and manufacturing. So, Nigel and Juliet, thank you for joining us here today. Welcome, and I will like to get started by having turned the floor over to Juliet. Juliet, please. I think you're on mute.
Yes, sorry, I was talking to myself. Thank you, Kevin, for the kind introduction. Thank you, fellow speakers, representatives of governments, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to join in this webinar. Warm greetings from Kigali. Yeah, I would like to thank you for joining this conference on combating air pollution and the role that Commonwealth member states can play in improving the quality of the air we breathe. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to share some of Rwanda's experience in addressing air pollution. There is no doubt that air pollution is a major public health crisis and the world's most pressing environmental health threat. Today, more than 90% of people globally breathe polluted air, and approximately 7 million people die from air pollution-related causes every year. Many of these people, like you and me, live in the Commonwealth member states. The air pollution challenge is also affecting Rwanda. While we are still understanding the full extent of the problem, we do know that in 2012, more than 2,000 deaths were attributed to ambient air pollution. And between 2012 and 2015, the number of hospital admissions for the acute respiratory infections in health centers across the country increased by almost double to more than 3.3 million. These figures are really alarming, in my opinion. So today, air pollution is not only an environmental challenge, but also a risk to our national development. That is why in 2018, the Rwanda Environment Management Authority commissioned a study to assess the major sources of air pollution in Rwanda. The study indicated that vehicle emissions are the leading cause of air pollution in the city of Kigali and other urban areas. While domestic biomass cookstoves from wood and charcoal and open fire burning in fields are the primary contributor of poor air quality in residential and rural areas. That is why we have taken action to address air pollution across all sectors of the economy. Regular car-free days, creating green spaces, motor vehicle inspections, introducing bike lanes, subsidies for LPG gas as an alternative to charcoal for cooking, emission standards, e-mobility strategies, and recent establishment of the Africa Air Quality and Climate Laboratory here in Kigali are just a few examples. Through a partnership between the Ministry of Education and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, the Rwanda Climate Observatory at Mount Mugogo was established. The World Meteorology Organization accepted the observatory as a station in the WMO Global Atmosphere Watch Program. As a result, Rwanda joins an international network of observation systems reporting the global responses to climate change and air quality. In addition, thanks to the Rwanda Green Climate Fund, the Rwanda Environment Management Authority managed to get the funds to establish an air quality monitoring infrastructure system being installed across the country, enabling data collection to inform decision making and enforcement activities. Today, Rwandans can access real-time air quality information thanks to this new website and mobile application, which is up and running. The system provides real-time air quality index for each station, both numerical and color codes for easy interpretation. The system highlights the dominant air pollutant, which is responsible for air quality degradation during the reported period for each station. It will help Rwanda to compare ground observation data with satellite data through remote sensing technology to verify their accuracy. As we approach the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, and later the COP26 in Glasgow, I encourage all Commonwealth member states to look at the immediate steps we can take to limit air pollution. We also need to consider the long-term policies and programs that will improve quality of life and environmental outcomes for all who call planet Earth home. To conclude, I would like to encourage us all to put our heads together and find innovative ways to address the problem and strive to build on environments and free from air pollution. Together, the Commonwealth can lead the world in beating air pollution. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kibera, for that. I was busy taking notes as you were speaking, and one of the things that really stuck out to me, and I'm thinking as a father with children who like to run about and play sports, the whole notion of having the real-time air quality index, I think, is fantastic, and congratulations to Rwanda for that. And I also, having traveled myself to some parts of the world where I have seen this skyline suddenly turn gray because of smoke from burning areas to prepare farmlands and so on. I remember once walking out into the street, having to run back into the air conditioning. Imagine leaving the street to seek refuge in air conditioning simply because of the burning sensation you feel in your throat and so on because of the air quality. So congratulations to Rwanda for that. But I shan't delay anymore because I know everybody's eager to hear more from your co-panelist, Mr. Topping. So, Mr. Topping, please, over to you.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and it's great to be on a panel with a colleague from a large ocean state, and from a burgeoning African economy that is, of course, so associated with because of the Kigali Amendment, but actually one of the most important steps forward in tackling climate change since the Paris Agreement. And in fact, just yesterday I was working on an event for the Global Cooling Prize, which has very much been inspired by Kigali to really try and accelerate the rate of development of better air conditioning technology that doesn't use the dangerous gases that historically have been used. And you just remind me that there's another connection in this story about air pollution with those same gases, because of course the asthma inhalers, which kids increasingly have had to use, have historically also had HFCs as a propellant. So it's, this is just a really good example of how everything is connected, right? And it seems to me like we're in a very interesting time of realizing just how connected everything is. For a long time, it felt like the global conversation about climate change was as though this was something, and I speak, from my lived experience in growing up in the UK and working mainly in Europe and North America, although having done a lot of work in India, China, and Brazil. But it's often seemed in the global north like this is a problem that is going to happen to someone else, somewhere else, some decade else. And I think what's happened since Paris is this has been, and remember in Paris there was your colleagues from the large ocean states, I love that, were pleading for 1.5 to stay alive because of the very real existential fact that climate change is not something for someone else, somewhere else, sometime else. It's happening right now, and it's affecting communities around the world right now. Yes, the large ocean states So some of those very low-lying ones in the Pacific, particularly vulnerable, but also, of course, the huge delta populations around the world, particularly in South Asia, and both the coastal and rural communities of the African continent. So the lived experience of climate change is very much happening across the whole Commonwealth, which is one of the reasons I think the Commonwealth as a very different group of countries, and therefore the Commonwealth government, are so important if we're to tackle this huge challenge of climate change with both the innovative sense of action and the real sense of solidarity that is going to be required. And Paris succeeded largely because there was a sense of solidarity, and I think that's something that we're really hoping to bring to Glasgow. I think this topic of air pollution is one that can really help with that sense of solidarity for everybody. Kevin, there's a story, there's an immediate image of kids playing on the street, right? And then there's the science, which Juliet knows much better than me, of just how much air pollution. I remember when we launched the Race to Zero in June, we had Maria Neira from the World Health Organization, and we were talking about the Race to Zero emissions, and she said we need a race to zero premature deaths. And the latest science tells us that nearly 9 million people every year are dying prematurely because of air pollution, and that's largely because of burning coal, burning oil in combustion engines, and burning fuels indoors for heating and light, coal, charcoal, kerosene. So all of this, and of course, COVID has really woken us up to the fragility of our pulmonary health. And we know that that emerging research shows that people breathing more polluted air over many years are more exposed to dying as a result of COVID. There's a recent report by a Professor Bernstein from the Harvard Chan School of Public Health that said, and I wrote it down to quote, people who have been living in places that are more polluted are more likely to die from coronavirus. So this is an issue of climate justice locally. Those more exposed to more polluted area in any country are more likely to, but also globally. And so that's really at the heart of what I'm trying to do with my colleague Gonzalo Munoz, as you mentioned. And we really see that, along with the presidencies from Chile and now the UK taking over, and of course the UN Secretariat led by Patricia Espinosa, that Glasgow is the first big test of our global solidarity. I remember in Paris, in the closing ceremony, as everybody took their seats ready for the final vote and the gavel, there was a real palpable sense that we had individually and collectively stood up for something bigger than our petty self-interests. We had, Tony Marshall, rest in peace, from the Marshall Islands, high-fiving John Kerry. We had the Indians high-fiving the Venezuelans. We had the Jamaicans high-fiving the Chinese. We had the Kenyans high-fiving the Argentinians. I mean, it really was a sense of the whole world realizing that this has got to be about more than our individual self-interest. And Glasgow is the first big test of whether the promise of Glasgow is being delivered. Is the ratchet, where everybody promised that because their commitments in Glasgow weren't enough, is the ratchet of ambition through nationally determined contributions going to be enough to keep 1.5 alive? That's what we're all driving for. Is multilateralism going to keep the focus on deploying the finance needed to create the resilient communities we need around the world going to deliver? And that's very much the role that Gonzalo has. That's why we launched the Race to Zero, and we've just launched the Race to Resilience. And it's really about how do we mobilize the whole of society? National governments can do a lot, but they can't do it all on their own. We know that city mayors have tremendous power. They're often at the front line, and of course CEOs and heads of investment companies also. And in big countries with federal systems, with states or counties or regions, then that devolved responsibility also has a huge role. So we feel we're making really good progress on the Race to Zero. We have thousands of companies, trillions of dollars of investment, hundreds of cities all committing to the long-term goal, but also to the actions in the short term. We had a great day yesterday launching the first wave of initiatives in the Race to Resilience. And that's things like the Global Mangrove Alliance, the Ocean Risk and Resilience. I have to read them because they're new to me. the Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance, the Water Resilience Coalition, that's looking to address water scarcity in 100 river basins around the world in the next 10 years. The Cities Race to Resilience, a lot of focus on providing financial services to smallholder farmers and urban poor through insurance, a development forum insurance, ensure resilience, and the risk-informed early action partnership, and Extreme Heat Resilience Alliance. And we've been really blessed to have really strong support from good friends from the Commonwealth like Sheila Patel and Salim Hook, real experts in resilience to help us. And now what we're really focusing on is, as well as getting every company, every investor, every city to commit to the race to zero, how do we achieve systems breakthroughs? So how do we get to the point where we align around the pathways that we need to take so that we de-risk for everybody and just get on with doing it really fast? And I would point to 3 systems breakthroughs that I think are particularly relevant to this challenge of air pollution, and that I hope we might be able to do something about together at CHOGM. And those are the phasing out of polluting combustion engine vehicles, the cleaning up of our power grids, and the provision of clean energy access to everybody so people don't have to rely on expensive and unhealthy kerosene and charcoal in their homes. We're making really good progress in companies committing to those and cities. You know, I often use the example of electric vehicles. Only 5 years ago, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, was saying we'll still be buying combustion engines into the 2080s. Now, if we want to, the future could come forward by 50 years, and we could decide that the combustion engine is over in terms of new vehicles by 2030 to 2035. The UK's banned them by 2030. Many cities have banned them. The vehicle manufacturers are all starting to coalesce around a date in the mid-30s. It would be wonderful if we could have a whole host of Commonwealth countries join that group committing to phasing out combustion engines, and we'll be working to make sure that many cities in Commonwealth countries, and many states and regions and many companies do that. Similarly, accelerating the phase out of coal as we transition to green power grids. Can't be done overnight, but there's nothing more powerful than a clear zero date as we're finding to drive innovation, and as we learn that new renewables are increasingly cheaper than old fossil power generation. And the third one, as I say, energy access. I think my numbers are right that still 556 million people in sub-Saharan Africa don't have access to power. That's something which is solvable within the next 9 years by 2030 if we bring together a coalition of countries, cities, and the private sector to deliver on that. So those are 3 breakthroughs that you know, Gonzalo and I are working on with our stakeholders in the private sector and in the city community. We'd love to work with you. I know they're also real priorities for the UK presidency to build overwhelming momentum, so maybe we can celebrate clear end dates for those polluting and unhealthy technologies in Glasgow. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you so much for that, Nigel. You know, very inspiring. You know, as you were talking about the race to zero, I was making my own notes. I was thinking, you know, finance services to resilience, risk mitigation to resilience, education to resilience, because there's so many ways that you can build that out to support resilience. And I heard the Secretary General speak yesterday, and she reminded me that in 2015, I recall sitting in that room. We were in this small room at the hotel, trying to hammer out what should be in the communique, what the statement from Commonwealth should be. And I think because you had 54 countries agreeing a way forward, we were able to strike a decisive, I wouldn't call it a blow, but to make an impact in Copenhagen. So I think it's important that we continue to work together. And we often talk about the Commonwealth representing 2.4 billion people. So we have to use that numerical advantage and the membership to work in a collaborative, joined up way to advance the climate change agenda. And I know the Commonwealth has been working quite a lot on this over the years. But I'm sure there may be some questions. And David, if you're still within earshot, you can tell me when there are questions, or you can come in and ask the questions, because I'm not sure I can manage the technology here in front of me. But if you have any questions, please come in. But I would like to start by asking either Juliet or Nigel, how do you think that can the Commonwealth leadership on air pollution at CHOGM 2021 help to provide the impetus for other countries and companies as well to accelerate plans to stem carbon and greenhouse gas emissions? We'll start with Nigel, because I can see you, and I think Juliet, if she comes back, we'll pick up where you leave off. Please proceed.
Well, I think that, I mean, that's a resounding yes to that question, because because of several things. I think, I mean, there's the numerical power of 54 countries and 2.4 billion people. That's quite compelling. There's also the unique nature of the Commonwealth, and that it stretches. It represents the world across so many dimensions. It's north, south, it's small, large, it's different levels of development. So I think, if 54 countries in the Commonwealth can agree, that's a pretty good model for 196 countries globally to agree. But I also think, the Commonwealth has consistently innovated. I mean, if you think of I remember in Morocco, in Marrakesh, the year after Paris, when right at the beginning of the 2-week period, President Trump won in America, and it became very clear that the American stance to multilateralism, to climate change, was about to reverse. And one of the immediate things that happened was all the small island states, or large ocean states as we now call them, that are in this group of climate vulnerable countries, all very quickly said, well, we're going to get to 100% renewables by 2050. So they immediately responded with a quick signal, which demonstrated bold leadership and a commitment to innovation. And I think that's the sort of thing that the Commonwealth countries could do across these issues of, the end of the era of coal and combustion engines, that would really send a very strong signal. If that was done at CHOGM, just a few months before Glasgow, it would really help to ratchet up the sense of what's possible and in fact what's inevitable, because that's such a large mass of countries and people committed to that. And as I say, there's a lot of people already on board for that who'd be very, very willing helpers, including from the vehicle manufacturers, the power companies, the investor community, and cities and states around the world.
And I'm sure you have countries like Dominica, St. Vincent and St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, which have geothermal deposits, eager to have conversations with you. How do we bring the partners together to work in those areas? Because then you would reduce the dependence on fossil fuels and so on, and you're providing clean, renewable energy for the future. This morning I was listening to a presentation. I think the person was from Canada, and they were speaking about the electric cars, and you look at the numbers, and I found it very fascinating, because we all want to have our own vehicle because it's a sign of status. It's a sign that we have arrived, but you seldom think of the implication for air quality, how we are contributing to the degradation of our environment, and I think that was an important point to note. Is Juliet back with us? I don't know, but David, I think you had a few questions for Nigel.
Juliet should be on, so she only has to reactivate her microphone and her video, and then she'll be fine.
Maybe while we wait for Juliet, just on your point, Kevin, on electric vehicles, a few thoughts. Increasingly, they're not as increasingly owning a car is not a status symbol for millennials. Increasingly, young people are saying, "Why would I have a car? It's a waste of money. I can just I can use public transport or use a car sharing scheme." Exactly. Cars are one of the worst utilized assets in the world. Most cars, I think, on average, asset utilization is 4%. In other words, a car is idle 23 hours a day and used 1 hour a day. The other really important thing, of course, is that one of the reasons why the UK moved the date forward from 2040 to 2030 is that the economics are changing. Electric cars are so much more efficient in energy uses than petrol cars that there's a massive economic gain. And of course, particularly for small island states, many of whom are reliant on imported oil and diesel, there's a kind of energy dependence. You know, why not power your transport from the assets which you have, wind and sun, and geothermal in some cases, rather than ones which you don't have. So I think there's increasingly economic and political reasons for making that transition as well.
Exactly. David, any questions?
I'm trying to pull up mine up now, okay. So, but if you have any further that you have, Richard had a question he wanted to ask Nigel. So,
I have one which says, as I'm looking at it, I almost feel, Nigel, like I'm back at university. So just bear with me. It says Simon Burkitt. Simon Burkitt of Clean Air London wrote recently that discussion around COP26 needs to move away from generalizations toward the hard realities of air pollution, biodiversity, health, etc. Do you think CHOGM 2021 realistically can serve as a moment for Commonwealth governments to put the Commonwealth House in order ahead of COP26, and how likely do you think this would be to happen? And this is interesting because I'm part of the Commonwealth, and I'm putting this to you to get from you how you see the Commonwealth's role in moving from rhetoric to action.
Well, first of all, I fully agree with the sentiment that the time is now the time for specific actions rather than general. I mean, that's one of the reasons why in the race to zero, where we, to join the race, companies or businesses or companies or investors or cities or universities have to commit to a zero date. That's hence the race to zero. But they also have to commit to a short-term plan and target, and that they'll report transparently on that, because we all know that there's very few mayors or CEOs in post today who will still be in post in 2040, let alone 2050. So that's the first thing. I really agree with that. I mean, I'm not sure what is being referred to in terms of putting the Commonwealth House in order. That sounds like a much bigger question to me than beyond my pay grade. But I certainly think that the Commonwealth, I mean, the timing is perfect, right? It's still enough time ahead of, like a day before Glasgow, you can't influence much. 2 years ahead, there's no resonance. But the timing is perfect, I think. And as I've said, I think the unique nature, the kind of breadth and depth, and the difference across the Commonwealth means that a strong signal of solidarity and ambition and commitment to action from the Commonwealth heads of government would be a great contribution to building the momentum for ambition, solidarity, and action focus in Glasgow. Absolutely, it's a very, very relevant group for all those reasons, and it's a perfect timing, I think, to really have a positive impact.
Thank you for that. I think you waltz your way through that like a diplomat. So that's very that's very good.
As I'm on the panel with 3 diplomats, I will take that as a compliment.
Juliet, I don't know if you heard the discussion. Do you want to come in with your thoughts?
So I got distracted in something that came in unplanned, but the thing is, I mean, the discussion is air quality. The discussion is how do we move from CHOGM to COP26, and in my opinion is we have everything in our reach. We know where the pollutants are coming from. It's not like air pollution is not like an emergency that just comes and falls on us. We really know where these pollutants are coming from. I just shared for the case of Rwanda, we know that in the cities, it's more of vehicular emissions. And maybe this is common to so many cities. And if we're talking about COP26, we are talking about mitigation of emissions rising. We are talking about right now green recovery. How do we recover from the COVID-19, which we just noticed that it is actually very closely related to air quality, air pollution. The more the countries are polluted or the environments are polluted, the more the magnitude of the COVID-19 to the population. So I think it's high time for us to look at these things in a holistic approach and try to talk about ambition, which we actually act. It's so bizarre that we all enjoyed the clean air during the lockdown, and it sounded it sounded so illogical for us to be, seeing anything nice out of a lockdown situation. But at least for once we saw clear skies. But do we really need to go to that extreme for us to see the nice things that we can get out of clean air? Can we do something? Can we do something small today and another something small the following day? I'm sitting in a position of enforcing, implementing environment policies, but also advising on which policies to be made. But my question to me and my question to us, what do we tell our policymakers? How do we tell them what we tell them? Is it a trend? Is it just a trendy thing to talk about electric mobility? Or do we talk about it as a need really for us to clean up our environment? It is so sad that a small percentage that drives now pushes all the burden to the biggest position, the biggest population that does not actually drive. So how do we try to put together that information for us to be able to make the right policies, the right laws, the right instruments that guide government to act, that guides government to invest? How do we sell what we know very well? Is it in a very sugar-coated, fashion, such that no one gets the information that we want to pass on? Or is it in a way that is not clear and we sound like we are, somewhere in a negotiation room and we don't know what we are negotiating about? So I guess the point I'm making here is we should see this as an opportunity to act. We are all starting from scratch, so to speak, because the pandemic has kind of challenged all the plans, the medium-term plans, the long-term plans that we have written so eloquently. Now we have the opportunity to try and come back in a fashion that will not put us in another situation that will need to be fixed. So I think we can do all this monitoring of the air quality, which is good, which is nice for policy information, but this is something we need to have so clear in the CHOGM communique that the heads of states will be making. How do we have a language that clearly talks about the need to clean up our air, and how does that link to the emission reductions, as well as adaptation, because these two things are very closely related in the COP26. I guess it's a matter of prioritizing and setting very clear targets that are doable, that are not so, very, ambition is good, but we should also look at something that can be, which is implementable. I think that's what I wanted to add to the discussion.
Thank you, Juliet. You added a tremendous amount to the discussion. You started when you talked about the pandemic. I recall sitting here and reflecting. One day I was just sitting here and I said something is wrong. I realized I wasn't hearing any sound. There were no planes, there were no cars, and so then suddenly I could hear birds. So for a brief moment in time, by humanity being cloistered, we gave the environment an opportunity to breathe. And so that's one important observation you made that I thought was quite important. Also, we talk about action, time to act, and how do we advise our policy makers? And I think, Nigel, you had made mention about it when you talked about the Commonwealth. And so I'm inviting you to look at the Commonwealth as your partner. And if the Commonwealth has, well, it does, 54 member states. It represents 2.4 billion. And you're trying to bring together the stakeholders, the businesses. How do you see the Commonwealth being that facilitator, given its convening power? And how will you use that access to help you to advance your work, not just to COP26, because that is just one minor mark along the journey. How do you use the Commonwealth platform for advocacy and to do more with in terms of your waste to zero, waste to resilience agenda? And then David, I'll let you talk after that. I know I've delayed your comments.
Well, first of all, actually, just a little bit to Juliet's point about how do you sell the story. I mean, I was fortunate a month ago to have the chance to visit Kenya, and I'm still hoping that I will be able to visit Kigali for the heads of government meeting. And I know so many things in life are uncertain at the moment, but I would really, really deeply hope that I can. And one of the things that gave me great joy was to help launch a pilot project for electric motorbikes. Now, there's two people in Nairobi who really use motorbikes. There's the park rangers in Karura Forest. They saw the motorbikes, they're piloting them, they love them, right? One of the reasons they love them is that they're so quiet that they can sneak up on people who are trying to poach animals or cut trees down, which is one of their jobs, and not be heard, right? So it's just one of those surprising things. But we also visited Shofco in Kibera informal settlement, and there are lots of motorbikes driving around there, and they're all spewing out dirty air. And we talked to some people in the community there, and they love the idea of electric motorbikes that they can charge there. And in fact, one of the reasons that the United Nations Environment have done this pilot has been targeted on what I don't know what you call them elsewhere, but in Nairobi they call them boda drivers, motorbike taxis where someone can just jump on the back. And they've calculated in early pilots that those drivers can double their income because it's much cheaper to run an electric motorbike than it is a petrol motorbike. So I think as always when selling change, we have to go to a story which resonates with people's self-interest, which is one, so air pollution, health, the health of our children is an important one. Macroeconomically, the fact that electric vehicles collectively are cheaper. I mean, I would really welcome the opportunity to work closely with the Commonwealth. I mean, you tell me the best way to dock in, because we often talk about the ambition loop, that businesses and cities, they can raise their bar and their ambition, but they can only go so far. They then need, the policy needs to go in line with that. Similarly, policymakers can only go so far until they need businesses and investors to go. So it has to be a kind of whole of society systems change. So I think there's real potential, and would love to follow up with you in whatever the right forum is to see if we can work towards that for Kigali in a few months' time.
And David, I'm known on occasion to read minds, and I noticed that you had an observation you wanted to make. So please go ahead.
No, a couple of the, I just wanted to ask Juliet and Nigel directly. Juliet, in your discussion just now, you agitated for clearer language being in the CHOGM communique, because you felt that, or if I understand correctly, you feel that that's the best way for us to deal with it, not to sugarcoat it. Having said that, do you think that an approach which treats air pollution through a broader lens of sustainability will allow for the type of collective contribution at CHOGM that shaped previous CHOGM communiques, the one 2009 and 2015 and 2018? Or do you think, are you saying that what we really need to do is to grab the bull by the horns and deal with it straight up, but find language that fits in, that supports broader sustainability approaches, better approaches to climate change?
Thank you, David. I'm not so sure if I have a clear answer to this, but I think what was running in my head when you tried to get more clarity on what I was trying to communicate. In the case of air pollution, I think we shall need to have it, to have both facets in the language, hard as it might be, but we are going to look at the entire sustainability approach that we are talking about. If you're talking about green urbanization, I think that will encompass all the aspects that add to the pollution in urban settings. But if we went a little further, maybe not in the communique, but after the communique, and I think this is the first program that I will be following up closely. Maybe after the communique, we have an implementation framework, someone who follows up on what the communique was talking about. I think that will be important for us to know if that is available. I want to imagine that it is. I see colleagues nodding on the platform. Yes, it is there. So in the implementation framework or monitoring framework, let us have like the clear do's or the don'ts that we want the Commonwealth member states to be looking up to before the other program is hosted. Are we talking about being able to measure the air pollution in cities? If that is what we want to really aim at, I think that's doable and that's very necessary. Common saying that you cannot monitor what you cannot measure. If we can start with the measurements, then that will come out as a clear action after the communique. So I guess what I'm saying, we can have it in the general sustainability approach and then break it down so we can be able to follow through and see progress that we are working towards.
Can I just if anybody quotes me after this, I'll deny it. But instead of just waiting to see the communique, you may wish to infect those preparing the communique with the kinds of language and understanding that will make sure that what you see on the end is what you think advances the agenda. But it's just between us, so don't tell anybody I said it.
We're not recording this section. So, I mean, Juliet, thanks very much for that. I mean, you just triggered a thought when you were talking, and I thought, well, maybe is it something that we need to start thinking about, as His Excellency is saying, about the approaches before? These decisions are made by senior ministers and heads of government, and I think our responsibility is to put forward to them the best informed positions to allow them to take that and make the decisions at the meeting. But Nigel, I wanted to pick up on something that you were saying about that collaboration. It's a public-private approach, but it's also an intergovernmental approach, and it's a north-south approach as well. That kind of a collaboration, I think for me, that type of a coordinated action is required. And I think, in my view, the only way for meeting shared goals for avoiding or mitigating climate change is to have that kind of a society-wide collaboration on it. Any thoughts from the experiences you've been having in pushing for net zero and your work towards the COP26 that Commonwealth can benefit from?
I think you're absolutely right in your description of the. I mean, the Secretary General talks about a new multilateralism, doesn't he? He talks about, you know, we need nation states and cities and businesses and maybe some. And I think if we're honest, we don't have the kind of institutional. We're not used to that kind of new multilateralism institutionally. So what I mean, for example, you know, my role is to work with non-state actors, and then others to work with state actors. And I think interestingly in Madrid in COP25. The mandate of the high-level champions was extended, and we were asked to see what we could do to, you know, continue to improve the effectiveness. And we've been through a consultation process with all of the parties. And one of the things that many of them have said is, we want you to try and bridge the work of non-party stakeholders, businesses and local government mainly, with that of parties. So it's something that we're very alive to and thinking about, you know, and trying to have more of these kind of minister and CEO type conversations. What I find is, if they become too formalized, as frankly, ministerial conversations can be very formalized, so that everything's pre-prepared, and there's no room for actually a conversation, then they're very difficult. So I think what we need to find the ways of having the kind of pre-formal conversation. So maybe that's a conversation around what would some Commonwealth governments and some non-state actors be able to agree on, and maybe it's in the communique, or maybe it's in an addendum that some of the members sign up to and some of them don't. I'm not familiar with the exact structures, but I do think it's time for us to experiment and be bold. There are examples of things like the Powering Past Coal Alliance, which has government signatories and non-government signatories. And again, I would love to try and work with you and the Commonwealth to figure out a way of maybe using the Commonwealth as a bit of a laboratory to demonstrate what's possible to the other members of the community of nations.
Thank you. I have a question here in the chat, Kevin, because it's not coming up on the chats here, so it's come through on my WhatsApp. And it says, I want to ask Nigel whether the UK will support the right to a healthy environment at HRC. And HRC means Human Rights Council. So that's the question that has come through.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm not a member of the UK government. I'm appointed by the UK government, but my mandate is to the parties to the UN Convention. So that's way out of my expertise and mandate, unfortunately. Sorry.
So, Kev, if I can just make an announcement to the audience, anyone who's watching, they can either submit their questions via the chat on the side, or if they want, they can email them into us, or they can message me. I don't want to put my number there because I don't want everybody flooding my phone with messages. But yeah, if they can pop it in the chat for us, that would be helpful. So.
I have a question here, and I think many of these questions seem to favor the Commonwealth in terms of how the Commonwealth can act. So it means Juliet and Nigel, you have to look at the Commonwealth as a partner and see how you can work that partnership to advance the work that you're doing. It says here, climate change is a broad topic, and the CHOGM negotiations will touch on this through the broader lens of sustainability. Will this approach allow for the type of collective contribution at CHOGM that shaped the Paris Agreement to also allow CHOGM 2021 to shape the ambitions of COP26? And I would say, I believe so, but I leave it to you to see if you've given it any thought and whether you think that this is, from what you've seen, if this is possible going forward. Juliet, you go first.
All right, I'll go. Yeah, so this has been thought through. I need to, my colleague will also come in to contribute, but I know that what is on agenda or what has been like pre-prepared to be discussed during the CHOGM is different topics, but also we have climate coming out really, really big. Environment and climate change is one of the very important aspects that is going to be discussed. We very well know that many countries are in the process of updating their NDCs, and NDCs is simply a strategic document that cuts across all the economic sectors in every country. We cannot talk about a revised NDC without talking about energy, without talking about transport, without talking about agriculture, and all these are the very sectors that one are adding to the air pollution, but they are also the very sectors that ultimately are going to be of very much focus in the COP26 negotiations. So this linkage has been thought through, and as the host of the CHOGM, ours is to simply provide a very conducive environment for the negotiators, for the delegates to come and really have a thorough discussion around these ideas and come up with the appropriate decision going forward. But one thing for sure is we have these ideas developed, and right now member states are being encouraged to add their thoughts. We could be having the very initial drafts right now, but going forward, I'm sure more ideas are being added to them, and the linkage between CHOGM and COP26 is very keenly being thought about. Someone kept on alluding to the Race to Zero and Race to Zero initiative or campaign. Yes, this is a campaign or an initiative by the UK government, but I want to believe that all Commonwealth member states are in a way contributing to that. If we are now in a season of planting trees, for example, that is very closely related to what the Race to Zero campaign is talking about. So if we are keen enough, we can have these linkages and try to avoid thinking in the box of CHOGM and later on think in the box of COP26, and try to always be looking at what at the end in the beginning, and then trace the path towards the end at an early stage.
Wonderful. I like that. You know where you're going and you work backwards, and then you can then chart the course. Nigel, any observations there?
Well, I mean, of course, I agree. I think one of the interesting questions for me is, and again, I've never been to a CHOGM before, but my understanding is you have a series of kind of stakeholder events in the run-up, right? So civil society and business. I can't remember which other ones, Juliet.
People, you have the Women's Forum, People Forum, Business Forum, and Youth Forum.
You have all these different. Yeah. So great. So you've got a Women's Forum, a People's Forum, a Youth Forum, and then a Business Forum. So I think this is very similar to what we're trying to do with the non-state actors, right? I mean, the non-state actors with the real economic power are like cities and businesses and investors, right? Because they yield policy levers and economic levers. But what we're talking about here is a whole of society transformation, right? So I think you know, and there are of course increasingly you know, I joined the mock COP, a youth COP in November last year. There's going to be a global citizens assembly working on proposing ideas in the run up to COP. So I think all of these, it's really important, this flow, as you say, Juliet, have the end in mind, have you know, COP is a really big event, this sort of 5-year anniversary, the CHOGM is, but it's also those streams of engagement and thought and proposals that are leading into CHOGM, which I think we should take into consideration as well, right? That's what gives us a chance of having an outcome which is generally representative of a kind of whole of society wish rather than just one group. So I think that, and we're doing a lot of work to try and figure out how to bring more of those voices into Glasgow, although of course they won't be in the formal negotiations, but they can be in the sort of surround sound, just as you're doing in a slightly different way for CHOGM.
I see. I've now managed to maneuver my way on the page, and I see something saying, "How can sustainable finance be leveraged for combating air pollution in Commonwealth countries?" Nigel, you go first.
I think that this goes back to the point I made earlier, is that you know, there's a real focus on delivering the promised 100 billion, and I know that the UK presidency are very strongly focused on that, and that will be you know, that's one of the main topics of the Climate Development Summit today. But as I said, the World Bank estimates that we need 4 trillion a year. And so I've been thinking a lot about this. So this is really a story of leverage, right? It means we've got to, we can't just keep focusing on what goes at the front of the pipe. It's how much comes out of the end. So that it's how well that 100 billion is used. And I think there's 3 things which we need to focus on. One is building the institutional capacity so that governments are able to issue their own sovereign bonds, which is a real, you know, green sovereign bond issuance. I mean, is a real signal of that will start to wake up the private sector, because it's the private sector we need to go from 100 billion to the 4 trillion. Green investment banks, green fiscal reform. So the kind of changes which policymakers can make, which will attract. Then we know that we need to use a lot of the bilateral and multilateral finance to de-risk. So we need to make sure we're using it intelligently for de-risking investment, so that we have better levels of leverage of the public money to bring in more private money. And finally, we just need to make sure that we are working on enough detail to turn NDCs into investable pipelines, because you can't invest in a headline NDC. You can only invest in a project which has been technically scoped and which is investable. So I think there's a lot of technical work needed to be done to really build the leverage of public money to drive the levels of private finance that are going to be needed to meet the challenge that we've got.
If I could just add on to that, and then I'll come back to Juliet. You speak about corporate partnerships. I know the people who talk about corporate social responsibility. Do you see any opportunity for individuals to or companies to partner with you because they want to make a greater contribution to improving air quality, because they recognize perhaps some of their past activities may have contributed? Or are you staying clear of that?
No, not at all. First of all, I totally agree with Juliet's point about carbon, putting a price on carbon. That's one of the main policy measures which will, I mean, first of all, it raises revenue for a treasury, right? So that's welcome. And second of all, it skews investment towards green solutions. I think this is way beyond CSR. This is not about doing something on a Friday afternoon because you want to do good. This is about this is a fundamental change to our economic systems in terms of being based on new forms of energy and new forms of materials and new forms of circularity. It's not about a little bit of do good on a Friday afternoon. I mean, so that what I'm interested in is companies fundamentally transforming their business models. I mean, car companies need to stop making combustion engine cars. Oil companies need to stop pumping oil. Not overnight. We recognize that there needs to be a just transition, but very, very quickly. Otherwise, it'll be an unjust transition for everybody.
Yeah, Kevin, I have a question that came in on email, so I've just copied it and put it in the chat, and it says the Kigali Agreement occurred 29 years after I wrote a Lancet editorial calling for controls of HCFCs and HFCs. Why did it take so long to control emissions of these halocarbons, and why is there a derogation for countries with high ambient temperatures? Not sure if either Nigel or Juliet are able to respond to that. So,
Kevin, you're on mute.
Kevin, are you on mute? Yeah.
No, sorry, I was saying Juliet looks ready to take that on. So please, Juliet, go ahead.
I'll try. Yeah, so it's an interesting question. I didn't know 29 years before the Kigali Amendment, someone had already called for the management of these pollutants. Why it took so long, I think what I know is the negotiation took so long, negotiators took so long to actually identify these chemicals as being under the Montreal Protocol. So the thinking was, these are global warming gases. Why are we discussing them in a protocol which is not in charge of, reducing global warming gases? This should be tackled in the UNFCCC and not in the Montreal Protocol. And interestingly or unfortunately, these negotiators, some of them in some countries are the same. They only switch positions when it's time for negotiating the Montreal Protocol activities. They're like, okay, now we are looking at these chemicals. When the COP comes for the UNFCCC, now they totally switch their thinking and they're like, now these are global warming gases. So
it's interesting.
We need to move away from this kind of thinking. Sometimes we negotiate for the sake of negotiating. We were all seeing that these are chemicals that were brought on the market, or encouraged to be brought on the market by the Montreal Protocol, as thinking that they were alternatives to the ozone depleting substances, but science already knew that they had a huge global warming potential. So potentially there is no way you can start arguing that I have promoted this problem, but someone else should come and clean that problem for me. So it took so long to David, or to the person who sent the question, to the best I know, we took so long to know who is responsible for this. But we weren't doubting the fact that they are causing more damage to the environment that we are all working for, that we all want to have it as safe and sustainable development as possible. So we need to do better. We really need to do better to exactly know what are we talking about, where are we going? Is it about negotiating, or is it about making impact? Is this going to cause any impact to us or not? And why did it take so long for the mission for this? I think that's what I saw, but there were also other uncertainties. People were still skeptical about the alternatives. They were going to be as efficient as the HFCs. Some are actually flammable, and there was a lot of skepticism around. Are they going to cause more accidents in homes, in offices, in business settings? So we really needed to trust that the science is there. It has provided alternatives. We need to just adopt to them. Yes, it could take us some time, but this is what the education and awareness raising is for us to, adapt to the new alternatives on the market. There were also issues of cost, patent rights. Again, this is where the business community comes in handy. Are you ready to move with the science, or do you want to stay, to stay back? And if you're reluctant and you do not bring the alternatives on the market, then you cannot expect people to make the switch, the shift that needs to be done. The high ambient temperature countries, I think, as I already mentioned, the alternatives are very highly flammable. And again, the high ambient temperature countries really need the cooling. It's not a luxury at all. I mean, I can do without air conditioning in Kigali and I will survive. I don't remember when I last switched on my AC in the office, but in high ambient temperate countries, it's not optional. You really have to have it, or you will not be able to deliver. And I'm not talking about the other essential cooling of maybe refrigerating or preserving of vegetables, and the list goes on and on. So is it a derogation? Maybe not a derogation, but they are in the next phase of countries. We have the first movers, that's what we call ourselves, and then we have others who will come later as the science, as alternatives become more prevalent. Then they are ready to move, but they're saying, give us an extra 10 years. And I don't know what 10 years means in terms of climate change, what that means in terms of floods, what that means in terms of pollution, because some of these are also air pollutants. So we could set 10 years easily, but if you translate it into what that means to human nature, I think then you can actually even prefer to switch and come to the group of fast movers. It's not cast in stone and concrete. But in a nutshell, that's what I know about that Kigali amendment on HFCs and HCFCs.
Yes, I can hear Juliet's benign impatience, and she's saying the time for action is now. And I know Nigel wants to add something to that. But Nigel, while you're preparing for that, I got a text where somebody was impressed by your reference earlier of the electric bikes, and said in many of the Caribbean countries, electricity is still very expensive. You have to charge these bikes at some point. So is it likely that you can have the bikes that are using solar energy.
Of course. In fact, I was just talking with this morning with RJ Matur, who's just taken over the International Solar Alliance, and we were talking about the vision of replacing all diesel generators with solar plus batteries. Many small island states are blessed with a lot of sun and a lot of wind, so there's a sort of prima facie case for getting rid of diesel generators and using batteries. So I think so. The point I wanted to make on the very good question about why does it take so long is, I mean, this is one of the reasons why kids are so angry, right? It's because you grow up and you're a teenager and you learn the science and you realize that we knew about these problems 30 years ago. So it's not surprising you get annoyed and demand change. I mean, why does it take so long? The tragedy of the horizons, the tragedy of the commons. It's very, very complicated to make these kind of systems change, and people are very reluctant to go ahead. The good news is, this is why I urge to say, when we commit to a zero date, it starts to really focus people's minds. So actually, I've just done a recording for the prizes for the Global Cooling Prize. So I know who the winners are, but I can't tell you. But if you just Google Global Cooling Prize, this is an amazing prize that's been run by Rocky Mountain Institute to get the industry to radically improve the energy efficiency and the use of these gases with very high warming potential. So if you just check that out, that's the sort of thing that gives me real. I think the derogation for countries with high ambient temperatures, whatever it is, won't be needed, because the solutions are going to be delivered, and there'll be solutions which are cheaper to buy and cheaper to run, same as electric bikes.
Okay. I think we did. Oh, there you are, David. I think I've shaved maybe 2 minutes off the time that you gave me, and so I don't want to run over. And so I just want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And since it's just between us, they say you often save the best for last. I think I had the best panel for the last, but don't tell anybody. It's just between us, okay? So thank you so much, Juliet and Nigel, for a rather interesting discussion. I learned a lot, and I was taking notes here, and I hope that we can remain engaged. I'm on the Commonwealth side. This is the Ramphals Institute's baby, but for them to have given us the opportunity to participate in it and to look at how we can partner going forward, I'm really happy for that. And as the chair of the board, I recall recently having had a meeting with the accredited organizations, and there's so much that they're doing, which if we can come together and partner, we can do far more together. I remember when I was a student of French back, I read a book by this guy, Manon Delarose, and he says, if you hit somebody with a finger, it doesn't make an impact. But if you put all 5 fingers together in a fist, you strike a punch. And I think if we can think of ourselves as the fist, but not as the individual fingers, we have an opportunity to make a dramatic step forward to zero. And I'm going to steal that, Nigel. We're working to zero. So thank you. And David, over to you. And again, my thanks.
Excellency, thank you very much for a well-moderated session. Nigel and Juliet, I'd really like to thank both of you as well for, again, a rich discussion in this session. We have certainly benefited in the Commonwealth from your contribution. And this brings pretty much to a close all of the official sessions of our conference today. If you would like to join us to hear Ms. Aliza Ayaz, who was recently appointed UN Youth Envoy for Sustainable Development Goal 13, she's going to be delivering some closing remarks after this session closes, and that will be followed by remarks by Anote Tong, who's long campaigned for climate change mitigation issues in the South Pacific. So thank you both very much, and we will certainly be in touch with both of you. And Excellency, thanks again for that. Have a nice evening, guys. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone, for this, our closing session of what has been 2 days of very, very enriching discussions around the topic of air pollution and how we combat that in the Commonwealth. What has certainly come out in most of the discussions is that the Commonwealth is well poised for providing global leadership when dealing with this issue as part of a broader approach towards climate change mitigation and a race towards net zero. I think it's only fitting that we bring the entire conference to a close with somebody who I have a lot of admiration for. She certainly has been blazing trails as a young person in the area of climate change and environmental awareness. And I want to introduce today Aliza Ayaz, who is the founder of the nonprofit Climate Action Society, which specifically tackles SDG 13 for United Nations. She's a student with a big vision. Aliza set out to inspire universities across the United Kingdom to divest and transition to a carbon neutral campus, or to carbon neutral campuses. She jointly won the United Kingdom Youth Outstanding Commitment to Sustainability Award at University College London, and voices youth perspectives on health and environment topics at the UK Parliament. She was also earlier this year appointed as United Nations Youth Ambassador for Sustainable Development Goal 13, or SDG 13, as most of us know it. Aliza has obtained a BSc in Population Health Science from UCL and is currently pursuing a master's in infectious diseases epidemiology, but she's destined for bigger things, and I think global leadership. So Aliza, let me hand over to you. The stage is yours.
So much for the very warm introduction, David, and thank you for inviting me today. It's honestly a privilege to speak at such conferences which are highlighting very important issues and are actually taking steps towards the changes that we need to make very tangibly. And it's great to have thought leaders from both the public and private sector discussing all the different agendas we had today as part of the 2-day conference. Today, as part of the closing session, I want to speak to you very passionately from the heart, almost as if it's a one-on-one conversation. And I want to speak to you about addressing the need of a new mindset to deliver a sustainable future. And I'm really hoping I can make the most of the next 15 minutes and you can all walk away with some great thoughts to reflect on. So the sustainability movement, spanning from campaigners, citizens, community groups, policymakers, investors, and businesses, we've achieved a lot in recent years. I think it has helped renewables, which less than a decade ago was decided as niche, expensive, and irrelevant, to a future global energy system. That has changed. Plastics have become the poster child of an unsustainable, consumption-led, turn-away society. Diet, on the other hand, and all the well-being, climatic, waste, and biodiversity issues associated with it, is finally getting deserved attention. And the risks of modern-day slavery at 45 million are much better understood today. Air pollution remains a high-time concern, but we're dealing with and we're navigating innovative solutions. But we're still heading for a 3 degrees Celsius rise across global temperatures. 8 million tons of plastic is still entering the oceans every year. Soil is being lost at the rate of 36 billion tons per annum. And 26 billionaires still control more wealth than 3.8 billion people across the world. And the mass of insects on the planet is declining precipitously by 2.5% per annum. So just very shocking stats there. And I think on days that are tough for me as an ambassador, and I'm still a full-time student, I always go back to these stats and I think, wow, I've done a lot, but there's so much more that I could be doing that I could encourage those around me to work on. Climate change-induced migration is another issue, and it's growing with potentially 200 million people on the move by 2050, inflicting untold misery for individuals and security for nations. Deforestation is on the rise, again, in areas like the Amazon, where actually deforestation has just reached a 10-year high, whilst 2 billion people eat too much and 1 billion too little. It was really interesting to see in Davos, the latest gathering of the World Economic Forum, a little nervously down the mountainside at the Stambedi Soil below. It was almost like a slow dawn that the current economic paradigm is not just rough at the edges, but it has a systemic and potentially existential flaws baked into it. I think it's really easy for the sustainability movement to shout louder at everyone else. Run your businesses better, run them differently, introduce a law, consume less. And no one is wrong for doing this. No one. We really are running out of time on so many issues. But let's also look inwards and ask ourselves, why, when the inadequacies of the risk of today's educational and economic structures are so obvious to us, do so many people and institutions plow on, lemming like towards the cliff edge? Now, in the past, I think it could be said that the sustainability movement was great at highlighting in broad headlines all that's wrong with our way of life, less good at really unpicking the root causes and doing something realistic about them. That's a hard allegation to make today. Several reports and literature exist out there recently that have delved deeply into not just the scientific impact, but also offer a better understanding of how our way of life causes them, and crucially proposes broad pathways to correct them. Let's take the example of the new signature campaigns at my university at UCL or at Oxford and Cambridge, world-renowned institutions. The Big Switch, Wild Bloomsbury Positive Campaign, the Loop. I know these are all names, but if you Google them, these are one of a kind. These are models that can be applied anywhere across the world. They provide an initial focus for bringing back together teaching, research, operations to tackle the social and mental challenges together. Some other examples of priority actions for universities and schools are reviewing the event catering to reduce food waste, expanding the existing food waste distribution schemes by 2021. And we're looking into air pollution, indoor air pollution specifically, which is a big problem in Euston Road, where UCL's campus is located in London. It seemed that despite the scientific evidence of harm being compelling and a route forward to a stable future being mapped on paper, we didn't have enough peace between us to get the scale in making sustainable change happen. Many individual products, brands, companies, cities, they're all getting better, but they remain, in the grand scheme of things, individual isolated examples. So how do we connect them all? We need the whole institution, the economy, and the whole of society to change, and to do it fast. This is where the new manifesto introduces a new mindset, one that recognizes it's not just enough to study, campaign, and plan. We need to engage everyone in the imperative for an opportunity of sustainable change. Fundamentally, ladies and gentlemen, it's about relevance to people's lives, relevance to them as students, as staff, as citizens, as consumers, parents, partners, neighbors, colleagues, voters, investors, and we're achieving that slowly but surely. There is also a look back, let's step back into history. There's been a whole resurgence in wider societal interest in climate change over the last few months. A little over a decade ago, we saw the very public impact of the Stern Review, the Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth, and the UK's Climate Change Act of 2008, and its support institutional framework, the Committee on Climate Change, the 5-year carbon budgets, which some of you might have heard of. Many people were engaged, which in turn energized politicians and business leaders to begin. Let's call it, climate action 1.0, the first 20% of the journey to a low carbon future. But the financial crisis intervened, and during this, it dulled the mass engagement, and whilst the technocratic behind the scenes journey continued, such as the UK swapping of coal for offshore wind, peaking it with COP21 Paris Climate Agreement in 2015. It's largely played out beneath the radar of mainstream day-to-day life. That's changing. More extreme weather events, be it wildfires, floods, and droughts, are making climate change real for many people. Equally, the mainstreaming of desirable low-carbon products in the marketplace, from Tesla's electric vehicles to Impossible Burgers, is showing people that there is a positive alternative. Citizen movements frustrated by the slow pace of change, like the amazing Greta Thunberg, her school climate strikes and the Extinction Rebellion, they're helping 10,000s of people to demand very public action. And the IPCC's report, 1.5 degrees Celsius, was sobering reading for many politicians and business leaders who thought we had time. Time enough that they could leave things for the successors to sort out. But as an ambassador, that's what I've been telling for the past 3 years until I was recognized at this role. It's not enough time, and you need to see how it's going to affect you. So 1 year into a low carbon journey, now is the time to reflect on what's worked, what hasn't, and how we tackle the very much that still needs to be done in terms of diversity, consumerism, and shifting mindsets. The future is about ensuring we have more clearly labeled low carbon products with engaging stories for consumers that drive wider behavioral change. And this applies to air pollution control, which in turn requires the use of consistent standards across the whole consumer sector. In terms of air pollution itself, look at our research in South Asia, for example. We've achieved a lot, but we're clear that we need to do more, all in partnership with others to help create a low carbon future. All our discussions over the last 2 days, including today, it shows that every day the negative impacts of climate change on our way of life become more obvious. Inaction simply certainly isn't an option, but nor is the pace of change we have today. We need to accelerate and scale today's solutions, and we need to innovate to create fundamentally different low carbon ways of doing business. We need to discuss lots and lots of ideas. And to kick off the discussion, just myself, organized a bunch of conferences, bringing together people of all ages, of all backgrounds, because the challenge is individualizing climate action. It is individualizing air pollution control, individualizing vegetarianism, individualizing sustainable lifestyles. It's a task that even I personally struggle with as an ambassador. There's a lot of things I can still improve about my life. It's a journey. As long as you're conscious and aware, and you put that on the government, which has a clear blueprint on how to ensure the recovery is green and sustainable. I think we know how to do it. We have to rebuild our cities around walking, cycling, and public transport. We've got to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, upscaling the renewable energy, insulating people's homes. Let's learn from this strategy, build back better, and not make the mistake of ignoring the next crisis of climate breakdown heading our way after the pandemic. Thank you.
Aliza, thank you very much for that very inspiring closing remark. And I think what everyone out there in the Commonwealth world and the wider world needs to know is that Aliza appeared on CNN beside on the Christian Amanpour, I believe, beside Anote Tong, who will now give our closing remarks. And following her appearance there, I think it's either Christian or one of the leading journals or news pieces put out this article on the rise of the youth envoy, which she fully embodies. And I think it gives me at least real pleasure to know that the Ramphal Institute can support Aliza in the work that she's doing and ensuring that we give youth that voice, that platform for them to start speaking out and to become a part of the decision-making processes, to become a part of the governance structures for the future, but for doing it now. Let me briefly give an introduction for Anote, and then we'll have his very brief closing remarks. So Anote Tong was former president of Kiribati. He was twice nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. He is also the winner of the Sunhak Peace Prize and 2012 Hillary Laureate. His Excellency is a world-renowned leader in battles against climate change and for ocean conservation. Throughout his 3 terms as president of the Republic of Kiribati, Anote was forced to confront an extraordinary challenge and a bleak, all but unthinkable future for his compatriots. Kiribati is, he believes, quickly disappearing beneath the waves due to climate change, and the entire population may need to resettle, not as climate change refugees, but as citizens who migrate on merit and with dignity. And with that, I would like to ask if we could now play the Anote's brief closing remarks for us.
Okay, let me begin with a word of greeting from Kiribati in the Central Pacific. Kiribati is one of the smaller members of the Commonwealth with a population of around 120,000 people. It is located in the Central Pacific Ocean, comprising of 33 atoll islands with a total land area of just over 800 square kilometers, scattered over 3.5 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zone, and straddling both. Such, our people are blessed with clean, unpolluted air. They enjoy clear blue skies during the day and bright starlit skies during the night. Yes, our contribution to air pollution is negligible, as would also be the case for most, if not all, of the Pacific Island countries in our part of the world. Yet, our current struggles and the challenges we face with the impacts of climate change pays no regard to the fact that we make negligible contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. However, we must not make the same mistake when we stood by idly whilst corporate decisions were being made in boardrooms in New York, London, or Tokyo. Decisions which now place the future survival of our people and nations in serious jeopardy. The effectiveness of the campaign launched initially by the small island states against climate change clearly demonstrates our capacity to influence global agenda on issues of critical importance to us. As a bloc, the member countries of the Commonwealth made a very firm commitment at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Malta in 2015, prior to the Paris meeting. And that commitment was to take firm action on climate change, which resulted in very solid action coming into the Paris discussions in 2015. I have no doubt at all that that solidarity within the Commonwealth contributed significantly to the successful conclusion of the 2015 Paris Agreement. Let us once again rally together to take firm action against air.
Thank you very much for those remarks from Anote Tong. And I want to bring this two-day conference to a close. I think we've had quite an unanticipated level of success. And I want to leave with a few acknowledgements before we bring everything to a final close. First of all, I want to give the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the Delhi office, Professor Jagan Shah, Captain Sergeant, High Commissioner, Mr. Alex Ellis, for the support for this project. We reached out to them. They recognized that there was much value in our proposal, and it was a small project in a compressed time frame, but we're able to achieve quite a lot, I believe. And I'm quite grateful for the support that they gave, but also for the support that the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, Rita Roy Choudhury, and her very efficient team there on the ground in Delhi, Shika and all of the others. Rita, I wouldn't be surprised if you lose some of your staff to international organizations. They're definitely worth it. And I've told some of them to seek jobs elsewhere, given the levels of efficiency. So if they leave, I take full blame for that and I own it. I also want to thank the NIUA, and the United Nations, UNICEF, for the support, and of course the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Secretary General, Dr. Katamuri, and others who have supported us in this process. The Ramphal Institute is at a crossroads where it's not at a crossroads. I think we're reestablishing ourselves as a meaningful player in Commonwealth affairs, and I think we're positioned to better support the Commonwealth addressing development challenges. That will only continue to grow over the next few years, over the next months, and in the days to come, as we secure more resources, we bring on board more people, and we roll out more for programs. Having said that, let me thank everyone who served as a moderator or speaker for us over the past 2 days. I sincerely appreciate your support from the bottom of my heart. And for everyone who supported us by attending the conferences or sessions either yesterday and today, and for those who are viewing us on YouTube and Facebook. And finally, let me just give my Board of Trustees a sincere nod for the support and appreciation, my appreciation for the trust that they've put in me for blazing a new trail for the Ramphal Institute. Thank you all very much. Do have a very good evening. Have an enjoyable Easter weekend and a safe Easter holiday. And we will be back soon with more activities, more development, more excitement from the Ramphal Institute. Thank you very much. To all of you,